Okay.
Plug there.
Yeah, I'm sure there is.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
I'm sure there is.
But everything I have has no batteries. Oops. Oh, here we go. Yes.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone, to this rainy Sunday morning in Lausanne. About to start with significant delay, our third day of deliberations about the affirming actions led forward by a selected group of architectural firms. And in order to start, oh, by the way, I have to apologize for the delay, which was due in part to the introduction of daylight saving in this part of the world, which caused a number of people with significant jet lag to sleep less tonight. So we decided to be merciful and assign another hour of rest before we start. Then for other logistical problems not related to daylight saving, we had to postpone even further our start, but I hope that that will be sort of compensated by the interest in the conversation. So for the fifth one of this series, we're going to have, we invited two architects with different walks of professional life, Kerstin Thompson from Melbourne, Australia, and Alessia Griginis from Turin, Italy. And I've asked them to come and expand upon the idea of comfort in architecture, because it's one of the issues which is very seldom treated in architectural discussion, whereas in fact, I would say it's one of the most, central issues in the design and the performance of space conceived by professionals. The composition of this panel is particular because we try to bring someone who has a conventional or a very, very successful architectural practice in Australia that considers comfort as an intrinsic element of the quality of the projects, but as an architect. And on the other side, someone who's established a firm which specializes in comfort, particularly acoustic comfort. And so that gives the same issue a double perspective, one which is generalist from the side of the architect, and the other one which is specialized from the side of the acoustic engineer. So we start with Kerstin Thompson, since 1994, when she established her own practice, KTA, in Melbourne, has become one of Australia's most accomplished architects. Her extensive built portfolio ranges from single detached houses to social housing, adaptive reuse, commercial fit-out, schools and civic buildings. Convinced of the extraordinary uplifting potential of beautiful space, I'm actually citing her directly, Kerstin Thompson made a conscious transition from private single residential to the public sector around the mid-2000s. And it is indeed public work that best embodies her ethos of architecture as a civic endeavor. Panoplies of institutional design projects have enabled KTA to explore the relationship between architecture, its environment, and inhabitants. And here, Thompson's experiential sensibility is accompanied and strengthened by a very rigorous typological approach that examines programs, spatial quality, and planning vis-à-vis the relationship with surrounding landscape or urban context. These essentials are to Thompson the bones of the project, bones which bring out a full-rounded, cost-effective architectural outcome with little reliance on applied embellishments and finishing touches. Thompson is adjunct professor at RMIT University in Australia. She was a member of Australia's Built Environment Industry Innovation Council Advisory Committee, and she's currently a panel member of the Design Review Panel in Victoria. In 2021, Thames and Hudson published a monograph on Thompson's work, encompassing people and place. And in 2022, she was made a member of the Order of Australia for significant service to architecture and tertiary education. So we move from down under, from the Austral Hemisphere to the northern one. Alessia Griginis graduated in architecture from the Polytechnic of Turin, obtained a PhD in technological innovation for architecture and industrial design in the energy department of the same institution, the Polytechnic of Turin, in 2006, focusing on speech intelligibility and spatial acoustics in educational environments, a concrete issue in existing school building stock across the region of Turin. A certified acoustic engineer since 2007, she worked for 15 years until 2021 in a company that was set up as part of the innovative business incubator of the Polytechnic of Turin as head of the acoustic sector. And this provided her with the opportunity to acquire experience, to work on important and prestigious projects, and establish herself as a high-skilled professional. So the first job that she officially signed off as an environmental acoustic expert was the consultancy carried out alongside the Paris-based poets, for Renzo Piano's Intesa San Paolo skyscraper in Turin. Over the years, Griginis worked on the acoustic design of projects by internationally renowned architects such as Kengo Kuma, Rafael Moneo, Mario Cucinella, Carlo Ratti, Navarro Baldevec. At the beginning of 2022, though, she decided to invest in the cargo of knowledge that she had developed over time by founding, in association with two of her colleagues, one of them Sabrina Casale, Vibes, a company dedicated to acoustic well-being. She's an adjunct lecturer at the Faculty of Architecture at the Polytechnic of Turin and the author of several scientific and lay publications. So without any further ado, I think we start with the conventional architects, and I would like Kerstin to join us here. Thanks. This one? Okay.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Slight font catastrophe this morning, so I'm going to be operating two screens, which is a recipe for trouble. Anyway, here we go. Now, thank you, Paolo, and EPFL for the invitation to contribute to this second incarnation of Affirming Actions. It's such a pleasure to be with everybody in person, and already the number of conversations incidental that are possible when we are all in the same physical space is massive. So it's fantastic. I'm Kerstin Thompson from KTA in Melbourne, Australia, and I'm going to talk about comfort. I'm also going to try and operate two screens at once, so, because one's got my notes on it. Comfort. What do I make of this key preoccupation, especially in the context of our practice? Daniel Barber's thinking around comfort highlights the impact our practices to achieve climate comfort have contributed to climate change. His challenge is for us to rethink comfort towards a more sustainable, less resource-intense practice of architecture. I particularly like his definition of comfort as a term to describe consistency, normalcy, and predictability. And significantly, to utilise discomfort as a value for spatial innovation. Comfort is often something we experience, something we feel, whether in passing or lingering. It can be all-encompassing. We can be immersed in it to a point of not noticing it because we are comfortable, in which case we might take it for granted. Or, if we are uncomfortable, by contrast, we may be profoundly aware of it as a point of being stirred into action to remove the source of this discomfort. So it was for me with aspects of architectural practice that I found uncomfortable. I established my own practice in '94 because I was uncomfortable with some of the defaults of conventional architectural practice, but yes, noting this is conventional architectural practice. Uncomfortable with kinds of work women architects were relegated to, being largely domestic. uncomfortable with oppositions that structured our thinking and resultant buildings, uncomfortable with the split between person and practice mode, uncomfortable with some of the myths around the kind of behaviour and style of leadership, arrogant, uncompromising, as somehow causative of architectural excellence amongst celebrated figures. Uncomfortable with common practice that high-quality design practice was necessarily subsidised by low-paid architectural workers and or parallel academic positions. Having said that, I've always maintained teaching, but not as a way to support staff wages and so on. So also uncomfortable with a lack of workplace support for one's personal life outside. So through the practice of KTA, I sought to affirm a different approach, give form to an alternate model of leadership to address a key gap in the provision of design service that counters these myths just described. And we avoided being pigeonholed early on or playing to expectations of what women architects should do by determinedly taking on a wide scope of project scale and program, such as emergency services work, lots of police stations, and things like freeway sound walls, large infrastructure projects. Some core tenets of KTA's approach, our affirming actions for practice then are: 1, that design quality and business acumen are not mutually exclusive. 2, that a rigorous design culture can also be a supportive workplace one, and that an architect can show strength and sensitivity, clarity of leadership, and keen listening. I think the way we do architecture as business and process should be as of good a quality as the much lauded or awarded and enjoyed output, our buildings. So by linking design and business as mutually supportive endeavours, we aim to put the right conditions in place for the delivery of exemplars within relatively normal hours and within financially sustainable model that assumes decent payment and conditions. Because we've seen this correlation between the health of a workplace, its thriving people, and business is what I think enables architectural excellence. It is ironic that in achieving built comfort for our clients, we have, as an industry, become habituated to experience personal discomfort in terms of work practices to achieve this. And this graph from Parlour, and I suggest if you have a look at their website, it's a wonderful initiative from Australia that's done a lot to analyse and advocate around industry issues. I want to also propose that one ethic of architectural leadership is the accommodation of difference, the accommodation of conflict and contingent with intent, not dogma. The act of accommodating is entirely contextual. It takes account of the particular set of project circumstances, time, budget, site, its contingencies, various interests of multiple parties, clients, contractors, communities, authorities. And it's not a passive process, but a highly rigorous exercise of interpretation, negotiation, and weighing needs into hierarchies. It's messy. Architecture is the direction of one's professional judgment to appreciate these circumstances, remain alert and open to the input of others at all stages of a project, work productively with them, especially when there's tension or conflict, as is very common. This is, I think, the circumstances of architecting. And when underpinned by intent, is also to prioritise, distill, filter and refine. And in some of my studio teaching, I've used contingency and negotiation between studio participants to better prepare graduates for future practice as likely collaborative, integrated, and negotiated. And it's definitely not linear. Rather, it's a flocking, a multiplicity of relations, connections, adjacencies. It's the gradual alignment of multiple bodies over the duration of a project towards their eventual formation flying or coalescence into a coherent form for the rightness of fit between project variables and spatial model. Significantly, to accommodate is, I think, a constructive alternative to the much derided, thankfully, practice, mythologised in the heroic figure of the 20th century architect, bullish, resolute, didactic, likely male, unyielding in the face of others' desires. To design without dogma, to accommodate with intent, is quite distinct from compromise, which I would argue generally necessitates the abandoning of intent. Clarity of intent is fundamental. It's also what enables the making of decisions throughout the project. And design is about timely decision-making, as is business. So hence this enabling of business and design quality as mutually entwined. So I'm now going to present two projects that explicitly wrestle with comfort in alternate ways. And I will say, relative to yesterday's presentations, each of these, both public projects, are conventional in terms of their regulatory and procurement context. So our roles as architects is relatively conventional as well, or traditional if you like. But our attitude to our collaborators, our orientation to the opportunity of the project, what we prioritised in the design approach, and the spatial realisation and consequences, I hope, are affirming actions. So the first is the Melbourne Holocaust Museum, which we completed last year, education programs already underway, and museum spaces opening in June. In a recent discussion moderated by Andres Tanso on future museums between Liz Diller and Paolo Cardoza and myself, Liz made the observation that museums have an imperative to confront us with difficult ideas, to make us uncomfortable, that the museum is a site for encountering discomfort. While I agreed that their role is often to challenge, I distinguished between the museum content rather than the museum architecture as the means of creating an encounter of discomfort. Architecture's role in a museum about the Holocaust is fraught. Many overseas examples have attempted to use architecture to somehow render the horrors of the Holocaust in their either associative ways, like the Washington Museum, which imitates aspects of Auschwitz, or in Liebeskind's deployment of the bunker, albeit for a profound experiential purpose and affect. For many, the Holocaust remains outside of representation, so we began this project by asking what is the role of architecture within the Museum of the Holocaust? And related to this, what is the role of architecture with profound cultural discomfort as its subject? In this project, the MHN, it's a significant cultural repository. Our position, therefore, is that its program, content and stories of survivors and their families, rather than the architecture, that are best placed to speak of the unspeakable. They are the means of discomfort. And in the museum's prior incarnation, pictured here, it also adopted a foreboding language, particularly for the entry experience, which passed through a menacing Andrew Rogers sculpture. So what role its new architecture? The new works are abstract rather than associative, but also humane. Overcoming threshold fear was a key consideration in the new design. Rather than appear as a bunker, a common trope in Holocaust museums, the MHM is visually more transparent and physically connected to the community and the street through its facade and interior to present as a community facility to be shared and experienced. But it also reinforces MHM's role as cultural repository by integrating the original heritage building, literally embedding it within the new fabric and treating it as an important artefact of the museum's genesis. MHM's purpose is threefold: education, research and remembrance, to keep the voices of the Holocaust survivors alive through education and memorialisation. The program is arranged around a luminous central circulation spine over 5 levels that ensure all 3 purposes are legible to visitors. Light was a central driver for the architecture of the MHM. Light is linked to illumination, illumination to knowledge, and given that education is central to the purpose of the museum, it seemed appropriate to deploy light as a motive and in creating welcoming and functional spaces. Internal spaces, therefore, are reserved and luminous. The architecture is deliberately comfortable, humane, gentle in its disposition as a device for fostering an emotional openness to the discomfort of the content and in order to impart uncomfortable learnings. A survivor recently visiting upon completion said she felt a great sense of calm from the architecture. The use of a mainly timber palette, especially for touch points, is towards a kinesthetic empathy, a feeling of bodily comfort and warmth, which you see in these interior spaces. And the sculpture previously at the entry is now in a memorial garden to the western end of the entry foyer. The facade utilises glass bricks to achieve transparency while balancing the security demands for a resilient building envelope. It is variegated through a combination of clay and solid glass bricks in gradients calibrated according to light sensitivity and the nature of internal activities and spaces it encloses. Views into and out of the building are enabled to and from less light-sensitive zones, such as administration and classrooms, and withheld from museum and archive spaces. Light and views out, both east and west, increase as one moves upwards. Changing. The visually most open parts are formed by glass bricks in hit-and-miss formation, adjacent to the elevated memorial garden and central public circulation spine that encompasses the stairs and breakout areas designed to provide some relief for visitors more strongly affected by the difficult museum content. A hint of the surrounding suburban context is in the distance. This connection from within the museum to the local context is important. Mirrors, skylights, windows capture or reflect back sky, clouds, nearby rooftops of a suburban Melbourne landscape to help locate visitors back into their local geographic situation after being mentally transported to faraway European landscapes of trauma, difficult worlds and histories they have encountered through the museum. Light shafts and views out, the relief offered through this sectional play. Computers. Again, sky moving index the local time and its passing. And then the use of mirrors to also connect people between levels above and below. Mirrors are also at entries to museum spaces for both comfort and discomfort, as a prompt for visitors to reflect on their own responsibility, but also a reminder of the personhood lost. The gardens especially register seasonal change, and the hopefulness of the trees in spring lend a different character to winter when their dormancy is more ominous. In the memorial space, the primary space, the turret of the heritage building has been extended by glass bricks to capture the light and view of the sky, acknowledging that for survivors, the sky especially was a source of hope and comfort, which you can see in the section here. Why glass bricks? The November pogrom of 1938, known as Kristallnacht, or Night of Broken Glass, where the fragility of glazed facades became synonymous with the pogrom itself. The architecture of this museum explicitly brings together, often through gradients and spectrums, the incorporation of significant glazed areas in the facade of the MHM indexes the relative freedom, and I say that with some qualification after some ugly protests last week, index relative freedom to express cultural identity in Melbourne in 2023 while balancing the security demands for a resilient building envelope. The architecture of the museum about the Holocaust explicitly brings together, often through gradients and spectrums, what are usually uncomfortably opposite conditions, uncomfortable tensions, delicacy and monumentality, gentleness and strength, brutality and beauty, heritage with new architectures, safety and openness, inside and outside, not a bunker, instead visually connected, the library on the street. Grief and hope, death and life. Visiting a Holocaust museum is challenging, knowing the dark subject matter one will confront. It will be uncomfortable. Jane Josom, the director, has described the building's design as a humane and sensitive response, creating a nurturing environment where difficult knowledge can be safely imparted. School students are educated in an uplifting setting with multiple areas for reflection on powerful Holocaust lessons. Our educators, volunteers and Holocaust survivors have a beautiful space to facilitate their important storytelling and knowledge sharing. So knowledge and understanding of cultural trauma, profoundly uncomfortable discomfort is enabled to be accessed by an architecture of gentleness and comfort. The second project is Bundanon Art Museum and Bridge. It's on the land of the Yuin people, and in Dharawal language, Bundanon means deep valley. First, some climatic context. 2019 and 20, Australia's east coast experienced bushfires of unprecedented intensity. You probably saw photos. And Bundanon's $45 million art collection, which was previously in a container on the site, was rushed away under threat from fire. Then, a few months later, 3 major flooding events in the course of a few months. While the intensity of these extreme events is increasing and the interval between them reducing with climate change, inundation and fires have always been part of Australia's landscapes, and they are part of this land's flows. For the traditional custodians, the Wadi Wadi and Yuin people here on this east coast for over 8,000 years, care for country entails not impeding these flows. So our challenge was to stop using architecture against them. So towards this, the Bundanon Art Museum and the bridge directly engages with the Barber Challenge to deploy some climatic discomfort for spatial innovation. A Centre for Arts and Education, and Australia's only national museum in a regional setting in its bushland, it's 2.5 hours south of Sydney. It's driven by themes of climate resilience, and it asks if comfort for the land, for country, may assume some discomfort for people. Variations in climate, some discomfort, are central to the visitor experience and harnessed as opportunities for delight and connection with place through responsive and sustainable infrastructure with the site's ecology at its heart. It was established in 1999 by the preeminent Australian painter Arthur Boyd, and the purpose of Bundanon was to foster an appreciation for and an understanding of art and environment. It's a whole-of-site public museum that researches, collects, conserves, interprets and exhibits tangible and intangible heritage. This extends to the site's biodiversity, flora and fauna. While the architecture is influenced by Boyd's pictorial frames of the landscape, more significantly, his practice of painting en plein air, immersed in and exposed to the vicissitudes of climate, inspired our approach to use architecture to feel climate as a way to connect with place. But this climate-averse immersive approach required transdisciplinary thinking, especially between architecture, landscape, ecology, structures, and environmental design, which was our core design team. And it also required a shift from a picturesque to an ecological and performative landscape that extends well beyond site boundaries to account for its flows and vast regional catchment areas to the Shoalhaven River. The landscape works extend beyond the more obvious ones that you'll see in the photographs. Importantly, it includes a landscape management plan taking account of vegetation communities and the repair of these, especially to the wet gullies and riparian zones. This supports the biodiversity initiatives of the Trust as a wildlife sanctuary, alliances with research such as breeding programs for reintroduced stuttering frog, for example, and wombats, which are now flourishing. So care for country required repair and a lot of regeneration works. So the relationship between buildings and ground was key. We established a clear design intent to structure this, a spectrum from bunker to bridge. This yielded an array of spatial types and climatic conditions that aligned function and user comfort with the site's climatic, ecological and topographic conditions for reduced mechanical systems. Within this, architecture operates as infrastructure at the scale of the extended landscape and its flow. There are two key architectural elements, a fire-resistant museum and a flood-resilient bridge for creative learning. The art museum is fire-resistant and embedded in the hill. The bridge forms a creative learning and visitor accommodation. It's flood-resilient and straddles the wet gully. A spectrum from being in the ground through to suspended above it corresponds with the spectrum of climate modification relative to program, from being in a highly controlled interior environment to being en plein air. So this climate modification relative to program needs benchmarked people's visual and thermal comfort in fairly conventional ways. The subterranean museum is therefore thermally stable, minimising technology demands, and the bridge is, by contrast, thermally variable, en plein air, naturally ventilated. The new buildings are carefully sited between lines of fire and flood, claiming this airspace over the gully. The blue is the line of the flood, and the red is the line of the fire protection zone. The fire-resistant museum, it's highly insulated subterranean structure with earth roof buried into the hill above it, and a single concrete facade with minimal openings, reducing exposure to weather fluctuations and fire risk. Programs requiring close control, conditioning to preserve and display artefacts are located deepest into this resilient bunker, buffered by tempered front of house and administration spaces open to the forecourt. The flood-resilient bridge is an unconditioned open-air passive bridge element spanning above the maximum flood level. Its short-term accommodation, spaces for workshops, dining and kitchen spaces are arranged along the naturally ventilated bridge, with breezeways taking advantage of climate and local wind for cooling. These two approaches enable the substantially passive performance of both buildings by virtue of their siting, materiality and typology, but they also offer a profound contrast in visitor experience of place and implications for comfort. The museum is stereotomic architecture. It's embedded, monolithic, massive, and a refuge. From below its sloping roof, we sense the weight of earth, the hill above, its stable coolth and mass. The artworks are protected, and we are comfortable in a stable interior environment. By contrast, the bridge is tectonic, assembled from many pieces of steel. It supports the land's comfort by allowing overland flow and sporadic floodwaters in the wet gully below, its stilts posing minimal hydraulic impact. It tends, frozen. The spinning wheel, it's always promising, isn't it? You can just ponder that aerial view. There we go. Whoops. Oh no. Sorry. Is that? It's not happy. It's going to take you back. This will be fun. Okay. So, no, it's this image that seems to be the problem. I have to be patient. Huh? Is that what it is? Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, I'm trying to get that middle one. Yeah. Okay. It tends towards the aerial, as you can see. Oh, I don't know why it's doing this. It was beautiful at home. Isn't it always perfect at home? And yeah, okay. So up here, it tends towards this feeling of being aerial and dramatically suspending visitors above the gully, a counterpoint to the grounding of the subterranean museum. Here on these multi-purpose breezeways, one is immersed in climate, whether hot or cold, exposed to the extremes. The thrill of occupying such a structure, like a trestle bridge we have all through our flood landscapes, offers both prospect and refuge. Part of this connection to place is through feeling climate, and yes, sometimes to the point of discomfort. In workplace design, there is increasing attention to correlation between comfort of environment and our health and well-being. But by foregrounding the experience of climate, the visceral, embodied feel of environmental conditions remains somewhat limited and under-celebrated for a narrative around ways to genuinely connect with place, certainly in Australia. The climate on a given day and in a particular place, while part of a global system, is felt in its local specificity. It is a medium we as humans occupy alongside other living creatures. It's our habitat. Recalling the spectrum captured in an earlier slide, the project uses architecture to orchestrate an array of relationships between ourselves and the climate of Bundanon through spectrums of interiority, climate modification, orientation to ground, and yes, degrees of comfort, noting that comfort is often relative. Through feeling climate, our awareness of the particular and changing qualities of this particular place are heightened. Hide and seek between forest and artefact, confounding opposites, gentle strength, recessive icon. These different relationships between our bodies and climate enable an array of multisensorial experiences, the sound of wind or stillness, of animals rustling and feeding, of birdsong and frog calls, smells of seasonal variation in flowering plants, earth and its composting leaves. The caress of a cooling breeze off the river, smells of salt, it orientates us to a direction of country's flow. The sound of rain on an unlined metal parasol roof. Post-rain, the smell of wet timber down the corridor. Black timbers recalls the forest post-bushfires. Room entries, feelings of intimacy, the smell of local timber, spotted gum, radial cut for no wastage. The rhythmic sound of footsteps on the timber deck. What is deemed an acceptable level of comfort is inherently influenced by the cultural context. At our encouragement, the client accepted an alternate level of comfort from that usually associated with hotels in Australia. There's no air conditioning and the rooms rely on natural ventilation. They do have a fan. Bundanon's supporting communications, which we wrote, set expectations accordingly for less comfort, more discomfort. Individuals are invited to tune their environment. Low-tech systems like hand-operated screens and louvers invite users to do their bit, tune their room according to their preference for more or less light, air, sound, and so on, always as a way to connect with place. The perforated sliding screens, which can open and close from the window, also are a way to deal with flies, fire ember attack, and sunlight. Bundanon invites visitors to notice their expectations of comfort and adapt their behaviour accordingly. These operable elements offer a gentle way to engage visitors with how buildings can adapt to climate variation and empower them as instrumental to a space's climatic performance toward their ideals of comfort. Find yourself a spot according to climate. So the modulation of sunlight and shadows cast some relief from the at times blistering heat, and then the touch underhand of coolth or warmth of a concrete seat. Outdoor classrooms below the belly, undercover but immersed in climate, degrees of comfort. These are kids doing an outdoor dyeing workshop. And again, under the belly of the bridge, this is our office doing part of the planting, revegetation of the wet gully below the bridge, and then the sorts of classes and so forth that take place on the breezeways. So, this project required and demonstrates an important conceptual shift for architecture, from isolated artefact to part of an integrated system encompassing ecology, landscape, infrastructure and architecture, from a pictorial to performative landscape in which the flow of water especially is supported by architecture for climate adaptation in combination with ongoing cultural practices and land management. Within the tough context of bushfire ratings and local flood risk, the project demonstrates the importance of impact through applying passive principles supported by appropriate technologies. And by broadening our band of acceptable personal discomfort, this design for resilient structures enables care for country, comfort for the land in allowing its flows to continue. Comfort, it seems, is always relative. It is understood according to spectrums, a state of being more or less. So using clear design intents, both projects apply a spectrum to navigate degrees of climatic or cultural comfort, and in turn utilise tectonics to happily confound oppositional thinking, affirming the possibility of both and all and everything in between. Thank you.
Bonjour, bonjour à tous. Je vous remercie d'être ici. Je suis honorée. Je remercie Paolo et vous tous. Si je comprends comment ça se passe ici. OK. Aujourd'hui, on parle de ça. On parle de ce qu'il y a, de ce qui, la plupart des fois, fait la différence, mais qui on ne voit pas. On parle d'acoustique. Je suis Alessia Griginis, comme déjà dit. Je suis architecte. Je suis PhD. J'ai étudié au Polytechnique de Turin. Et pendant mes études, j'avais les soucis comme architecte du contrôle de la gestion du projet dans sa complexité, dans sa globalité. Mais j'ai été toujours frappée par l'idée que l'architecture doit fonctionner. Et c'est cette idée qui m'a conduit dans les choix que j'ai faits au niveau de l'école, au niveau de la fac. Et c'est pour ça que pour le travail, pour ma thèse, soit des diplômes que des doctorats, je me suis concentrée sur des activités de recherche autour des thèmes d'acoustique. Et c'est là que j'ai commencé ma spécialisation. À la fin de mon parcours d'études, j'étais sûre de n'être pas fait pour rester dans le monde de la recherche, pour rester à l'université, mais j'avais envie d'appliquer ce que j'avais appris dans des cas réels pour être utile dans quelques mois à l'architecture. Donc, c'est pour ça que j'ai été employée dans une société qui était née dans l'incubateur des entreprises innovatives du Polytechnique de Turin, une société qui était créée par des professeurs avec lesquels j'avais travaillé pendant mon doctorat. Et c'est là que j'ai commencé ma activité professionnelle en tant que spécialisée en acoustique. Et c'est là que j'ai pris mon titre d'acousticienne, qui c'est nécessaire pour s'occuper d'acoustique en Italie. J'ai eu de la chance, comme Paolo a déjà dit, le premier travail que j'ai signé étant que technicienne en acoustique a été le projet de la tour Intesa San Paolo par Renzo Piano, à côté de la société de conseil en acoustique Peut de Paris. Et ça, pour moi, a été une vraie occasion pour apprendre, mais même pour comprendre ce sur quoi je voulais travailler dans mon activité professionnelle. à partir de là, l'activité m'a donné la possibilité de travailler sur nombreux projets, de rencontrer beaucoup de professionnels, beaucoup des architectes, beaucoup des clientes. Et donc, j'ai eu et j'ai toujours la possibilité d'intervenir sur des questions qui m'intéressent beaucoup. J'ai quand même gardé mes relations avec l'université et ça me donne la possibilité même de conduire des activités de recherche appliquées et même de regarder les résultats qu'il y en a sur des projets spécifiques d'un point de vue plus loin pour mieux comprendre comment ça se passe et comment ces résultats sont perçus par les personnes et les conséquences qu'ils ont sur les personnes qui occupent les architectures et les projets qui nous réalisons. Mais bon, on n'est pas là que pour parler de moi et de mon parcours, on est là pour parler d'acoustique. Non. Aujourd'hui, en Europe, les 20% de la population habitent dans des villes, dans des espaces où les bruits causent des problèmes de santé. Aujourd'hui, en acoustique, 6,5 millions de personnes habitent dans des villes où ils ont des problèmes de sommeil chez eux à cause du bruit. Aujourd'hui, en Europe, la formation des nouvelles générations est en danger. 12 500 enfants ont des problèmes cognitifs et d'apprentissage à cause de la mauvaise acoustique des salles de classe. Les 67% des étudiants déclarent que les bruits, c'est la première cause de déconcentration pendant les activités des études. Les 50% des professeurs, des enseignants sont affectés par des maladies professionnelles à la voix à cause de la nécessité de s'exprimer avec des efforts vocaux très forts dus à la mauvaise, encore une fois, à la mauvaise acoustique des salles de classe. Aujourd'hui, chacun de nous, dans des bureaux collectifs, perdent 86 minutes de productivité par jour à cause du bruit dans les bureaux. Donc, c'est clair. On ne peut plus considérer l'acoustique comme le cendrillon du projet. On ne peut plus s'en occuper pour donner des réponses à la loi qui, la plupart des fois, ne correspondent pas à des réelles conditions de confort des personnes. Il faut la faire sortir, il faut la montrer, il faut s'en occuper pour donner une valeur ajoutée au projet. Quand on parle d'acoustique liée à l'architecture, on se réfère à tout ce qui se passe à l'intérieur des bâtiments, mais aussi à l'extérieur. On peut parler d'acoustique environnementale, on peut parler d'acoustique du bâtiment et on peut parler d'acoustique des salles. Quand on parle d'acoustique environnementale, on sait qu'aujourd'hui, dans les villes européennes, il y a plusieurs sources sonores qui peuvent devenir vraiment, qui peuvent être vraiment dérangeuses. Par exemple, tout le trafic routier, le trafic ferroviaire, le trafic aérien, mais même les activités productives, les activités publiques et tout ça. La loi nous oblige, pour chaque projet, à rédiger des études d'un pas acoustique, d'un pas sonore, nous oblige à vérifier les niveaux sonores qui caractérisent un endroit et à conduire des calculs prévisionnels pour vérifier que l'impact acoustique soit contenu entre des limites précises, expressément pour protéger les bâtiments vis-à-vis du bruit. Il y a plusieurs stratégies qui peuvent être appliquées pour protéger les bâtiments. Et on peut dire que les activités de planning, la planification urbaine est un outil très utile vraiment pour contrôler la pollution acoustique. La loi a le but de nous protéger, mais en tant qu'architecte, en tant que professionnel, à mon avis, on pourrait faire quelque chose en plus. C'est vrai qu'on doit toujours respecter la loi et des limites précises, mais il y a même une dimension des paysages sonores qu'on peut rencontrer dans les projets. Hier, on a beaucoup parlé de landscape et je trouve que ce soit un thème très intéressant dans les moments qu'on peut le lier à la question sonore du paysage et ça peut devenir un concept du soundscape. Donc, il y a des choses qu'on est obligé à faire, mais on peut faire quelque chose en plus en tant qu'architecte. Quand on parle d'acoustique du bâtiment, on se réfère à toutes les stratégies de construction qui doivent être mises en place pour protéger les endroits à l'intérieur, pour réduire la propagation du son à l'intérieur des bâtiments. Donc, quand on parle d'acoustique du bâtiment, on sait qu'on a des sujets à protéger, notamment les maîtres d'ouvrage, les investisseurs, les propriétaires, mais surtout les usagers, les occupants du bâtiment. Et il y a des sujets qui sont responsables d'obtenir ces résultats, les architectes, les maîtres d'œuvre, les entreprises de construction et évidemment l'acousticienne. L'acousticienne a le droit, a le devoir de s'occuper et de connaître les règles de la construction parce que les usagers ont le droit d'être bien chez eux. L'acousticienne a le devoir d'être à côté de l'architecte, parce que l'architecte a le devoir de rédiger un projet en conformité avec la loi et un projet qui permet d'être bien dans les bâtiments. Mais l'acousticienne a aussi le devoir de suivre toutes les différentes phases de la construction et d'être à côté des entreprises de construction qui a le devoir de construire selon la règle de l'art. Donc, chaque projet peut vraiment être l'occasion de faire bien et d'obtenir de bons résultats. Quand on parle d'acoustique des salles, on se réfère à la réponse acoustique à l'intérieur des salles, des pièces. Et c'est facile de comprendre à quoi on se réfère quand on parle de salles de spectacle. Chacun de nous sait quand on doit faire des projets dédiés à l'écoute de la musique, par exemple, il faut s'occuper d'acoustique, forcément. mais c'est le même pour tous autres destinations d'usage. Il faut s'occuper d'acoustique quand on parle d'école, quand on parle des bureaux, mais même quand on parle des restaurants. Parce qu'en fait, chacun de nous est impliqué dans des questions de perception dans tous les endroits. Et donc, c'est important d'approcher ce thème pour obtenir des résultats. Avant, Kerstin disait que parfois, le but de son projet était de créer même des conditions de disconfort, une perception de disconfort par rapport à ceux qui avaient l'exigence de communiquer. Et donc, même dans se référant à ça, l'acoustique peut avoir sa importance. Et on doit savoir que pour obtenir un certain résultat acoustique, il faut vraiment contrôler les projets dans tous ces aspects. Dans l'imaginaire commun, il y a l'effet qui, par exemple, quand on parle de salle de spectacle, la salle de spectacle sont bien si c'est fait par des furnitures en bois. Mais ça, ce n'est pas vrai. C'est vrai que pour avoir une précise réponse acoustique, on doit contrôler la forme, la volume, les géométries, les matériaux, même la façon d'installer tous les différents matériaux prévus à l'intérieur d'un endroit. Donc, c'est vraiment quelque chose qui regarde tous les aspects du projet. Et ce qui est important est qu'on peut obtenir n'importe quel résultat esthétique choisi par l'architecte qui a une bonne réponse acoustique. Donc, la collaboration entre professionnels peut donner la possibilité d'obtenir les résultats choisis en termes de conception acoustique, en termes d'esthétique, mais aussi d'acoustique. Donc, vraiment, l'acoustique, c'est une formidable opportunité pour faire fonctionner des projets. Et c'est pour ça qu'après plusieurs années, avec Sabrine, on a décidé d'investir sur nous-mêmes et sur notre notre capacité et on a créé la société Vibes. Et aujourd'hui, après un peu plus d'un an, avec Daniela qui est assise ici parmi nous, on est trois et on a beaucoup d'activités ouvertes, même très intéressantes pour nous. On y a cru, on y continue à y croire. On se déroule surtout dans un monde créé surtout par des ingénieurs, par des physiciennes, la plupart masculins. Mais on est femmes, on est architectes, on est un peu geek et on a décidé de faire de grands investissements dans cette thématique. Tout d'abord, on a investi sur notre formation. On a beaucoup étudié pour arriver à avoir la compétence nécessaire pour travailler dans ce thème. On a fait des investissements en termes de travail et des efforts qu'il faut faire toujours pour obtenir de bons résultats. Et on a même fait des investissements économiques pour l'achat de tous les matériaux qui sont nécessaires pour travailler en acoustique. Car l'acoustique ne se voit pas, mais c'est un sujet très technique qui nécessite de beaucoup d'études, parce que regarde des thématiques très différentes entre eux, et surtout quand on doit appliquer des thèmes d'acoustique au projet, il faut même connaître les comportements acoustiques des matériaux, il faut bien connaître les techniques de la construction, car l'acoustique ne se voit pas, mais c'est très calculable et c'est très mesurable, et c'est sous les oreilles de chacun de nous. Et donc, il faut avoir les instruments nécessaires pour obtenir les bons résultats. Car l'acoustique ne se voit pas, mais il faut avoir beaucoup d'expertise pour se dérouler dans les différents projets. Comme on a déjà dit, on a la possibilité de travailler sur des projets sexy, mais même sur des projets plus petits. Dans les cas représentés dans l'image, on voit par exemple le projet par Kundoo, par l'université vétérinaire de Lodi. Et là, on s'est mis à disposition de l'architecte pour obtenir des résultats en termes de prestations acoustiques. En Italie, la requête de la loi par rapport à les prestations acoustiques des façades sont très élevées. Et de l'autre côté, l'architecte avait nécessité de compositions précises pour le design de la façade. Et alors, on s'est mis à disposition pour arriver au bon résultat, dans le respect de l'idée de l'architecte, mais même dans le respect des prestations demandées par la loi. Quand on s'occupe des projets, on doit tout contrôler. Hier, on a beaucoup parlé de la possibilité, par la réussite des projets, de se confronter avec les clients finaux, avec ceux qui occuperont les bâtiments. La plupart des fois, on n'a pas cette possibilité. La plupart des fois, on doit se référer à des clients généraux et donc on doit faire le mieux possible pour essayer de tout contrôler avec le but d'obtenir des résultats qui peuvent être qui peuvent garantir des conditions de confort généralisées. À ce moment-là, je suis sûre que certains de vous sont en train de penser à certains projets. Donc, je vous laisse avec cette question, comment l'acoustique aurait pu rendre vos projets encore plus spéciaux et précieux. Merci à tous. Quoi?
Okay, let me start by sort of explaining or providing some sneak preview of what could be a conversation this afternoon. Because I think this particular coupling of professional experiences suggests what could be one of the future amplification of architectural practices, particularly with the small firms. So here we have an example of someone that has been taking care to extremely high levels of environmental comfort from a cultural point of view, from a compositional point of view. And then someone else has actually decided as an architect to actually enter the market, a specialized market, where there is an horizontal service provided to the entire profession. Now, these are two models of practice. One serves individual projects vertically and by internalizing that knowledge. The other one specializes on one particular component, then can be actually provided to a number of firms. Why would that be important? Because today the number of architectural firms is increasing, but the average size is decreasing. So architectural firms today tend to be much smaller, but many more than they used to be 20 or 30 years ago. So it is very possible that specialized expertise may become necessary, particularly of this type of this nature, because we're also densifying our environment. So the friction, what's called the frictional space. So the problem created of environmental pollution from the different dimensions of inhabiting the same space together are going to be emphasized. Now, I guess I would have one first question for the two of you, and then we'll open it up. The first one is with Kerstin specifically. How did you put in place, the knowledge and the sensibility required to intervene on the comfort of your projects, and how long did it take?
Well, the museum, the Holocaust Museum, is one of our longest running projects. It started in 2014 as a competition. Very, very slow funding and so on, and the group getting together. So that was a very slow one, but there was always that question of people's experience in relation to the content of the museum and how architecture would be absolutely integral to that, and knowing that the museum was wanting to do things differently to other examples of museums. So the question of comfort, even though it's interesting framing it in those terms for today, but I think it makes good sense actually, and hence this idea of cultural comfort or discomfort came into being. The second one with Bundanon, and hence the exploration of climate comfort, I think it was always there as well, certainly as a way of appreciating being in place. So that was about a six-year project, and a lot of time on site observing its aspects of comfort and discomfort, much of which included sounds, actually. And I wish I should have put I have a lot of audio recordings. Actually, my phone is full of too much stuff, including lots of audio recordings, because it's such a strong way of memory and being back in a particular place. Mm.
Well, but I think more in general, besides those two projects, I mean, your practice, which has been going for many, many years, has always shown preoccupations with the quality, with the experiential quality of the place. So how you live in that. So how did you go about generating that knowledge and applying that knowledge to your projects?
It's really interesting. I mean, whether it's acoustics or not, I'm not sure if this is directly answering your question, but one thing that I've come to be more aware of is that I think good architects are able to anticipate the feeling of a space in all of its entirety, and which is why I don't like to say what a space will look like, because when I contemplate space, and I think any good architects do, it's like an empathy that you have for what it will feel like. You can put yourself into the feelings and experience of the eventual user to some degree, and that is in all aspects. What it will look like, what will the light feel like, will there be a feeling of warmth, will it feel cold, will it sound soft or hard and jarring. I think, what will it feel like under my foot or under my hand? I think it's taken me a long time to realise these are all the things that I feel in contemplating space, it's comfort or discomfort, and it's putting that into words and explaining it as part of how we anticipate what we're orchestrating to see if it's going to meet the aspirations. Does that make sense?
And how do you then develop that into the design format? I mean, how do you actually move from the feeling to the communication of those feelings, to the architectural communication of those feelings?
I think, I mean, it's always intrigued me that when I look at a plan, I have a very good sense of the feeling of that space. So there's this strange thing we are trained in, of that process of abstraction from all of this sensorial possibility and input into, and then we use this language of the drawing to capture that often. And I think the drawing, despite being a visual medium largely, is able for us to project all of these other aspects of experience of space. But that's an educated translation process, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if that's answering the question.
No, look,
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not trying to make it sound mystical either. It's actually like a trained thing. So definitely, yeah.
Okay. So, Alessia, how many architects, acoustic engineers are part of your professional community?
Architect.
So architects that work as acoustic engineers.
Quand je me suis formée,
Ouais.
on était vraiment peu. Je parle de Turin, je parle de l'Italie. Aujourd'hui, comme à l'université, il y a un département où il développe l'acoustique liée au projet. Maintenant, dans notre territoire, il n'y a plus d'architectes qui s'occupent d'acoustique. De toute façon, il reste, ce thème il reste très technique et toujours lié au monde de l'ingénierie. Et donc, c'est la plupart des fois géré par des sociétés d'ingénierie qui n'emploient pas des architectes.
Okay. Look, I have other questions, but I think we should open it. Is there anyone who wants to? Microphones?
And actually, maybe while that's happening, I was just going to say that question of acoustics, and I'm really glad you distinguished it from only thinking about it as an engineering problem to be solved. There's two things that really changed my understanding of acoustics, and one was when we did some sound walls, which I think I showed a picture of before, which is about blocking out sound to houses. So that's absolutely about sound as some kind of problem to be stopped. And then at the same time, I read a beautiful essay by Paul Carter, actually, called Just a Sound in the City. And he is arguing for us to use sound as an ingredient of spatial possibility and character and joy, and to stop thinking of it as a problem and rather to use it as another aspect that we as architects can enable feelings of space. So, yeah.
Oui, je crois que c'est ici on peut faire la différence. C'est une question d'empathie, je crois. Et vraiment d'avoir le but de faire fonctionner le projet pour ce qui a été imaginé. Et non seulement pour résoudre un problème. C'est ça. Et il faut chercher des opportunités, à mon avis. Et c'est de ça qu'on s'occupe, dans lequel on cherche de faire la différence, de nous mettre à disposition pour arriver à un résultat spécifique et non pas à un résultat en termes de prestations, seulement de prestations. Et c'est vrai qu'on doit respecter la loi et blablabla, bla, 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 mais il y a quelque chose en plus. Et c'est respect à ces aspects qu'on essaye vraiment de nous mettre à disposition pour faire la différence.
Well, so there was a question, yes.
So my question is for Alessia Griginis. At what stage are you intervening? Like, are you coming in order to then repair mistakes that have been made and propose some better option, or are you there at the early stage of a project and giving some input for the shape of the concept of the rooms? What's the best moment to call you?
La plupart des fois, ils nous appellent à la fin du projet, à la fin de la construction, quand il n'y a plus rien à faire. Mais vraiment, il n'y a plus rien à faire parce que la plupart des fois, pour résoudre des problèmes d'acoustique, il faudrait mettre main à la construction. Et donc ça, c'est vraiment un problème. C'est vrai que depuis 20 ans, j'ai vu même un changement dans ces aspects. Donc, c'est vrai qu'aujourd'hui, il y a un peu plus de sensibilité, surtout dans la collaboration avec des architectes, des professionnels qui ont plus de sensibilité par rapport à ces aspects. Et donc, ils nous appellent au début du projet. Donc, c'est vraiment important être à côté, travailler ensemble à partir du début du projet pour obtenir même des optimisations, même des économisations du projet. Parce qu'il y a même, c'est vrai que l'acoustique, la plupart des fois, comporte des augmentations des coûts de la construction parce qu'il faut employer des technologies spécifiques et tout ça. Mais si on peut s'en occuper au début du projet, on a même la possibilité, pas de résoudre des problèmes, mais de concevoir les solutions réellement nécessaires. Et donc, on avoue que quand on a la possibilité de travailler tout de suite ensemble, on a les meilleurs résultats.
Yes. Nicola.
I've got a very uncomfortable question using the Kerstin Thompson exception of uncomfortable. Non, je la pose en français.
Merci.
À Alessia surtout. Mais je pense qu'elle traduit, non? Je la pose en français à vous, à toi, en tant que collègue. Mais je reviens à la question inconfortable, qui était probablement à la base de tous ces 3 jours que Paolo a organisé, que c'est le confort d'être femme dans un chantier. Mais surtout, ça, c'est banal comme question, et ce n'est pas moi que je la dois poser. Mais surtout, il y a des différentes manières de vous voir, de vous interpréter votre travail selon les différents niveaux de phase de travail. Ça veut dire les classes, on dit, de manière très brutale. Donc, dans le monde de la construction, de l'entrepreneur jusqu'à l'ouvrière ou de l'ouvrière à l'entrepreneur. Et surtout, vous que vous avez travaillé dans différentes conditions, mais aussi différentes conditions culturelles du monde ou de l'Europe, s'il existe vraiment une différence ou pas, ou s'il y a une question de base. Donc là, c'est une question, je sais, inconfortable, un peu compliquée, mais je pense que ça, elle peut venir à la question parce que vous êtes technicien avant que créatrice, et j'utilise cette mauvais mot. Et donc, les mondes de la construction attendent quelque chose de différent de vous que l'acte créatif, que c'est un peu impersonnalisé de l'homme, de la femme, de quelque chose. Mais ça respecte un travail opérationnel. Et moi, je pose cette question-là à tout le monde, mais à vous deux-là, en tant que directeur de chantier pour beaucoup des années, en tant qu'architecte, et maintenant, quelqu'un qui est un peu sorti de ce monde-là, et que j'ai l'honneur de travailler avec Barbara, et qu'elle prend tous qui a pris toute la partie dure du travail, et moi je me suis un peu éloigné de ce monde difficile et d'inconfortable, je le sais.
Yeah. Okay, it's not a particularly uncomfortable question. It's okay. A few things. Actually, it's really interesting that the Bundanon project in particular, I spent a lot of time on site, and it was partly because it was built during 2 years of lockdown that we had for COVID, and when we had lockdowns between our different states in Australia, so there was a time I couldn't go to site for quite a long time. Anyway, when I finally got to site, I would stay for 2 or 3 weeks at a time, because there was a lot of decision making we could make very quickly, because I was there, it was direct, I could talk directly with contractors, work with them very hands-on to just solve stuff. The question of comfort and on-site is a really good one, and I think even though I didn't talk about it and hadn't thought about it in that way, but I liked the question, it was really interesting. Because I was on the site for 3 weeks at a time, I would see really what happened. Because if I did a visit for half a day, I would get the good, positive side of site. You know, one time, hey, you're around for a site barbecue, and it all looked fabulous. To be fair, and credit to those builders, it was a very well-run site. They were very, very careful with site safety. And you could see that how they handled COVID, but also just site safety, just absolutely key. The other thing is related to how just, you know, climatically what it's like working on a site like that. You get a lot of, you know, intense moments of heat and then enormous amounts of rain and so on. But I think in that respect, I'd say it was a well-run site, and the comfort of its contractors was really pretty optimum actually for that project. Yeah, I don't know if that's answering it. One thing that always interests me though is when you're on site, the choice that people on site make to have their lunch, where they sit, and it's a really good indicator of which bit of the site for that particular climate condition of the day is most comfortable to hang out. So it's quite telling.
Par rapport à moi, mon expérience, c'est ne pas de disconfort dans le travail. C'est vrai que, comme j'ai dit, on opère dans un contexte qui s'est créé surtout par des ingénieurs hommes. Et c'est vrai que parfois quelqu'un est un peu étonné quand je me présente, quand on se présente qui est toute femme et tout ça. Mais je dois dire que personne ne m'a jamais manqué de respect. Ça, je ne peux pas le dire. Je ne suis jamais ressentie, comment dire, discriminée en tant que femme. J'ai toujours eu une perception de respect. Soit quand je travaille avec des professionnels, des architectes, soit quand je travaille avec des entreprises et des personnes des entreprises. Parce que il y a une grande partie de notre activité qui se déroule en chantier. Mais je dois dire que je n'ai jamais eu de problème de respect. Et ça, c'est une grande chose pour moi, c'est de la chance.
Questions, yes.
I want to continue from the previous question on how to engage with architecture design with acoustic engineer. We started to work with the quarry, so one quarry was really and the design was based by the acoustical quality of the quarry, so we invited an acoustic engineer to work with, and I think that's actually the phase it changed your design as well, because you, from your architect's point of view, to think about acoustical content. It's very different. And so there's a lot of back and forth, which also reshape our design, because there's a lot of acoustical material you want to hide, and that you have to rearrange the components in your design as well. And after the project, I realized that acoustic is really, it's actually inseparable part of the architecture of a space. So since then, for every project, even from the within the schematic phase, we've been asking our acoustic engineer as an advisor to, especially when a space, if you design a restaurant and Chinese people tend to eat and talk. It's very loud environment, and I find that sometimes very uncomfortable situations. So we wanted to not to revise, but maybe just make a bit of a modification of the space arrangement, and then later on, of course, the opinion advice on materials, and when. Yesterday, when we landed at the entrance, actually the day before we landed at the entrance of Rolex Center under the arc, you instantly feel the change of acoustic quality, and that's actually a very important part of architecture and space, because architecture is so much promoted on image, but on visual. And then it's not a conscious in our as the main part of our design. So thank you very much, and yes, I think it's wonderful learning for me. So it's not a question. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a question for Kerstin. It's really the second project is really, really beautiful, and thank you very much. And I feel there's a curiosity to ask, when you build in this context, in this very natural setting, I understand, of course, there's different regulations in different region, different country, or all around the world. We sometimes find it very difficult. Of course, if it's a natural setting, then it's impossible to build in such a surrounding. So I wonder, how was the regulation or the planning worked before you started designing this project?
I should say that even though the site has been, it's part of a place that's been occupied for millennia, in the last 200 years, it's had was pastoral use, and initially, and then it changed to this arts foundation use. But in its pastoral stage, that is when a lot of clearing happened. And in fact, one of the little drawings I would have gone over very quickly. When we started on the site, there were 3 big clearings from the forest, and there's already some existing buildings on that site. In fact, there's a very famous Glen Murcutt Lewin Lark building. So there was already buildings there and already a clearing, and so the main part of our work, it's all within one of those existing clearings, and that is also how fire risk was managed, because there is always this tension in Australian sites like that on the one hand, to build on them, you need to clear the flammable thing, which is the forest, and on the other hand, you need to conserve the forest. So it's one of those tricky things. Here we were fortunate, we didn't have to remove trees because they were already this clearing, and we were building in, if you like, the most damaged part of the site. So actually, it worked from that point of view, and then it was a question of how, with a pretty large building, how not to block the overland flow especially, and use it as a catalyst for repair works as well, because the landscape had been domesticated in that area. Yeah, does that answer the...
Yes, perfect. Yeah. Thank you.
That's all right.
Kerstin about the Holocaust Museum. What's the attendance? Are there many people there now?
Well, they're running their school groups, so school groups come through every day, and they've now got about 35 staff. So what this was also enabling them to do was to accommodate a much larger staff than they'd been able to have before.
But in terms of the public and the public's use of the museum, from an acoustic point of view, is isolation of the visitor whilst visiting the museum a design issue? And if so, how? Because you actually described the
isolation, did you say?
Isolation, personal isolation. So when you actually look at reflect on the contents of the museum or the history of the museum, I would expect that, in fact, the ability to insulate oneself from the environment would be paramount, in a sense, to the experience of the museum. So you have described it in terms of the light, in terms of the warmth of materials. What about the sound transmission?
Look, it's really interesting. One of the things that I was going to say when we were talking about acoustics, which always intrigues me, is how we also collapse sensorial inputs. And so, and this is partly speaking as a synesthete, and again, I'm not trying to sound mystical, it's just synesthesia is that overlapping of senses. And I've always found it intriguing. You can have a space that when you walk into it, it appears visually hard, like the materials that are there, you expect it to be sharp, the sound, and yet you can, through acoustic works from people like yourself, you can make it feel soft. So I find it intriguing how you can get a dissonance or a complementary relating of the different media and the way you sense a space in between. So going back to your question with the Holocaust Museum, the sense of sharpness, especially because of some of the content, and even that sculpture, it has barbed wire, and you feel violated looking at it. And so the softness of acoustics was really important to, again, counteract the perceived imagined harm that what you're looking at and some of those materials might communicate.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And yes, of course. Yes. And adding to that, though, since you are the architect of the museum, and it was such a long gestation process, one can intervene on the acoustic dimension that you described through section or through materials. So as an architect on that museum or in other projects, have you been intervening on the section or on the stratigraphy of the wall, let's say?
Yeah. Both ways, actually, I think, definitely. I mean, even the walls, the way they're arranged in terms of the museum spaces, I didn't show any plans, but that partly addresses it. Yes, through materials. The perforations in the ceiling and in some of the walls also helps to manage it. And we chose against more metallic surfaces. It's interesting, all projects go through a lot of stages and iterations, we find, and this was quite a different building at one stage where it did have more metallic surfaces, and something wasn't sitting right with me about that. And again, it's quite a common trope in Holocaust museums, this use of metal and sharpness. And that's when the shift to timber solved so many things, this question of visitor experience and engagement, but also softness and that more humane aspect through its sound quality as well.
Ça, je trouve qu'il soit quelque chose de vraiment spécial. C'est difficile de trouver des architectes qui pense au projet même en termes de la réponse acoustique. Et pour nous, par exemple, c'est toujours difficile de fixer des objectifs en termes même de perception, parce qu'en fait, parfois, on a l'aide de la loi et on se réfère à la loi et les résultats doivent être respectés et tout ça. Bon. Mais parfois, il n'y a pas de référence de la loi et personne a la capacité de nous transmettre les résultats qu'ils vont obtenir en termes d'acoustique. Et donc, dans ces cas-là, on a des problèmes à fixer les objectifs, les buts, parce que c'est un problème des résultats du projet, mais c'est même un problème des coûts, parce qu'en fait, si on se trompe dans la définition du but à rejoindre, on modifie même l'économie du projet. Donc ça, c'est vraiment quelque chose d'intéressant, d'avoir une approche différente et plus inclusive. Pour ces aspects-là, dans la collaboration qu'on a avec les polytechniques, par exemple, on essaye de mettre à disposition des instruments, des outils qui permettent même d'écouter ce qui se passe dans les projets en termes d'acoustique, avec un instrument comme peut être le render, le rendering et tout ça, expressément pour avoir la possibilité de mieux comprendre quelque chose qui ne se voit pas, comme on a dit.
Avec les étudiants?
Non, dans les projets,
dans
des projets professionnels.
I was just thinking as you were speaking, it's almost like, you know, those wine tasting wheels, like woodier, minerally, acidic, sweet, whatever. And I don't know if they exist, like a sound wheel or something that is like soft, sharp, echoey, I don't know. Is there such a thing? Because then in your briefing, you could say this quality, this feeling, this level of comfort, or
Well, Anna. Anna,
I have a question for both of you, which is that acoustics, I think, often it sounds as though it's about controlling sound, and I'm wondering if there's ever occasions where you're trying to, and actually, Kerstin, you started talking about this a little bit, where you're trying to harness sounds and elevate them and, you know, enhance that experiential quality of the sound, and how you do that. And maybe it's not just in the technical aspects, but the other experiential aspects of the project. I'm just interested to hear thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And actually, again, another little audio clip I should have brought today. When you walk, one of the interesting things is on the bridge of the Bundanon project, because of the timber planking, and you can, there's gaps in it, so you can see through to the gully below in the walkway. And it's just the most marvellous sounding space because of the footsteps, the way they echo, but also when people leave in the morning with their suitcase on the little wheels, it's the most fantastic jink, 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 and which is when it recalls the sort of trestle bridges that, and the railway bridges that were things. So there's this funny little resonance, or so yes, I mean lots of ways, definitely. And in architecture school, in schools sometimes, in university buildings, where you actually want this expression of the life of the faculty to be evident through the sound of its people. So you need quiet spaces, but also places where you feel the energy of people through their speaking and communicating.
Yes, et par rapport à nous, on cherche des opportunités de s'occuper d'acoustique dans cette façon. La plupart des fois, ils nous appellent pour résoudre des problèmes ou pour répondre à la loi. Mais c'est vrai que quand on arrive à avoir des relations un peu plus solides, un peu plus comment dire, empathique, on arrive même à s'occuper d'acoustique dans des projets plus intéressants.
Je voudrais faire référence à des actions que nous avons faites avec les ambiances sonores, donc ambiance, ambiente en italien, et confort, kinesthésie, vous avez dit. Et je crois qu'en effet, ce qui est intéressant dans les projets étaient absolument extraordinaires, mais dans votre démarche d'acousticienne, c'est que vous intégrez en tant qu'architecte tous les éléments. Et quand vous disiez, il n'y a pas que l'ouïe, il y a aussi l'ensemble des sens. Alors nous avons fait des expériences d'ambiance sonore avec des acousticiens qui sont venus mesurer des projets une fois construits. D'ailleurs, ça a été publié et ça s'appelle Résonance oasienne. Et il y a plein de captations sonores dans des lieux patrimoniaux et dans des lieux de création nouveaux. Et ça a été un outil pour analyser si l'architecture finalement convenait ou convenait pas. Et ce qui nous a été donné dans ce projet qui s'appelle Résonance oasienne et qui est en ligne, c'est qu'on a pu mesurer par le son l'empathie, les erreurs, et que ça a été un outil a posteriori. On voudrait maintenant que ce soit un outil, comme vous dites,
a priori.
So, thank you for your presentation. I must say, I'm speaking on behalf of my age, so for 50 and something more. And all aspects that you are raising are aspects of architecture that I have more discovered in my life. Not mainly during my education, not at all reading the critic of architecture. I mean, a lot of critics and magazine, journal didn't say anything about this kind of aspect. But I do not know now because I do not read a lot of critics now. But I don't. Anyway, and you're mentioning also a kind of studies that have marked a particular also period, decades. So it seems I do not know, maybe 20 years or like. I have not the impression that our students today are aware of these aspects more. Sensorial meaning and so on. So just maybe if you want to add something about this kind of reflection. And then finally, really, I'm just realizing just the theme of the museum. I can imagine that I think that you can imagine that maybe a visitor visits once in his life, the museum. So this aspect is also the project must work for people that live this once in their life. And then beyond, there is also community and neighborhood and so on. But no, just that.
Just one thing to add to museum and visits. A really interesting thing Bundanon has been doing is, I think it's on Thursdays, they have soft days where the museum, the sound levels, I'm actually not sure what they'd change because it's a fairly soft sound internally anyway. But it's where, for people with different neurological disorders or things like Asperger's or, and the acoustics can have a huge impact on that. So it's set up to enable people to visit. Maybe less numbers of people, so voices and so forth is less, it's more appropriate for people with sensitivities. So I think that's an interesting change we're seeing in spaces now. And there's some work, it was a project I was going to talk about, but too much stuff already. But some work I've been doing with a colleague who has been doing a lot of research and design work around, again, different conditions like autism and spatial design for that. And we've been working on a new model of care for a mental health facility for children that is very sensitive to sound, light, all sorts of ways in which sensory inputs help to, if I go back to the Daniel Barber quote, consistency, what else did he say? Stability and so forth is very important as part of that. Yeah.
Oui, la dernière fois, je crois que c'est soit un thème d'expérience qui soit transcuré. Quand on se réfère à des musées, comme vous disiez, peut-être qu'il y a des personnes qui visitent les musées qu'une fois, et donc la sensation, l'expérience qu'il faut faire, c'est quelque chose qui doit frapper. Et donc, l'opportunité de travailler même sur l'acoustique et tout ça, c'est pour créer quelque chose qui doit rester dans la mémoire. Mais si on y réfléchit, tous les aspects des expériences sont complètement transcurés, même dans des endroits d'habitation normale. Je me réfère, par exemple, à la charte de l'homme d'habitation. Personne pense à l'acoustique quand, dans la choix de la maison, ou peu de personnes pensent à l'acoustique dans la choix de la maison, de la vie. Et c'est vrai que la première nuit qu'ils passent dans la nouvelle habitation, ils se rendent compte de tous les problèmes d'acoustique qu'ils ont, et c'est là qu'ils vont naître les problèmes. Donc vraiment, c'est nécessaire de s'occuper beaucoup des problèmes de l'expérience que nous faisons dans les endroits, à mon avis.
Great place to stop and have a coffee, because I have a feeling that over the next 2 hours we'll actually get into almost exactly that type of experiences and that type of problems with our next interveners. Thank you very much. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
Grazie.
Okay. Je suis prête. Ok, je vais commencer. Hein. Okay, we start again with a session that may have several points in common with this discussion in the previous one, which, as it focuses, it uses as a point of departure or arrival the notion of aesthetics, and in particular how this design dimension can become a citizen of a world much more constrained by financial constraints and technical limitations. In order to do that, we have invited two architects, Elisa Valero from Spain and Sophie Delhay from France, and also here at EPFL, to talk to us about, or to use that work, the portfolio-built work, to engage with us and with the notion of aesthetics, as they have a large built portfolio that consists, for the most part, of projects, sometimes large-scale projects, social as well as institutional, that have to deal with the limitations of the budget and the heavy usage of the infrastructures they created. So in this particular situation, what is the space left or gained or generated for the aesthetic experience of the object? So Elisa Valero will start, and Spanish architect, the youngest architectural chair appointee in her country when she gained the chair at the University of Granada. And she's considered an innovator in the way she uses and reinvents common construction techniques and materials. She engages with every aspect of the architectural process, from idea to manufacturing to site assembly. Her work is ultimately defined by material simplicity and economy of means, a necessary condition of her work, within a design paradigm that is centered around the attainment, and that's hence the connection with the previous session, of internal spatial quality. Experiences on the rehabilitation of Felix Candela's structure in Mexico as a very, very young architect may have left an imprinting of Valero's formations in this sense. Light and volume composition are powerful allies in this particular architect's quest, as demonstrated by many of her built projects. So she divides her concerns between typological considerations, for instance in children's hospitals, and strategic technological advances such as fiber-reinforced concrete. She is a believer in radical approaches to sustainability, which include the need to give new form to new materials, hence the possible connection with aesthetics, as a way of maximizing the efficiency of building assemblies. Hand-drawn sketches remain the communication medium of choice, though, with that production continuing until the end of construction. And as an educator, she places great emphasis on the cultural role of architectural schools. She teaches at the University of Granada. She's the author of several books, one on light, and she was the winner of the Swiss Architectural Award in 2018. On the other side of the sparring ring, there is Sophie Delhay, French architect based in Paris, who, after graduating from the INSAT in Lille in 1999, designed a number of experimental flats in Nantes as part of Box-Up Collective, an experience that she's been crediting with the decision to establish her own office in 2010, which is interesting because it's a practice almost exclusively dedicated to social housing on the French territory. And so such a clear mission has allowed Sophie to develop, ever since, a specific method of work and distinctive themes around collective houses. In the process, I think, challenging established patterns of spatial agglomerations and product standards. Notional rooms are the elemental units and the starting point for each project, and it is the logical threading that produces collection of flexible spaces, open to functional permutations and multiple living structures, yet very mindful, necessarily mindful of surrounding urban conditions and aspect. Centrality of the room in the housing product development process is acknowledged upstream and downstream from the architectural part, by considering preliminary discussion with the social landlords, the people who ultimately have the strings of the purse, as integral to the project and its success, and by observing inhabitants' appropriation of the building spaces after its delivery. The specific building sector's constraints, i.e. social housing in France, in terms of limited allowable expenditure and material selection, predominantly concrete, gives Sophie Delhay's work a palette of solutions where the architect's priorities and choices must understand, blend with, and take advantage of industrial frameworks and production chains. So I guess we will hear a bit more about it, at least in question time. Sophie teaches design at EPFL, and in 2022 she was awarded the Architecture Prize of the German Schelling Architecture Foundation. So before listening to Sophie Delhay, we will start. A great expectation from Elisa Valero, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Paolo, for this opportunity of being here and meeting all these new, well, I have discovered that there are different galaxies. And being here with you is to find another galaxy. I like when you say, okay, you have to look at the stars to understand your own, to find your own scale. Now I think that here I find a new galaxy that is not a galaxy of star architects, but is another kind of inspiring architects that help us to find our scale, and I am very, very happy. I'm very honored of being here with all of you. Well, and thank you very much. When Paolo told me you are going to talk on aesthetics, I told Paolo, this is not what I am looking for. It's the last thing I am worried when I start working. I have a lot of problems to solve, to think on that. Okay, but as he, okay, he's a good friend. Okay, let's go. And he said, okay, you have to explain who are you because they don't know who are you. Okay, this is me. This is my life, my friends, my culture, my inspiration, my problems, okay, this is me. I am Spanish. I live in the south of Spain, in front of Africa, but in this cultural, well, I started working in Mexico and I brought my first book in Rome. And now, from here, I have time from this small place where I go just cycling. I have time to explore the world and to find, as all of you, solution to build a better future. And so my first work was a long time ago for self-constructed houses. I think that some of you know about this. You know, this was in the south in a very simple technical, because it is very simple also because I had to know how to do it, to tell them. So it was my first work, it was a competition. And I tried to do things as simple as possible. And I have to tell you that all my life has been trying to do things as simple as possible. Also, I have learned a lot of my mistakes. And this is a mistake on acoustic. It's a pity, Alessia, I didn't know you first, because when I built this extension, very, very cheap extension for a school, I didn't know that this, well, I forgot that a box of concrete is very bad in acoustics. And so in the future, I had, I learned and I had not again this problem. Well, the reasons of my work. The first time, and I am, this was prepared before coming here, so I am not copying you, but I think that I share with you a lot of things. My preoccupation is not to replace the beauty on the nature, but to save it, as all of you. Then it's something that it moves me to do things in a different way, because now the planet is overexplored, and we are very much responsible. We architects and engineers, we are very much responsible of what is happening now. I am director of a research team called Urban Recycling and Efficient Housing. And I work always with a very realistic approach, because I think that the only way of changing things is understanding where you are, and try our best with the tools we have. And this is the place where I work. This is in fact, this is on site, one of the last works I am doing, this rehabilitation. And I work with low cost, always with poor people, not poor people, with people with low economic power, but with a lot of richness in other things. And also the third thing is that intellectual freedom. I think that this is one of the most important things that architects we have. We can choose what we are doing, and we are responsible for our work. And so if somebody is asking me to do something that I don't like, I am free, as all the other people here. So this intellectual freedom is also something that is because I am at university, and it's something very important, because being at university gives me my work has not to be a business and business to get money. I am here just to think and to try to show others, the students, and we are very much engaged with the future, and also because we have to open new ways for the future generation at university. That's the reason I brought 7 books, and I don't like writing. For sure, I must assure you, I don't like at all to write. Also, I think people don't like to read so much, students, but I thought it's important. Well, and so I work with available materials, and I am going to talk to you about my work, and I am going to do a defense on concrete. And I will explain, well, why. Well, I told you this was one of my first work was on ceramic. In this long time, I have worked, and this was very new because termoarcilla, it was a new system. And it was very easy because we in Spain usually, but I started working in a Felix Candela work. I do the calculation of structural calculation of my work in my office. My practice is very small, but we are very much interested in structural optimization, because if we don't know how it will work well, we cannot do things saving material. This was very easy because it was just one wall that just doing like this, it was possible and interesting because it's for self-construction, self-builders, and also it has the possibility of growing. We left, as you can see here, we left these beams, and in the future now, because it was in the past, now they could build another, one more room in the house. That was very easy and very simple, but at the same time with interior, light in the interior. Also, working with material as concrete, because in this case, because I have not, well, things are not good or bad. Things are not black or white. Sometimes one material is better than others for some reasons. In this case, the problem was that this school was going to be closed because it had not the requirements of the Andalusian laws for schools. And they need a new stair and a new multifunctional space. But without money, this is something that is, I don't know what happened, but all who don't have money to do things come to ask me to do it. So I thought, okay, I will do it I calculate with iron, a very light frame is 165,000 euros to build this. Is the cheapest way of building this 200 new building, okay, the extension. They say, no, it's not possible, it's not possible. Then I found a new thing, I found a new material, I will tell you then, and I bought it with 80,000 euros. And so it was possible to do it. As we have earthquakes, concrete is very convenient for us, but I will explain it later. But not just, I always agree that the most sustainable building is what we have. So this was the most sustainable building for the future school San Fernando we were going to build in the center of Granada. And this is me thinking about what it was possible to do with this. It was half demolished. And in this case, I work with CLT, the first time in Granada. We used this to solve problems because it was not, we had foundation problems, and then we could not have a heavy building, and so the best, the most economic, and the best way of solving the problem was doing this, and this was the result. The basement was on concrete because it was underground. It was underground, and the rest is CLT. I suppose you know what it is, but cross-laminated timber. Yes, thank you, Paolo. And so, and always working with this free material that is light, and that was my expertise, because I did when I came back from Mexico, I decided to come to Granada and to write on light, because light was the most important, and I still think is the most important thing in architecture. No, architecture is to work with light, and the light would qualify the space, and I work with this, and this was in this first social housing I did that were cheaper than a car, to make you an idea. But it was not, I want to have this light. Also, in this low cost extension, also working with light, thinking how is possible to do, because it's free. You can get this for nothing. And working with my people. I'm sorry, because they don't have the helmet. It's a pity. I cannot, it's not politically correct to put this, please don't tell nobody, but this is the people I work with, and they are doing this I designed it because I have to invent this, because all my life is inventing things, is my research. And this is PVC, these plastic pipes, cutting the plastic pipes to put inside to get the holes for the, and so I save, because it's a problematic place, because we have a playground and the balls can broken the windows. So I have to do this to get this light. Also, with these more qualified people working here, but now after crisis, is, well, and I discovered that, well, in Granada, well, this timber was coming from Germany, so means that it was not so lost carbon print, because it was not available in Spain yet. Now it's possible, but not in that moment. And the available material we have all around, I am going to talk you about the second most used material in the world, what is concrete, because it's very low cost, very available, and have good structural function. It could work well. In this case, we have to change it. If I can reduce the footprint, the carbon footprint of the concrete, I am going to do something very good. Something, because being the most used material, just reducing a little bit could be more than doing other things. But it's not, for sure it's better not to use it. But in Granada, we have the humidity of Sahara. That means that it's not easy. It's not, we cannot put this here and think that it's going to work well, because it's something alive and it's not going to work as well as. And also because we don't have this timber, and we will need more and in a long time. So at the moment, we have to work with these available materials, but we have to change it and to reduce as much as possible. And the first thing, as I know how to work with the structure, I'm going to say, okay, we will reduce. When we have a wall of concrete, the interior part is not working. It's just the external part, what is the iron. So this is the inertia. Inertia is the structural strength of a beam. I cannot move, I'm sorry. Okay, the first one, this is how the strength changes when the position, and so I discovered with, well, not me, this is an L-STOPA system with engineers of my university. I have to tell you that after 20 years, I'm very old, 20 years working with all the calculation myself, now I am discovering to work with engineers, and I am quite happy. Something strange, but I am quite happy. Okay, with this system, we decide, well, we work and we say, okay, we put inside all the insulation, and we have just 3 shotcrete sheet outside and inside, and with connection is working together. And well, maybe somebody says that, or some people say that they don't like it. For sure, a lot of people is not going to like it. It's a very poor area, but when somebody told me that, I say, okay, could you do it cheaper? Nobody. Okay, I agree. It's not beautiful, but it could be cheaper, and for sure, I tell you that it's working well, and as my clients in this case had just a problem, but they don't want to do this. They want, and then the first thing, when they got some money, they painted in white. Wonderful. And the second thing they did, it was to put inside a lot of things, a lot of plastics like this. And I think that I have to tell you that it's better for acoustic to put all this. Oh yeah, no, and it's good for acoustic, with all this stuff that they put. Okay, I recognize my mistakes. I try to solve the problems. Also, I learned from my mistake, and then I had to do this also very, very low cost charge, small charge in front of the sea. And I did it. I had no money to work with the materials, so I work with the shape. And then here is not parallel the roof with the, it's not parallel roof with the suelo, floor. And so it's working. It's a pity you are not going to see it because Paolo asked me to reduce to half my slides, and so, no, you are not going, I eliminate all the interior views. Okay, this is the way of working with this, and also I did this system that you can see that is shotcrete and insulation and shotcrete to do this house. Also, very important, very, very important for all of us to let the, working with concrete, but to let the water going inside, to go back to the soil, and this was for the garage, for the cars, and I designed also this with this system of the cheap pipes to get the water go into. I think it's something very important. We have to to reduce the maximum or the amount of concrete, and also to think in the nature, to grow and to live with us. But this is now a garden, and it's very green, and it doesn't look so great. In fact, it was possible to do it very cheap. I think that it was 600 euros square meter, in a moment of crisis, because we could eliminate all the other materials, as we have the insulation inside, and also all the installation could be inside. Then it was possible to eliminate a lot of things. The constructors say, okay, well, this is very cheap because it's just the structure. You have not finished yet. And they say, oh, no, the problem is that I have finished. He was waiting for more money, but, oh, no, it's just like that. This is my house. Well, then also with all these things has to do with research and all these things, and to find the problems. And Granada has a port, the port of Motril, that is the youngest port in Spain. It's small, but it's growing up, and they have lot, I will say 100, but maybe not 100, of small pavilions they need for a lot of different things. They are, each of them, uglier than the other. No, terrible. One is one thing, the other, it was just very, very ugly. And then they asked to find, I don't know what happened. I changed it. I put it okay. Yes, twice. Did you hate? Okay, and then I did a system with precast concrete, because with my experience on precast, I learned first acoustic. The second thing I learned is that when you have this shotcrete, you lost a lot of material, and it's not really very efficient. So I decide to design very, very, very thin but structural panels. I mean, it's a structural means that this is not an envelope. This is just the structure of my, well, not this because this was the first prototype. We were working hundreds of, you have to explore a lot, to discover how many things doesn't work, to find the best way to do things. So we were working on this. But the most important thing for reducing the carbon print, that is now my mission, is to reduce the carbon print of concrete. First, we have to reduce the amount of concrete, but the second thing is to eliminate the iron. And so this is prefabricated with fiber reinforced concrete, just fibers and not iron. And this is very convenient because as we are very near the sea, we have high corrosion problems. So if we avoid iron, we avoid the corrosion problems. And also, but we have to change the way of doing it. This is my actual research. Okay, then we develop this system. It's not perfect, and we discover all the problems have the industry to do these things, to change, because the industry is very big, is very conventional. They are doing things in a way for 50 years, and then you cannot come and change and say, okay, I have new solution, come on, you have not to do things in this way. No, it's not so easy. So this is the pavilion. We designed the pavilion, and the way of doing things is different as we usually do. I usually change a lot of things during in Granada with my people on site. You can go there and find the problem and change it there. Here is not possible. I went to the company, I was drawing, I was in the prefabrication place, but when they arrived here, I was just looking. It was not possible to tell them nothing because they know how to do it better than us, and we decided that it was possible to do this just with two kind of panels, because this is something very important in prefabrication. And at the moment we have iron because we have not yet get the dry joint solutions, but we are working on this. And it's very small, but it's just a prototype to understand where are the problems, and it's the first step in a way to change the world, to change the paradigm of fabrication in concrete. And this is a second pavilion, a smaller one. And now I win a competition for doing, working also in this amazing place, doing a center for nautical activities. And we are following this system. Also, it has to be very low cost, because my clients, if it's not low cost, it's not affordable to them. So this is, when they cannot do something, they ask me, because it's going to be low cost. If I can do it, okay. If not, I don't have work. So I try my best to get this. And so, and now this is 2 floors. And this is a 2 floors building. And it's a little bit more sophisticated. Also working with fibers. Also trying in the design, this is a new design, working with geometry to reduce the amount of concrete, because my first pavilion had too much concrete. It's still, is not yet done. And also working with this is another system to do a pavement for ecological areas. And well, and this is my last work. I am working now in this. I am, well, maybe, yes, I now have a few houses, but this is it's a big one. Big in my scale. It means it's not big, but in terms of money, it's very, very small. Because this is a church, you know, it's a parish. It was is in a very big avenue in Granada, in the bigger avenue of Granada, but also without money, because it's also very poor area. And they don't have money. They have just, the maximum they have is 1,002,000 euros to build this. And I have been working in this for a long, long time, a lot of years. And we have done a lot of models. Is devoted to the Holy Spirit. So light is very important, but also acoustic is very important. And when we decided that it was not possible to build in a conventional way, it's not possible to build with ceramics, not with normal concrete. The cheapest way of doing it also was with a structure, but we have to develop a very, very simple structure, working with this maximum optimization of the structure. That is the triangles, as some of you have done, the triangles, and trying to do very easy and very three-dimensional spatial structure. And also, because of the acoustic and because of other reasons, we work with these walls and with the ceiling. We have also, because light is a very strong symbol of God, and in this case, being the Holy Spirit is very important. We have these 7 light ceilings, and also working with the shape to, well, this is, well, is on site, like this. Somebody can say, okay, iron and concrete, you are not being sustainable at all. I am telling you, just 40,000 kilos of iron. Could you please tell me if somebody can do it with less? And with no money, of course. And also, this concrete, well, this is the cheapest thing you can find in Spain. But the important thing is that we have to design everything with this module, with the size of this modulo, to avoid cutting, because it was not possible to do any special joint. So, to avoid any special joint, I designed all the building to have any joint. So, we have to run. We cut, well, the only thing it was not possible was el campanario. And this is the interior. And this is all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci. Ça fonctionne? Oui. Hello, everybody. Thank you to Paolo. Thank you to Lab, IPFL. Thank you, Paolo, but I don't thank you, because when I received the topic, I was like Elisa said, wow, what a difficult one, but also a very interesting one. And I had to go deeper in my own work, so that's a real opportunity to see the things differently. Well, actually, I think that the question for me is that we are in a world of where the economy of means is a necessity, and we've just talked about this before. And we have to take a lot of rational decisions. And the question is, how can they produce sort of beauty, in fact, when each decision we take? So perhaps I present myself, because I'm not sure that everybody's know me. This is my office. I'm based in Paris. I've got a little team. We are actually 8 people. And 15 years ago, I decided to work exclusively on the issue of housing, because it's a field in architecture where our cultural discipline meet the needs with the people and the society. So that's what interests me, and for me it's a real commitment. And Paolo told it before, but I continue this commitment in teaching here in the PFL, and got a studio in a part of the housing design department of the school. So in fact, I'm a sort of advocate of the housing design. And in fact, I think that architects have a sort of a strong power if they are working on this issue, because housing constitutes about, 80 or 19% of the city. And in fact, it's a urban tool. In fact, if we change the housing, we change the city. So we have to think about it by the interior side, in fact. And also, the housing is the raw material of the city, and it produces urban forms. But it's also the smallest element of the city, and from it, everybody builds himself intimately, daily, and deeply. And everybody builds his relationship with the world, with the neighbors, and with the citizens. So I'm totally convinced that if we free housing from the standards, for example, if we act at the small scale, if everyone has the possibility to live more freely, in fact, to compose their links with the other in a richer way, so I think that the world would be turned upside down, and the way we can imagine the city can change and can evolve, so we can participate by the housing of the changing of the society. So it's a strong tool, in fact, to transform the city. But if I talk about housing, I will talk about the inner beauty of my projects, in fact. Because working on housing means working on the hidden side of the city. It's a sort of hidden beauty that aims to qualify the interior side of it, in fact. So here you can see two major changes. The first one is in 50 years, we can see two major changes. The first one is that we get more and more in Earth, and the density is a sort of new condition, in fact, so we have to live more together and to share spaces in a richer way than before. and we have to invent this sort of condition, this way of living. And another change is the fact that the society is a sort of in an atomizing processes, where we had families at the beginning, and now we are just some sort of lonely people in the city. But we could say it's sort of a pity, but in fact I think it's very interesting for architects, because new solidarities, new sort of links, new agglomerations are forming quite freely, and this is a good news. And everything is really upset, in fact, and for me it's a chance. It allows us to imagine things more freely and to introduce the unexpected into the decisive act of architecture. So just about my first project, I received the program from my client, and on the cover, those words, just 3 words, it was a project of collective social housing. And when I opened the book, there were absolutely no words about the collective project, in fact. Collective was used just to talk about the density, the possibility to have a lot of dwellings together in a building, sort of economic condition, but nothing about the collective life, in fact. About social, the same, nothing. What is a social? What is a social condition for housing? What can be the perspective, for example, for the inhabitants to inhabit in a building, but in a city, and to have a sort of long view, overview on their own life and on their own city. But there was, I don't know, a billion words about what should be a housing, what is a dwelling, in fact. So, in fact, for them, the housing in France is like this. It's very standardized, and there is no quality, and it's because you see, all the norms, all the rules, all the standards have the put in the stone, gravé dans la en figé. Sorry, have make it an inflexible system. In fact, you see the part for the day, the part for the night, but in fact I'm working at home, for example, now after COVID, and in my bedroom, so it's a day and it's not possible because it's for the night, and there is a big bedroom for parents, a little for the for the children. But sometimes it's different. Parents are alone and the children are in a couple because they are older children and they have to stay at home late. So this is not possible actually. So how can we go out from these standards? I will propose you to 2 different projects. The first one is a project of 40 social housing in Dijon. And in fact, it's not a project of 40 dwellings, but a project of 240 rooms. And in fact, we've done a sort of atomization of the program, as society is actually. And it was a sort of strategy for us to never use the words housing or dwelling during our discussions with the client. And in fact, it was to remove ourselves from our own reflexes also. So we worked and proposed to discuss only two scales, the room for the one part, the room of the dwelling, with the question of intimate space, and the urban scale, with the question of the city. And we thought that it was a good way to design a housing that was tensed between the little and the large scale. And the room became a sort of tool to dialogue with our clients and to work, in fact. You know, I'm totally convinced that if we change the tool to work, if we change, in this example, the scale of the reflection, it means changing the forms that we produced, and it's a way to experiment, in fact. So here, except for the kitchens and for the bathrooms, which are the half-fixed room, each room is unprogrammed. One of them is outside, it's a loggia or a terrace, and the dwellings are therefore a sort of collection of identical rooms, and the inhabitant settles as they want. They can imagine the life as they want. And these rooms are connected or disconnected by large sliding doors, which allows the creation of double rooms for the living room, for example. It also allows everyone to choose freely whether to be alone or together. Here you see the exterior room with the kitchen. The window there is for the kitchen or a terrace. So you see, if you use 2 rooms for the bedrooms, you still have 2 rooms for the living room, and depending on the place you choose for the rooms, where the place where you put your furniture, you can choose to free up across the room, or diagonally, or around the exterior room. So here are the 3 spatial configurations. And through the day, the space can evolve according to the people who are there. And each room is, in fact, a small individual living room, but can also open up into a large common area. It's also possible to live differently, of course, with shared flats or co-working, and sometimes even one of the rooms can also have its own access for a small office, for example. It's the 3rd plan. All the dwellings are different and are all arranged in a repetitive structure. But in fact, it's not such a repetitive project, because each room has its own quality, its solar orientation, its view, or its relation with the other rooms, for example. And to vary the pleasures, we have created 2 types of window. These are inhabited windows where everyone can extract themselves from their home and connect directly with the outside world. So the storage units are placed against the facade, on the facade, and this forms a kind of hiding place, so where intimacy is not at the back of the house, as in a cave, for example, but intimate space is projected on the front, just on the next to the exterior side. And we didn't design the facade, in fact. We designed the interior of each room, and we just placed the window in the middle, just in the right place, and the other side was the facade. We didn't design it. So in the garden, it's in the street side, it's a sort of alcove with a curtain that allows me to extract myself completely. I can enter in this very little space and close the curtain and be alone in the streets from home. It's a kind of strong relationship between myself and the exterior world. So I explain this story from the inside and I go outside. So here is the situation. We were located just in the frontier of very little houses and very high future buildings in the north. And we were quite interested by this confrontation of two different scales, as if in the same way than we asked this question of the room and the building. So here is the building. It's a kind of big step. And big step because it's situated between the small houses and the future high buildings. And the buildings integrate in a unique envelope, individual, grouped, or collective access. It's a way to live differently, but together. Here you see the 120 windows in the garden side, the facade, and the 120 windows in the future street side, where you see the two different ways of designing this window from the interior side and having at the end this facade that we accepted like this because we said, okay. And we placed a shared space perched in the treetops because it's a situation that is really privileged to be there, so we shared it for each, all over the inhabitants. And here you see the other side. So you can feel that the collective dimension is on the street, and the individual one is just in this way. So everybody has the feeling to live all together, but they have their own place. So this is a second project. This is a project of 40 social housing in Lille. And for example, in this project, we decided to build higher than requested to free up a large garden in the plot. And for urban reasons, it seemed important to us to go as high as the neighbored public building. But in this area, as you see here in this picture, no one lives higher than the second floor. So in our building, we were therefore going to have a great privilege to rise up into the sky and discovering a new panorama. So here is the garden. And by this first decision, that is to rise the building higher than planned, we had in fact a problem because we had 6 extra units. So instead of taking out the whole floor, we decided to take out 1 unit per floor to give each corridor, each gangway a large outdoor space open to the city. And then we tried to connect them to each other to finally create a sort of large diagonal walkway in the building. And this walkway connects the garden to the panoramic terrace at the top. And it connects all the inhabitants all together. So for example, this is the one big decision that we made during the design. And it's a sort of protocol to have a sort of rule for the lot of decisions that we have to take in the project. And this design, this picture that you see here, override all over the decisions that we have to make when we carry out the project. And these decisions are never made in response to a request in the program. They always result from our critique of it. So the plans are organized to make room for this large common space that you see in yellow here, with crossing apartments served by a gangway that alternates from the one side to the other side in each floor. And the double heights allow you to place the staircase. So each unit has a large room that spans the entire thickness of the building. And the opening of the corridor side are very small, as you see here, with the door and the little windows. And in the opposite side, we've made a sort of relationship between the window of the bedroom and the window of the living room to make a sort of huge window to have a relationship with the overview in each apartment, in fact. So the diagonal circulation in the building is an alternative to the most direct way through the building, which is a vertical staircase, in fact, in the center of the building. And on each floor, you discover the city in a different way. And in a certain way, this big yellow stair is the ornament of the facade and creates the identity of the building for the inhabitants. And the place of each window is determined by the decision we made earlier. For example, you see on floor 1, 3, and 5, where are the gangways? We've got just little openings. And on the 2, 4, and 6 one, you've got those large windows. So, in fact, the facade arrived like this when we made the project, and we said, yeah, it's okay. And we equipped these spaces with a socket, toilets, storage, and it's a real open-air facility, in fact, in the building. And today the space has been invested by the inhabitants who have created a neighbor association after the beginning. And there are, in this place, there are drawing exhibitions, open-air film screening, for example, or book sharings, and common meal, of course, for birthday, etc., for example. So these spaces are not requested in the client's program, and in reality, it's more expensive to make these outdoor spaces than to put a dwelling in there. In fact, the empty space is more expensive than the full one in this case. And we didn't have any budget for that. So we were extremely rigorous, and we optimized all the choices of structure and housing. And we also choose the cheapest material for these spaces that are absolutely cheapest one, you'll see. And it's just that we painted the floors, the wall, and the ceiling of this space in yellow to unify these spaces as much as possible. So I just show you a short walk from the garden here to the terrace. Here is the first floor. The view that we discovered during the walk. And the relation between the dwellings and the panorama, because the living rooms are like this. And at the end of the course, the view from the terrace. So it's a way, I've talked before of the social question of housing. I think that when you can feel that you are a part of the city, because you can see it, you can have a very large panorama of your own city, so you know where you are and you can take place in your city. So this is also a social tool, I think, to have a sort of common overview on a city. So I just talk about the details, but the concretes are painted, but unfortunately, we put the concrete in the middle of the winter, so it was horrible, and we had to do a lot of rework after it. So we worked with a team of workers on the site to find a solution, because we didn't want this sort of thing. And they let us their hand in a paper, And we created some stencils. So in each defect, each defect is hidden by the hand of the workers. So it's not very visible, in fact, but I think that the inhabitants discover them all their life along. And of course, you think about the hands on the cave. It's a sort of proto-design. It's a way to transform a question of a detail of architecture on a way to make it more participative. So I just show you two things about the work I make with my students here to talk about the hidden beauty of the plants. Plants are our tool, in fact. And what you see here, for example, we can describe Rome in two plants. The first one produced the image of a collection of interior spaces or of individual spaces. This is from Muratori. And the other one from really the same city, but Muratori shows all the different links between the spaces that we can find. So it's for housing the same problem, how to be together, to feel you are linked to the people, and how is it possible to be alone intimately. So in some projects we work on wavings, kind of lace. And in fact, by this exercise, we try to interwave, to combine the small dimensions of the program to make something that is bigger. And we also try to make this connection and disconnection between the neighbors. So we try to protect the intimacy on one part, and in the other part to propose a sort of principle of continuity. So we can talk about a sort of fluidity between the city and the dwellings. So we can talk about sort of domestic city and urban dwelling at the same time. So the pattern, these are the sort of wallpapers, in fact, that we are drawing. Those patterns, the patterns are the question of geometry, it's a question of composition, and they are a way to make relationships between individual rooms, but in a collective work. And geometry is, I think, the first tool for an architect. And in housing design, the composition and the combination is really a strong question, a strong exercise for us. So, in fact, the pink is just the rooms that can be shared by different people and that can be connected with other one. And in fact, we never show these plans to our clients. It's our secrets, but plans are sort of secrets, in fact, for inhabitants. So when I see it, I know that it's important. This work is very important, and for me, a good project of housing has always a good plan. So it's a sort of hidden beauty of the projects. And with these schemes, we created environments, some sort of metabolism that are intimately linked to the city in which they are. So these are different examples. And with my students, we are continuing this exercise. And for example, here you see the kitchens. There are some patches that connected collective, individual rooms, for example. And here the wallpaper aim to mutualize the spaces, to be together when it's cold or and when it's warm, for example, etc. So there is a real beauty of the plan, and good plan is for us criteria. We always discover, that is a fun, that when a detail on the pattern is inelegant, in fact, it's always because a question is not resolved in the project. It's always like this. And perhaps abstract beauty of plans help us to resolve the architectural questions. So we can imagine that beauty has always deep reasons, and probably beauty has its reasons that reason doesn't have. I thank you.
Frustration increases because as we progress, one feels that would like to spend more and more time at the end of this presentation conversing and exchanging ideas and making remarks, whereas time becomes of the essence as we move towards the end. Having said that, I think that it would be appropriate for me to remain silent and actually open the discussion to the floor, because I think this is a very fertile area of exchange. So is there anyone that wants to start? First of all, I want to get your approval about my choice of assigning aesthetics to these two people. So if I have it, I can actually sleep much better tonight.
Thank you. Well, you have my approval because I didn't reply to your request to talking about beauty. And I think it was very interesting what you both said, that you are not thinking about aesthetic is beauty, it's what you can see. And you didn't talk about what we can see, but more the ethic and what you can do. And I think it's very interesting to see that the work of an architect is to concentrate more on what you don't see. And at the end, hopefully you have something that looks good. So it was a very interesting reflection on the meaning of aesthetics and how you achieve this. But I have a question to Sophie, because I was fascinated by your last drawings and all the plans and the hidden beauty. But don't you feel sometimes trapped into something, into a plan, and then you say that if the plan doesn't work, maybe the 3D, the reality doesn't work, but there is not a problem of sometimes being trapped into a nice drawing that doesn't work in reality, and this is a problem sometimes, or maybe also you can be. You want to do something that looks good, but in reality it doesn't look good, and it can be a trap. No?
Un trap, c'est quoi, trap?
Un piège.
Un piège, oui. Oui, le plan, c'est une partie du projet, c'est une clé en fait. C'est à la fois un outil et à la fois une clé de lecture, en fait, qui est intéressante. Le plan, c'est une vision abstraite que seul l'architecte détient. Quelque part, un habitant, lui, il parcourt les espaces les uns après les autres, alors que le plan, on a une vue complètement globale de l'ensemble. Donc c'est une manière de régler certains types de problématiques, qui sont justement les relations entre les espaces, les uns avec les autres, et de pouvoir comprendre effectivement la globalité aussi d'un projet. C'est une clé d'entrée. Ce n'est pas une clé qui recouvre toutes les décisions. Par exemple, dans le projet que j'ai montré avec le grand escalier jaune, il y a un dessin qui est cette espèce de vide qu'on essaye de créer dans le bâtiment, qui n'est pas du tout un plan, par exemple, et donc qui est plutôt une autre dimension et qui parle d'une décision première dans le projet et forte qui va guider toutes les autres décisions. Donc il y a beaucoup, évidemment, dans un projet, il y a beaucoup de couches successives. En l'occurrence, à l'agence, on travaille sur différents thèmes qui sont les différentes couches que l'on met. Et là, j'ai parlé des patterns, qui est un des thèmes qu'on développe à l'agence. Surtout parce qu'en les voyant avec les étudiants, je me disais, mais qu'est-ce que c'est beau ces plans. Au départ, ce n'était pas l'exercice, mais c'est vrai qu'à la fin, c'est vraiment beau. Et que ce qui est extraordinaire, c'est ça, c'est que dès qu'un motif, un pattern était un peu ingrat, il y avait des difficultés dans la maille, ou je ne sais pas, quelque chose comme ça, c'était toujours parce qu'il y avait quelque chose qui n'allait pas dans le projet. Donc c'est un vrai outil de compréhension et d'organisation du projet. Ce n'est pas le seul, évidemment.
C'est plutôt itératif, c'est pas une donnée de départ, c'est arrivé au plan, cette observation dans le processus.
Absolument, oui.
Well, thank you to both. It was really interesting to hear you. And I think that you really touched very well the theme on beauty. Sophie, I totally agree with you with the idea of beauty on plans. It happens to me when I see a plan and there's something drawn that it's not correct. There's something that has to be solved. So this really, I think that it's really, really beautiful to bring this idea. So that was just a comment. But so for both of you, like, what happens if they ask you for Sophie, for a different type of project? I know you're into housing all the time, but how would you manage to receive a commission on another completely theme? And for Elisa, with another completely material, no? Getting out of concrete. I know it's your theme of research, but what about getting out of this and working in these other areas?
Okay, I have to tell you that I don't have a specific material. In this moment, I am working with timber, with bricks, with concrete, and if they ask me something, okay, the thing is, I try to look for the best thing. Usually, as we have earthquakes in Granada, depending on the kind of building, you need one or other. And so, I have never had something, okay, I want these materials. No, that's not true. One client of mine said, okay, I have an industry of concrete, so my house will be concrete because it's free for me, okay, in this case. But always, it must be a reason for doing things, and I try to do it in the less, in the most economics in this term, not just economic, but in this economy of means. That means that if we can, is something that is ethics. It's not possible to have aesthetics without ethics. It's something that...
No, that obviously I understand that you use, but both of you have had like a very deep research in a specific theme, as you in housing, but you also in concrete, because you're saying that you want to take out the iron, and that takes a lot of time and experimentation with one material.
Mm-hmm.
Alors, tu veux rajouter? C'est une bonne question. En fait, moi, je n'ai pas choisi au départ de me spécialiser dans la question du logement. C'est arrivé comme ça parce qu'en France, on ne fait pas confiance à quelqu'un qui n'a jamais construit le programme. Pour faire un théâtre, il faut déjà avoir fait un théâtre, etc. etc. Et donc, j'avais fait mon premier projet de logement et je n'ai réussi qu'à être retenue à des projets de logement. Et au bout de 2-3 ans, je dis, arrête d'essayer de trouver un autre programme, parce que ça prenait un temps monumental, et assume ce sujet qui, en fait, est peut-être pour moi un des sujets les plus profonds, en fait, pour l'architecte, qui est la question de l'habitat. Et donc, j'ai assumé cette position. Et aujourd'hui, je me pose la question, j'en ai un peu parlé de domestic housing and domestic city and urban dwellings. Je pense que j'aimerais ouvrir ma recherche sur la question de la grande échelle urbaine. Parce que j'ai acquis une espèce de... Je n'ai fait que du logement depuis 15 ans. Donc j'ai une espèce de regard très particulier, très précis sur le logement, mais qui, de ce fait, peut produire de nouvelles manières de voir d'autres échelles. La ville, par exemple. Quand je dis la ville, c'est aussi les équipements publics, etc., évidemment. Mais c'est plutôt... c'est curieux comme idée, mais le logement, finalement, à la fin, je trouve que ça m'a ouvert un regard, plus que spécialisé. Mais voilà, c'est aussi parce que j'enseigne, parce que j'ai l'agence et que c'est un sujet qui est devenu très précis pour moi.
I would like to say something.
Yeah.
This year, my students have been doing housing. And one of the main reference we have in our class were your housing.
Wow.
Yes. And somehow it links all of us. And I think that all this experience, you cannot know how far is going this change you are proposing and provoking, and how much good you are doing near and far.
Thank you. I didn't know it.
Je voudrais revenir à 2021 parce que vous aviez présenté déjà quelque chose lors de la dernière session. Et ce qui me frappe, c'est que vous êtes allé jusqu'au bout. Et cette fois-ci, il n'y a plus que ça, c'est-à-dire cette idée du logement. Et je voudrais savoir, c'est très généreux en fait. Et comment vous êtes arrivé à ce choix de cette spécialisation? C'est un geste extrêmement généreux envers la société.
C'est la vie qui a fait ça, mais après, dans la vie, c'est toujours la même chose. C'est-à-dire qu'on prend des chemins où on ne les prend pas. Donc moi, on m'a conduit vers le logement. J'expliquais qu'en France, il faut déjà avoir fait quelque chose pour le faire, alors que moi, je pense que c'est quand on fait quelque chose pour la première fois que c'est la meilleure, comme dans la vie. Donc, voilà, c'est la vie qui m'a emmenée là, mais un jour, j'ai décidé. J'ai dit, OK, je ne peux pas faire d'autre chose, alors je veux me concentrer, je veux faire de ce sujet... Vous savez, c'est le logement, pour les architectes, c'est un peu un art mineur aussi. Alors que c'est... l'essence même de la ville, en fait. C'est l'essence même, c'est à partir de lui qu'on se construit, qu'on construit sa relation au monde. Peut-être qu'il y a aussi le programme des écoles qui fabrique ce genre de questions, mais je trouve que c'est vraiment une question qui est tellement fondamentale qu'on ne peut pas l'épuiser, en fait. C'est un peu ça. Donc ça peut devenir un sujet... Je ne me suis jamais ennuyée avec ce sujet qui est toujours sur la table. À chaque nouveau projet, c'est du logement, etc. Et peut-être, pour ne pas m'ennuyer, je cherche toujours des moyens de tordre la convention d'une certaine manière.
On voit aujourd'hui des logements collectifs participatifs. Je pense à Bruxelles, à des villes comme ça, où il y a une invention et où les architectes sont derrière. Donc ils reprennent ce type de réflexion à l'échelle et ils construisent encore d'autres, ils ouvrent encore. Extrêmement intéressant.
Merci beaucoup Elisa et... Vous m'entendez ? Oui. Merci Elisa et Sophie pour vos deux présentations, c'était très inspirant. Et je voudrais rebondir sur la question de la référence, parce qu'en fait quand Elisa, vous avez présenté votre travail, j'ai pas pu m'empêcher de penser au travail de Louis Kahn. Et du coup, je trouvais que c'était intéressant de vous poser la question, est-ce que vous travaillez avec des références ? Si oui, quel impact ça a dans votre travail ? Et éventuellement, peut-être un mot sur Louis Kahn, si c'est une référence pour vous, Elisa, ou pas. Si vous cherchez peut-être à vous en éloigner ou qu'au contraire, vous n'y avez pas du tout pensé. Et Sophie, du coup, si vous avez aussi un regard à nous donner sur l'utilisation de références dans votre travail. Merci.
C'est une question compliquée, la référence. C'est un peu comme l'histoire des standards qui existent. C'est-à-dire que partir de références, ça peut aussi nous guider dans un sillon particulier, donc, et dont il est toujours très difficile de se déprendre. C'est un peu comme les typologies standardisées. Si on met un pied dedans, enfin moi en tout cas... j'ai beaucoup de mal à m'en libérer. En revanche, je m'appuie beaucoup sur des références, mais dans un second temps. Quand le projet a trouvé sa voie, entre guillemets. Mais après, je suis portée aussi par des textes d'architectes. Je pense, j'en ai pas parlé là, mais... il y a quelqu'un comme Rika Yamamoto qui est très important pour moi, qui décrit de manière assez incroyable la manière dont pour lui les espaces communs devraient se situer, par exemple. Puisque de manière conventionnelle, on imagine toujours qu'il y a l'espace privé, l'espace commun, puis l'espace public. Et en fait, cette disposition-là, elle fait que l'espace commun, c'est aussi un espace de contrôle entre le privé et le public, de contrôle social, en tout cas. Et c'est aussi un espace qui peut avoir sa propre autonomie, l'espace commun, de telle manière à ce que on puisse... je vais reprendre ça autrement, mais lui, en fait, il dispose l'espace privé en connexion directe avec l'espace public et l'espace commun de l'autre côté. C'est-à-dire qu'en réalité, il détache l'espace commun des parcours, et donc il le rend autonome, et c'est un choix d'utiliser les espaces communs. Ça. Donc il y a des textes comme ça qui sont importants. Andrea Branzi aussi, quelqu'un d'important pour moi. Voilà, il y a beaucoup, mais pour moi la référence, elle vient vraiment en second temps. Et puis surtout des références d'artistes, je n'en parle pas là, mais... Moi, je suis portée par un artiste comme Sol Lewitt, par exemple, l'art minimal, ou par Pérec et le mouvement de l'Oulipo, beaucoup, dans leur manière de créer leurs propres contraintes pour créer de nouvelles formes d'écriture. Voilà, donc pas seulement des références d'architectes, ou même plutôt pas des références d'architectes.
Well, in my life, reference are all the beautiful things crossing my way. I cross in my way, and then I collect them, and in my memory are all of them. And for sure, all I have listened to here, I found in these days a lot of reference that it will be in the future very present, also in my approach and in all of these things. But the main reference, I show you first my library, the books, my life. No, there are a lot of friends. My references are Barragan, a good friend of mine since I was in Mexico. Well, we are not the same, you know. I meet him reading, no? And lot of good friends. Some of them alive, not others, but these are the reference. And I don't look for them. They are in my memory. They are inside, and they go out. They go with me, and I try the best thing I find. I share with my students. That's why also I can share with them all these reference as your work that I find in my life.
Yeah, but I think you're getting out of that a bit easily.
Oh, okay.
In the sense that, you know, when did you go to Mexico? You were 25?
Yeah.
24 years of age, right? And so
I
you
was.
went, at 24, 25, you went to Xochimilco to restore Felix Candela's restaurant.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it seems to me that some of your concerns today were also Candela's concerns at the time.
That's true.
So, I mean, I don't know whether he's a friend of yours or not, but how much of him do you have in your work?
Yes, quite a lot.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay. So.
Quite a lot. He was alive then, and when I came, well, first this way of doing things, that less is better. Not less is more, not less is enough, less is better. And in this way of thinking and this way of working with optimization, structural optimization, with research on concrete, all these things. But I discovered this very late, now. In the beginning, no, I was just...
You just liked the restaurant.
Just trying to solve the problem of this restaurant.
Okay. Any other? Yes, Kerstin.
Thank you both. That was an incredible session again. It's getting very boring, all these incredible sessions, actually. Anyway, I had a question about language, actually, and the level of abstraction that both of your approaches entail. And I'm interested in the extent to which it seems to me to be contextual. And in particular, Sophie, with your housing work, we are also working on social housing. And the thing that I find endlessly frustrating in the context of Melbourne and housing authorities and, if you like, community reactions to the language of architecture that we choose, if we were to put forward something as abstracted and singular, there is just absolutely no way it would be possible. And so I'm intrigued, you know, also looking at people like Thompson's work as well, and I think how on earth is that clarity and leanness possible with this idea, that, put it this way, in Australian architecture perhaps, our housing, there is this expectation that the architecture gives the character rather than the life that is brought to it. So it seems a very big difference to me. So this is a long way of asking with both of you how this question of language, how your language is received. I mean, you touched on this, Elisa, with when you said, this is it, this is finished. I've had that same conversation with clients. When something is lean, Sophie, with your work, what is the reaction to the occupants and of neighbours to the work and the authorities too? Because it's very difficult where I am.
Question du langage, c'est compliqué. Parce que notre langage, c'est justement un langage abstrait. Je ne sais pas bien comment bien répondre à cette question. Nous, quand on réalise un projet, on retourne sur place 2 ans après pour rencontrer les habitants. Et échanger avec eux. Et parfois on a des super surprises, parfois on est déçu, mais vraiment déçu, parce que ce qu'on avait imaginé n'arrive pas. Et parfois les habitants habitent d'une manière absolument qu'on n'aurait jamais pu imaginer. Et donc ça nous donne des clés en fait pour d'autres projets, d'autres sujets. Et ça se passe par le dialogue, par les mots aussi des habitants. Après, moi je sais que, a priori, quand on commence un projet, rien n'est possible. C'est impossible de déstandardiser, c'est impossible de passer au-delà des normes, c'est impossible de, toujours. Mais en même temps, on est tellement guidé par des questions rationnelles aussi, qu'on n'est pas en train quand on présente les projets, on n'est pas en train de raconter une poésie. Hein. On montre comment cette question qui est sociale, par exemple, devient un défi structurel ou économique, ou comment en mettant un grain de sable dans le mécanisme de la standardisation, et bien tout à coup, des nouvelles possibilités d'économie peuvent apparaître qui n'existent pas avec les standards. Voilà. Et puis après, moi, je ne suis pas si négative que ça. Moi, j'ai mon premier client pour le deuxième projet que je vous ai montré. J'ai eu de la chance, ça n'existe plus beaucoup aujourd'hui, mais on a eu un oral de présentation. On a pu présenter le projet. Et quand je suis rentrée dans la salle, on était classés dernier parmi les concurrents. On était les 5e sur 5 équipes. Je ne le savais pas, heureusement. Et quand je suis sortie, 1 heure après, ils m'ont appelé, ils m'ont dit « Sophie, vous avez gagné le concours à l'unanimité ». Je dis « Ah bon, mais comment c'est possible? Pourquoi ?» Et le client m'a dit « Mais vous savez, nous, ça fait 50 ans qu'on construit des immeubles et en fait, ça fait 20 ans qu'on a des problèmes avec les habitants. En fait, notre métier, c'est OK de construire, mais surtout de régler des problèmes avec les habitants et de gérer ça. Et on essaye de trouver des solutions et on ne savait pas que l'architecture pouvait en être une. Et vous avez présenté votre projet et on s'est dit, c'est expérimental, c'est le grand escalier, là, c'est... Et puis j'étais jeune, c'était mon premier projet, mais on n'a pas le choix, il faut y aller. Donc voilà, c'est vrai que d'expliquer les choses, c'est très important, de les motiver, c'est important, oui. Mais surtout de montrer aussi quels sont les avantages à faire autrement.
Language. To communicate with people. I have to tell you that I have lost quite a few clients because of the freedom, you know. But sometimes I was able to. Sometimes to explain them things in the way they can understand. Sometimes is this economic, you know, with these economic reasons. Sometimes it's quite difficult. Sometimes the clients are looking for a romantic or new Gothic church, and they are not. They don't think they are against new materials or something like that. When my brother asked me a house very cheap because he was very young and very cheap, he told me that he wanted the idea was a Roman house or the typical vernacular house in something with arch and all these things, and and then I had to explain him that what I have done for him was a modern Roman house because it was light in the middle, and something like that. But okay, we have to learn how to communicate but sometimes we are giving them more than they expect. And then sometimes they are very surprised because they find something, okay, and I feel better here, and I think this is good, but you can accept something that you don't know. You can wait, and then this is something that we have also to learn. And sometimes I'm not the best for that. But
I think
Carol first. I'm sorry.
Oh.
No, Kerstin.
Oh, it was only a quick comment. It was only a quick comment on social housing, though. I understand in private commissioning because of the choice. I think for me it's been complicated with social housing because of the legacy of failed experiments which are bound up with a certain language, and this is part of why I asked the question. So anyway, it's a comment. Thanks.
Well, not only that, some of the bad design is codified. You have to have 3 billion closets in social housing. I don't know why. I want to compliment both of you, but particularly Alessia. I love your description of how you pick a material. I wish I had said that yesterday when someone asked me why I use steel, because it is extraordinarily and only about commodity. You pick it because it works, because you can use it economically. And I'm really interested in your ideas about concrete and where you're going next. I understand that the first move you took was to reduce the amount of concrete. The second was to mitigate some of the failure potential by using fiber instead of steel reinforcing. What about carbon footprint? Do you have any ideas about that?
Carbon footprint?
For concrete.
Yes. The solution is in the hands of Karen Scrivener, that she has found a low carbon print concrete, LC3. No? Is it LC3? LC3. But this is
been developed here at EPFL.
In the EPFL.
We have a laboratory.
And is it changing the cement?
Yes,
okay.
It is. But there are three things. The first is that to reduce the footprint of the, and the second one is to design with less amount, to solve the problems with less amount of concrete. And that means optimization. Sometimes you cannot eliminate it because we cannot build high buildings with things we don't have. As we don't have timber or something, but we have to reduce. And I think that it could be possible to reduce, and the most important thing is don't build if it's not absolutely necessary. Better to reuse than to build again. And for sure in Europe, we don't have to build. I will say nothing. But it's not the same in all the countries. For sure it's necessary in developing countries, in a lot of places. We cannot, I think another thing that is wonderful of this symposium is to meet people in this wide horizon, and it helps us to think that problems have different scales and different things. But I think that being the most used material, the second most after water, the second more used material, we have to reduce the footprint, and it's possible. It's possible because we don't need, also with using precast, we can control very much the material you need, because you can have control, and maybe instead of this, you can use this. Also, eliminating the iron, you can reduce this because you have long life and you don't have to recover to protect the iron. So you can reduce from this to this. And also you can work with geometry, and we can do a lot of things, but this is the future. We are just starting with this, and I am quite new in research, quite new.
The project you showed being cast, precast, like this, I think it's the second or third project you showed. It looked like it was site cast. Is it actually site cast or is it factory?
It's the precast building. This is a pavilion for office one, and the second is for big material of the port, and they need to do more of this. But the second one is not the project.
No, but was the precast concrete? Where was it made?
In a company, Prefabricados Quijada, Prefabricados Lecrin. I work with both of them. They trust me, and to do different things, and this is something that is not easy to change.
I applaud you. I think that's one of the places that architects should be working that they're not.
I think we have time for one last question, or two. So Tian first, and then
I think Elisa's work perfectly answered the question Paolo was trying to ask Lohan. There are also, in terms of concrete, there are also this innovation on this material, carbon neutral concrete, new material. But yes, concrete is the most affordable material everywhere, especially for developing countries. So, and Carol, I was the one asking a question yesterday. Whether steel or timber. But the idea isn't to say that, okay, we could only use timber but not steel or concrete. So the sustainability is always, it's not only by singular standard, but always very complicated, and it's complexity. And it's also with economic and cultural. And the idea is that I think it's not I'm sorry for the question. I forgot about my question, but this is a reflection.
We'll take it as a comment.
I say it as a reflection.
To the last one, because
Actually, it's also kind of a comment, and I wanted to jump on the conversation about concrete and how to do more sustainable concrete, sort of. Oh, okay. No, I think, okay, you can hear me. And so actually there's a third option, one that is also developed in EPFL. And have you ever considered reusing element of buildings, and so not pouring concrete, not creating cement, but taking part of a building that is actually will be demolished and use it again?
No. Could you please repeat the question?
Have you ever considered reusing slabs or walls from former building in order to build with it?
To reduce
to reuse other concrete elements that have been put in place on another building, and then use them for your own projects.
Yes.
Is it feasible, first of all?
It is. I know.
Well,
it's a question. Mine is a question.
Okay.
Now, a statement. Mine is a question.
Well, in fact, we have. Well, yes, we are working on this. But at the moment, I had not, to destroy any building. But also we have to work with plastic, to put inside the concrete plastics that are coming from the sea. Pollution of the sea, they clean the sea, and with this plastic, this is a, next step on this. But also I will invite all of you, if some of you is interested in joining, postdoctoral, joining my research team. If there is some postdoctoral interested in this question, we can do some.
Or doctoral.
No.
Not necessarily post.
Even doctoral, but we can link.
So I think this is a good time to get the whole doctoral students to go and talk to Elisa while we're having lunch. Thank you very much. Yes. We will be starting in 3.5 seconds. So, please. Legendary. Fair enough. Speaking of Elisa. Okay. So, we ready? Ready. Go. Allora. So, we're back here for the last session of this 2-day long conversation on architects' ability to act in an affirmative sense. In order to do this, we are going to try and focus. The idea is to focus this last session on materials in such a way as to try and complete the loop, so trying to be circular ourselves, starting from something which is large-scale and abstract, ecology, going all the way down to materials and see how materials can actually be brought back to that, to the other particular dimension. Before I introduce the two speakers, I wanted to tell you that after this particular conversation, we'll have a relatively short break, and then we will organize ourselves in a longer table. It's not going to be a round table physically, but the idea is to make a round table, at least from a dialectical point of view, in which, contrary to the program, where we were going to have two different panels, one on practice and the other on what this particular situation reflects or signifies, and one on architecture education. I thought that given the circumstances and the context, the historical context of this particular symposium, we can try and conflate the two into something that brings together practice, the experiences of practice, and the awareness of students within an architectural education context. Okay, so materials. We're going to talk about materials or materials relationship with the work of the architect, particularly in challenging environments, by using the work and the help of Anupama Kundoo from India and Rozana Montiel from Mexico. As per usual, I'm going to give you, these two names are very well known in the architectural world, but for those of you who were not part of it until recently, I'm going to give you a very quick summary of their call to fame. So Anupama comes from India, graduated as an architect at the legendary JG College of Architecture in Mumbai, before building a substantial body of work in the experimental town of Auroville, Puducherry, from 1990 roughly to 2005. Now, within this environment, she developed something very much in line with what Elisa Valero has shown, and that is a long-term research project into particular technologies, in her case, sustainable and building technologies, characterized by material reuse and socially inclusive construction methods. In 2008, she received a PhD degree from Technical University in Berlin, and today she maintains offices in Germany and India. Now, sustainable and research-based practice followed Anupama to roles as lecturers and professor at universities across the world, Parsons New School of Design, Yale University, University of Queensland, and now the Fachhochschule in Potsdam, Germany. Her work has been published widely and has been the subject of several exhibitions, most recently the retrospective Taking Time at the Louisiana Museum of Modern Art in Denmark in 2021. More recently, co-creation, architecture in collaboration at the Roca Barcelona Gallery in Barcelona in 2022. In 2021, I think significantly, she was the recipient of the RIBA Charles Jenks Award, which is normally given to architects who have made major contributions simultaneously to the theory and the practice of architecture. Then she received in the same year, the Auguste Perret Prize in Technology for International Union of Architects and the Building Sense Now Global Award of the German Sustainable Building Council. Among the best-known projects is the Fulfill Home prototype, which is modular crates in ferrocement that can be assembled in less than a week with minimum construction experience. And from here, we move to Mexico to acquaint ourselves with Rozana Montiel, really a strong proponent of architecture as theoretical, interdisciplinary, and critical practice. She's the director and the founder of a Mexico-based firm that works on projects that range from the urban scale to micro objects, and which are developed through research, through exhibitions, through industrial design, and eventually even through actual construction. Rozana believes in Architects' Charter to ameliorate living conditions, and especially in context of limited means, maybe something which groups us all together. One of her conceptual targets is the Mexican urban grid, the repetitiveness, the monotony, the alienation of which the architect considers necessary to reclaim in order to, the grid, the architect considers necessary to reclaim in order to transform the space of the grid into places. Now, one of the practices by now distinctive strategies is low budget urban action, maybe a different way for urban acupuncture, aim at changing the perception of non-descriptive public surface whilst providing necessary infrastructure. The work implies methodical exploration of the content embedded in a humble everyday context, a practice that results eventually in interpretation of the opportunity and scarcity of any locale, materially and otherwise. Although the act of building is often rendered subservient to the firm's place-making strategies, with emphasis on relationships, on boundaries and parts, Rozana Montiel's architecture also offers very powerful testimonies of construction robustness. That's the reason why I asked her to do violence to a normal work and try to talk about materials rather than larger public spaces. Innovative building systems development is another trademark of her practice, which often combines material lyricism. In the course of her career, Montiel has won many prizes, like many other people here, but most recently, the 2022 International Prize for Women Architects, organized by the French Association for Research on Cities and Housing. And on the critical word of housing, I would like to invite Anupama Kundoo to the lectern. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paolo, and thank you, APFL, for having me here. I was specially touched to be in a situation where women's work is being brought together in this kind of a format. But I was relieved to not have to speak about the gender. We could directly talk about architecture. And I feel that gives me a sense of equality, where, often half of our time goes into defending how we felt because of our gender, another part because of the region you come from, which color, and all those issues. And by the time, there's no time left to talk about architecture. So thank you very much for the way you organized it and that we were directly speaking architecture. I would like to explain how I entered the topic of materiality and rethinking materiality. My practice is over 3 decades old because I started almost immediately after graduating. And although for me architecture was very much to do with the design of the void and the porosity and relationships of the unbuilt part that humans use, I realized as I went along that it was the materiality of architecture that was causing environmental, economic, as well as social problems in the landscape, and they were probably creating more problems than they solved. And the more I delved into it, I felt there was something to discuss about the post-industrial building habits that came too rapidly and replaced other sensitive, complex integrations that architects did between the invisible areas of architecture and the concrete materials. Maybe I shouldn't say concrete in this sense, but bringing the visible, the material, and the non-material together. It was all being replaced by a very standardized, over-standardized building culture that came through mass production. So, and thereafter I have followed the discourse of how all the green rating systems and all the way materiality is being spoken. And I'm very uncomfortable that when we talk about materials, we are only talking about the material and not about the human resource. And therefore, I will talk to you about materiality through the human resources, because I think natural resources, we are all complaining natural resources are finite, that they are getting depleted. We are all the time acting like one material. We are creating polarization and rhetoric in our intolerant times. We are making a mud versus cement discussion or a stone versus wood. And for me, all materials belong to the earth. They are not good or bad. They are not, there is no moral thing for me about that. It's about how the humans have changed their relationship with how materials are extracted, how materials are handled. So it is about the humans who we have to talk, and the human culture of engaging with the material or not engaging and leaving it to the machines. So for me, human resources are infinite. Time, intelligence, care, all these, the more, it's a thing I have tried to proactively spend abundantly. I think if you spend twice as amount of work, twice the amount of time, you will save, you will produce a better building, you will land up saving natural resources. So I want to talk about natural resources. Materials are inert, molecules are moved around. Humans can radically do things one way or another way, and that's what I want to talk about. So, just to summarize, all the ancient culture of everything up to the industrialization, materials always were local. The finesse and the culture and the sophistication came from how humans did bigger and bigger spans, taller and taller buildings with the same material they had lying around, be it mud, stone, wood, whatever it is, bigger, like you can see in New York what Guastavino did with the vaults and the staircases. So more and more knowledge was being produced, and the materials remained the same. And you would build simpler constructions or much more ornate ones. Amount of time involved by the human left the human more capable, and more fine. So while we make, it makes us. And that is the impact you know, and I think somewhere down the line, the notion that time is money, let's save human time, let's outsource everything to the machines, has led to a culture where we unconsciously believe these kind of dogmas, that if you involve a human, it's going to get expensive. It's not true. I found out year after year. I thought I was going against the current, but then I found out maybe all those others are going against the current, because I found it much easier to produce buildings with what you have in abundance, what is next to you. And if you have humans in abundance, you use the time. If you have materials, whichever ones you have, it will leave you rich as opposed to poor. So what is happening with contemporary construction, if you look at the global traffic, we talk about local and global, and we don't even realize when we prescribe Portland cement or when we take materials out of a catalog, that the architect has become passive and doesn't think anymore. Up until Bauhaus, each and every doorknob and fixtures and hardware were being integrally considered by the architect. And now there's all of this movement going around, and I think that's the one that things made me, you know, my questions brought me to the impact on a very on the big picture, and I realized that there is a battle going on between the standardized and the custom made. But even all the products we use, especially in the industrial countries, the mainstream industrialized countries, they assume that anything that is not a standard product, we keep getting asked this all the time, that as if it's something very exotic we're doing. But actually this trend is a very small pocket of countries who are doing that. You know, the rest of the world uses the whole human in the production of the building. And it's worrying that, because even if we were to use an iPhone or this computer, it can be standardized, but ultimately if you take a standardized building system and if you build with it, the plots are not standardized. The needs are not standardized. Architecture continues and will continue, hopefully, to remain a custom-made product. And then the architect lands up creating huge wastage, because every standard product you do will leave leftovers wherever you go, and the leftovers are piling. So now we are saying, let's do circular economy. We are not questioning that we brought in a linear way of doing things only 100 years ago. So these are my thoughts. So I began by asking, what is the point of doing efficiently things that need not be done at all? The whole question is how to be not questioning the whole thing that is a problem, but questioning little details in it, how to do that and this more efficiently, how to operate the building efficiently, how the curtain can be just, maybe we don't need the entire thing, maybe we don't need the whole building, because we could use another existing one. So those are questions I asked, and finally I tried to achieve, you know, in a country which was considered to be not a rich country, I realized that the whole idea of scarcity and abundance is a mindset. It's a question of, like I said, if you use what you have, you live within your means, you become rich, and you don't only become rich in money, you become rich as a person who has a capacity to solve whatever problem. You don't have to come up with a new building solution post-COVID and post-tsunami and you just move with evolution because you are left capable, because you were involved in what you made. So I'll just like to point out 10 areas where, when materiality is rethought, what would it mean for us? You know, if we were to realize that there is a radical shift about those issues I mentioned. So I want to say, first and foremost, we're talking about human scale versus machine scale, and all these areas, what is local, what is global, to address all these larger impact of our decisions. It all begins with the mobility. If people, like here, to arrive here, you know, there is no more intimacy left in the streets, because if you assume that the individualization that comes with the car and all the technologies of the industrial times, the individualism is what is not sustainable, actually. And if you question all that, and if only, so what I'm trying to say, I'm across scales, there is some kind of shift going to take place, but I have been involved, and now I'm the head of urban design at Auroville. This is a city in South India. As a laboratory city, about 55 years ago, it was initiated with a plan by Roger Angers, its chief architect, Parisian architect, who addressed all of these complex concerns, starting with a new mobility and achieving high density where the towers are integrated in the urban fabric and not just airdropped randomly here and there and breaking the urban fabric. So I had the good fortune to also be working on the big picture in this project. There won't be so much time to explain it, but I believe that there will be certain shifts that will come up in the future where when the mobility shifts towards empowering humans and be human-centric, then, and also other areas of ownership, questioning ownership of land, then there are lots of new continuities which will be, again, enabled, and that will enable also, even after all, the material culture of how we build is affected by if the rest of the city is sourcing things from nearby or far away, and so the mobility is directly linked. So in this context, I produced some buildings of this kind, like a co-housing, where I tried to create streets on upper level. We have to address the growing population, so I've tried to bring some of those human scale qualities of old cities, which we all know and like, onto high density situations where we addressed economic issues by increasing the sharing component in co-housing kind of lifestyles. So in Auroville, just to give you a context, that it was a barren land in which it has been afforested, and now Auroville is poised to take its urban step. In the foreground, there is a youth hostel that I designed. The second aspect I want to mention is that, you know, instead of making all our idealism like a utopian thing, and like having conferences about, you know, climate change, and since 30 years I've been attending, honestly, we are not yet walking the talk as much as we are speaking about it. But I think instead of having this kind of polarized situation between the banal life and the utopia, I think we need to see every opportunity as a laboratory where we can make experiments. We should create room for experiment, for failure, and not for repeating what has failed for years and years and just blindly repeating them. So I have myself experimented in the same spot with all kinds of things, from round wood construction with completely natural materials, where I discovered that by, you know, for example, by using round wood, a round cross section can save you 25 years if you were to wait for it to grow 25 years more, so big that you can cut a rectangle profile so that the carpenters on the site can have standard details. I started that when I'm talking about time as a resource, I'm thinking about all these things deeply. So for me, vernacular materials or cultures have a potential of further optimization, keeping in mind some of the easy, you know, if we are ready to give up that degree of standardization and do a little more thinking, then if we are not lazy to rethink, then we can do several things. Another area which was a very radical experimentation that I was involved in is also the topic of my PhD, baked in situ earth houses. We, through the pioneering work of Ray Meeker, have built upon that. And, you know, this technique allows us to build mud houses with mud bricks and mud mortar that we later cook in situ and fuse the whole thing. It's a very radical experimentation. The idea is that 40% of bricks, 40% of energy generated in firing bricks gets absorbed by the walls of the oven, each firing. In this case, that could go towards cooking the house. So you could treat the house as an oven. And see, the point is just that we should be able to experiment. We don't know sometimes where it will lead, but even if there's a 10% chance of succeeding, I think we need to make space for it, because we really need new ideas. Instead of always, you know, especially in the Western world, always the codes and the, you know, various other impediments are innovation blockers, you know. So we need to find a space to open up for research in some pockets and then redefine codes. But these are what you can do if you experiment. And so in this technique, what happens is that the mud bricks get cooked with the fuel cost of the attributed to the products, and the products could get sold, and you can get a local economy of ceramic things, you know, from toilet pans, wash basins, tiles, all kinds of things are ceramic in architecture. So it's a way of looking at architecture. What I mean by keeping the humans in mind is it's creating local economy. It creates, the house is not a consumer of building materials. It's a producer of local materials, as it were. So this was an experimental project for homes for homeless children in Pondicherry. Another area of these these are all some keywords where I want to, areas of including human resources, you know, and one of them is to look at man's relationship, you know, through care and, you know, when you go beyond ownership. And I think it has to do with the way materials were originally sourced instead of largely quarried by industries, you know. How in old landscapes, humans who were involved in brick making, because after the monsoon, the clay gathered there, the thinnings of the forests of plantations they planted there for scaffolding could be, you know, so it's a whole cycle. Those people are actually rice growers, and in certain seasons they are doing all this. So it's a whole cycle of how the humans are involved in their own territory. And this is a thing which we are, in the linear way of doing things, we are forgetting. And if we allow these type of relationships instead of 8-hour jobs and say, no, you're a rice farmer, what are you doing in a building site? And you are doing the bricks, why are you growing the, you know, plants? Because he has to report 8 hours there. Now, this sort of thing is what gives a certain economy. This brick is affordable because it also maybe subsidizes the rice, who knows? So these are things where local knowledge is lost, and people knew various things, you know, like lime kilns. There are entire communities who've been doing either, you know, stone sourcing. See, it's a very different look when a man is chipping out slab after slab in the good old way. Again, I'm not going nostalgic and saying we have to go there, but there are relationships to the territory that if we nurture them, then I think people will have the automatic instinct to look after the territory. So in a lot of my projects, I try to use what others told me, that if you use so much handcrafted, it's very expensive, etc. But when you actually do the math and you go and do the project, it is not at all true. These are myths. And even in the West, I found, these are myths. If you have to actually calculate, only then you know. There are a lot of dogmas, this is expensive, that is expensive. Better do the math. So these are some of the buildings that were produced with what was literally on the spot. Another thing is, we could bank on human ingenuity and engineering, you know, to allow us to achieve more square meters, you know, with less, through more knowledge, actually. So, for example, in this insulated roofing system, through the way it is constructed, it allows people to produce how they produce bricks on the field. We've created a system for people to fire them with natural things, etc., and develop because, potters are losing their livelihood after industrial, development in urbanization. So, especially in this rapid urbanization. So, nobody's going to buy that pot, but if we divert those skills to make some building products, which is what we had thought, it allows us to not only do that, but it allows us to achieve a roof that doesn't need a substructure. Earlier, all the terracotta roofs would need a lot of wood or some other support, and this is, in that sense, efficient. That's why I'm saying ingenuity. Here I'm using these kind of cooking pots also as lost formwork for reducing the steel that goes into concrete slabs, like dia grid system. So this is a house in which wall house with very thin bricks, 2.5 centimeters high, handmade bricks, and all these techniques come. The ferro cement I'll show you a minute later and explain that. But these are some images of what was achieved. So while building buildings, we are building knowledge and building community. So I'm putting all the focus on the human resource development. So this point I already explained, but in our quest to build more square meter with less natural resources, one of the areas I touched upon was how to optimize vernacular, revisit vernacular methods and see where there is a potential and which kind of context to optimize some of those. Then there are these, the next batch of things I showed you were about using timeless materials, age-old materials in new ways, combining them in new ways. And this one I'm going to show you is a little bit more about building new materials like ferro cement, where there is a new manufactured material. That's a third area of research that I'm doing, where, for example, in ferro cement, what you do is instead of big, thick diameter steel bars, you use mesh. And you use the form and the folded plate. You try to make everything thin, and you fold it more so that you make the form work for you. And that is an area. Of course, there's a lot more research going on in how the steel itself could be replaced by other meshes. Then there is an area of how cement could be more optimized. But the whole idea to not build such heavy, thick sections is another area. So this is another area of my research. And these are prefab homes, which Paolo mentioned, fulfill homes. This is a modular system that you can assemble. You can hand carry these folded box-like elements. This has been shown in the 2016 Venice Biennale, and you can see there are some kitchen units, and you see different meshes. So there's a whole lot of, this is still at the beginning of, I have been researching this for over 20 years, but there's still so much to do in this material. But we did a load test in Mike Schleich's laboratory, and you can see how ductile this material is compared to concrete. And mind you, it's only 2.5 centimeters thick. And at Louisiana, we displayed all the recipes and of what goes into. You can see how the color is, like a stucco, embedded. The pigments are embedded in the last layer of cement. So I think that from the over-standardized one-size-fits-all, now also with robotics and digital, we don't have to have only the standard thing manufactured that many times for a machine to be able to do it. And I think more attention will come through design, value to design, and to have clothes which actually fit you, as opposed to have only S, M, and L, and similarly for architecture and everything. So I think one of the areas where that kind of thing can be done is, this is a ferro cement application where the form work is also made very light, because form work is a big deterrent in the intelligent cement concrete applications. But I have faceted the volts, and I'm using all the abundant Amazon cartons which we now have everywhere lying around to use them as form work. And this was developed when I was in Australia, in Brisbane. And see, this is in that research we were doing there. So you can fold this kind of forms by using old origami crease patterns, and also the mesh can be carried. You see how little mesh is involved, and you can get a shelter. So I've been doing a lot of full-scale prototype thinking for disaster relief, etc. So this is another area of my work. And this goes on to this direction. I don't know if I forgot to put in one slide there, but the whole idea of reusing that was mentioned in the previous lecture about reusing waste, architecture's potential to permanently absorb urban waste. I've been experimenting that with students, even with unconventional waste material like books, which we have been we've used them for canopies, for furniture, for all kinds of things. This is a project in Barcelona called Library of Lost Books. I think all these temporary pavilions that we need to build can easily be just borrowed. Materials, instead of buying, they can be just borrowed, and students can use this chance to learn to build in full scale. So here in Mexico, this was in Mexico City, by the way, and we had done with Tetra Pak, we had filled it back because it's a sophisticated material that is waterproof, but it's very difficult to dismantle the aluminum, the plastic, the paper, etc. So we said, why not just use it as a waterproofing thing? We filled it back with sand and water and just used it as building blocks. And also a lot of these things we use from the waste are also included in the process of building, not just in the final product. Broken glasses and, masonry. So one other area which is highly neglected after the industrialization is the idea that people used to work together and help each other and build their houses. Now we are calling it co-creation and all that, but actually it was a very natural thing that you help. So the individual and the collective were working together to support each other. So sometimes the technologies we choose or the designs we make can be excluding people. You might, in India, a lot of people want to give these projects out to firms in Singapore or wherever. The people who know how to build are often seen as not big enough a company, or they are not good enough, or people who don't have, they are laymen, even actually they could be part of construction. And some people would only be able to get a bank loan if they have a certain amount of money, which they could get by the sweat equity, even in urban areas. So I believe we must design in a manner that people who wish to participate and don't have the skills, they can do at least something, paint windows, do something to, there's always something that one should, it's very easy to actually, it's just a question of thinking about that and not making a technologies a deterrent. So this is a co-housing project, which I also mentioned in the beginning. So this one is a bit more abstract, and this is just my dream, that I hope that all the time wasted in architectural competitions and how many people suffer and make losses, I hope all the work of architects, instead of competition being the only way to raise excellence, why not we will see a day where collaboration is going to be rewarded, and everybody's ideas, whatever you don't know, somebody out there knows it. And if you collaborate with everybody, how much, see, instead of doing 20 projects and hope you get one, if you put the time of even 2 projects into one and you know for sure you're building it, the whole city is going to be amazing. And I think we could, I know in the beginning when I used to propose it, people are laughing at me, but at least nowadays the word of co-creation, etc. are percolating. I hope the problem is the competitions are only letting you participate if you show some turnovers and whatever. But I think time has come, to start a whole other new world, and open opportunities. What I'm doing right now is part of the city plan I showed you of Auroville. There is one stretch which goes from the outside, the entrance of the city, all the way to this park in the city center, from 18 stories to 0. And there is a 4-story red volume where the streets are on the upper level. I'm trying to create a co-housing of 50 to 60 people sharing kitchens, and larger numbers, maybe 90 sharing laundry, and some, within the 60 children have their own apartment maybe, and all that kind of thing in the Danish co-housing version, but full in the city, So in this direction, this has been produced when I was teaching at Stuttgart, and that is Jan Gehl. You know, I myself believe a lot in collaboration, also interdisciplinary, not only among architecture. So I think I've found a great willingness. It's not true that architects are just competitive. I think we are here to help each other, and our projects will be better if we enable that somehow. So that is really my wish. In Louisiana, we had shown the urban design in 1:50 scale, and we had included all our student projects as, 1:50 scale. You know, we were trying to. The challenge for the future, I want to put it here again. We started from the big city scale, and while I end, I want to say that the biggest challenge is to bring back human scale in our cities. Not only through the car taking a back seat, but also because in our towers, etc., if we don't keep to a certain human scale, we just don't feel good. We spend so much money acquiring a house which we hate. What's the point? So I think these are architectural problems, and it is possible in high-rise buildings to achieve intimacy. I'm not explaining that thing, but these are some of, I feel a bit tempted to say, but I think I'm running out of time. You know, I think this is a full-scale scaffolding of ideas for what facades of the future could be, where water, urban farming, all these new loops we have to do of recycling and energy and reusing waste material, denim, solar powered, all that will give us a very different kind of architecture. The skin is the integration actually of all infrastructures. Just 2 points which I won't illustrate with examples, but more to say that I think we should not put so much weight on the past and all the past references and all we have to do in the schools. I'm a big believer in let the imagination and let the future inform, not just the past, to make slow steps with all the heaviness it gives us. Because the youth need to feel empowered. And I think we have to, support their vision and dreams. And I try to do that as a teacher by giving them lots of opportunities for full-scale confrontations from real materials to real scale, real people in real places. And even if you plug in one workshop of 3 days, 5 days, 1 week, like this, the students of the AA, they have building a watchtower, or in all of these places, students have been involved. In fact, here are some students from ETH who are here. So, there is to make the laboratory also in the school, because even here, if we have to play safe in academia, when are we going to ever take a risk? So these are students building the full-scale wall house at the David Chipperfield's Biennale in Venice, where they could learn from design to construction, everything in 6 weeks. And I would like to end by saying that if we are able to make that one shift by putting the human resources at the center, and material resources and every other decision comes through what is good for promoting the human being, for the human being to evolve and become finer, then what will mainly shift is that the approach to work as something you hate and you're waiting to retire, that came in actually only in the industrialization time. It will come back to be a thing where we have the opportunity to express ourselves and grow and expand and have fun with and create. And then our time will be unleashed as a resource. I believe more, instead of talking about the depletion of natural resources, I like to talk about the underutilized, incredible potential of all human resources, from intelligence to using our time as an undervalued resource to have a more fulfilling life and to have a world where that we have the environment that we deserve. Because we have every day, each of us have problems where they tell us, right, we try to buy a ticket and they say, system is not letting me. You want your coffee a certain way, which you always got. Now there's a Starbucksification of everything that somebody in some other country will tell the guy who's doing it and the guy who's drinking it exactly to have a standard thing. And I'm really hoping that through this approach, we empower ourselves and try to have the best life that we deserve as humans. Thank you.
Second. How do I change it here? Yeah. Left, right. Okay, try it. Perfect. So, thank you very much again, Paolo, Beatriz, Chloe, everyone for being here. It has been 2 amazing days. Everybody has said it, but I keep saying that it has been like really, really inspiring to hear all the lectures and to not only the lectures, but also to have the time to be here 2 complete days talking with each one of you. So thank you again. And I hope we make a list and telephones and emails to continue talking. So, I would like to start saying that as an architect, I constantly ask myself what really matters when we design and how do we materialize these ideas. In the creative act, I move from abstraction to concrete, from fiction to reality, from monochromatic to color. When drawing, the line on the paper acquires materiality, dimension, and meaning. Okay, so when Paolo gave me the theme on materials also, like I said, well, everybody works with materiality, with materials. We're always working with materials, but what else can I think or what else can I believe that materiality is? So I started the process of playing with words to understand my very own definition. In the studio, our creative process begins by deconstructing words and its etymologies that are key to the project, to each of the projects. So the word materialize comes from the Latin mater, which means mother. To materialize is to bring something to life. If an object materializes, it appears suddenly. If an idea materializes, it becomes real. A single thought can turn into an idea, and when this idea becomes action, it is born. Design relies on our ability to imagine different times and spaces in order to transform reality. So here is my play on words. We always do this when we begin a project. We start with words, we start like searching deep, and because it gives us a lot of clues for our project. So this is why the literature we produce in the studio is integral to the design process and inseparable from the translation of our ideas into concrete forms. I have learned by listening, by doing, and by acting upon my observations of the context. Every day in the studio, we explore how architectural shapes materialize meaningful structures in place and in the city. Trying to move here. So this is Mexico City. This is the place where I live, where I work, one of the places I study and design for. It is the 4th largest megacity in the world with around 22 million people. It is a continuous city that seems never to end. It is a home of multiplicity of cities. A city of extreme contrasts. By the way, this is not a Photoshop, this is reality. So I work in these both realities. As architects, I believe that we have a responsibility to work in both parts. So more and more, I have come to understand what we have to do with architecture. So for me, the city has been a laboratory of observation and inspiration, where we can resignify everyday materials, finding cities of materials inside the markets. In contexts like ours, scarcity not only provides a space of abundant creativity, but it demands a call to action. So more and more, I have come to understand architecture as a platform for action, critical thinking, and beauty. As architects, we have a responsibility to act upon our ideas and to activate spaces accordingly. As architects, we have the responsibility to take a stand on whatever we think and on our convictions, politically, socially, or ecologically. As architects, we have a responsibility to assume beauty as a basic right. If architecture is a platform for expression, for activation, and for reflection, then our ideas should come across through it. Usually, this is easier said than done, so we must stay resilient. To me, anything that I design must be rooted in my convictions. So if I believe in any ideal, how do I represent it? How do I materialize it? In the office, we work in different types of projects. Art is very important, research, social projects, and public projects. This is our office. We do a lot of experimentation. We work in a space where we're open to bring ideas from everyone who works in the office. It is a very small office, we're 8 people. But what is important is that our office is in the house of this amazing, which used to be the house of this amazing woman who is called Nawi Olin. So Nawi Olin was an artist, was a poet, was a creator. She lived in Paris when during her childhood. But this was really important. She was the muse or the partner of a painter, a very famous Mexican painter called Dr. Atl. She was painted by many of the amazing painters. She was in the 30s and 40s and 50s doing amazing things, looking for equity of gender, pursuing the women vote, finding caretake for women. So it's a big inspiration to now be in her office, and so and now this is the office, which is very interesting because we have like a mixed use. So down we have a restaurant. Well, there is a restaurant, it's not ours. On the first floor is our office, and now we have rented the upper floor, which is really nice because it's gonna be a place for exploring ideas, for experimentation, for a place where we can do exhibitions, where we can display our projects. And this is also very interesting because we have tried to work in this type of thing, always mixing uses, always also redrawing has been really important for us because redrawing is a way of transforming reality. So representation is also important. So again, how do we materialize ideas? So we start with a blank page and with a very simple material, with the most basic material, paper. So these are blank thinking sheets for me that were part of an exhibition that was where we show the process that we follow on the studio. And we use recycled paper. So the blank space becomes a radical constructive method, simple, consistent, and inexpensive. It turns the bidimensional layout into texture. The paper lining transforms the room into a place that consciously builds our awareness of space.
The same element builds different spaces by its sole transformation. When this simple material, the recycled paper, multiplies more than 2,000 times, the repetition, the seriality of sheets transform the space to create a different perception of it. So this was the main idea. How can we resignify the blank page, a simple material, by unfolding time, textures, and movements? Then, the production of space becomes not from nothing but pencil and paper, a place surging from a line. The lines on the paper become drawings that are an exercise of discovery, narration, and interpretation. They redraw traces to imagine the world like words in a book. Paper is redefined as a plan, wall, model, light. The same element is transformed to build different spaces. A blank room, a space to think about the relationship between void and architecture. The void is central. It's a central element in the composition of meaning. The page has never been blank. It is an erasure, a dense cartography, a latent force inhabited by the void. So when we did this exhibition, as I was saying, we started with just paper, recycled paper. So after we drew like around 50 projects, so again, drawing, redrawing, going back and forth, to understand more about each project. So when we redraw, we start understanding details that were not there. We're making visible the invisible. And I will show you a video of 1 minute, which is a teaser for a video that we put in the exhibition that lasts about 8 minutes, that it's called Inhabiting the Void. But what was really interesting, and this is a way on how we also work, is with serendipity, with happenstance, when things happen by chance. So we already put all the blank pages on the exhibition room, and 2 days after we were going to finish mounting all the things on the exhibition, and the pandemic started. So they closed the museum. And so the sheets remained there for 1.5 years that the museum was closed, as we also went into this lockdown. The paper went into lockdown. And after 1.5 years, I decided to go back to the museum and ask them what had happened. And I thought that all this paper was going to be on the floor, was going to be yellow, was going to be torn down. And for my surprise, the space was more beautiful than ever. And the sheets had acquired a different materiality, a different color. Only one sheet had fallen down on the floor. They were covered with dust. It was really, really beautiful. So the director of the museum told me, well, why don't you do the exhibition now? And I said, well, I cannot do the exhibition if the museum is going to still be closed, because you have to look closer into all the details of the drawings, because they look, if you look at them far away, you don't see anything. When you come closer is when you look at all the details of the drawings. But I thought that this was the perfect place to do a different thing, a choreography, a performance, and to invite different artists and musicians to do something in that space, in that void, which had all the sheets behind. And it was really, really nice, because this gave time, which time I think it's also really important in architecture, to reflect about the notion of the exhibition. So here you will see the teaser of what happened and how we decided to create this video of inhabiting the void, but also of understanding how do we start the creative act, which is really difficult, and when it starts with the blank sheet. Well, after the exhibition ended, we decided to recycle again all the paper and do this kind of sketchbook. So we use and we give to everyone the sketchbook, which has blank pages that were part of the exhibition, but also with drawings. So it has become a really nice exercise to see that there was no waste at all in the exhibition. Another idea is how we can do lines on paper and acquire materiality by the act of delineation. So I have realized that our ideas begin with the act of delineation. And the line is a powerful tool for design. The line is a vector that leads us to action, to the body, and to the word. Using the line as an intangible material has taken us to explore and document its potential. The line used as a tool of spatial design to build, deconstruct, and rework different perceptions of urban space. In the studio, the building process is integral to the building object. So we think of the architectural object in multiple layers of materialization. And when we discover that working with people's assumptions and perception of space is already a way of building. In these urban actions, we use something as simple as chalk strokes to reorganize the use of space. Site actions are a characteristic signature of our work. They are very low-cost interventions that involve people within their space in a ludic, innovative way. Their purpose is to introduce change in community by shifting people's perception of space. Lines make jumping into action fairly easy. So almost with nothing, with just a simple material as chalk, we can try to do like really conversations between neighborhoods. We can start understanding what this perception of people in space can change completely the idea of what they have. So we drew this labyrinth in a community where where two neighborhoods didn't get along. They were fighting all the time. And we decided to draw this because I believe that also like by playing, by having this action of ludic games, you can change completely the perception of people in the community. So the idea was that when people decided to get into the labyrinth, they will get into the center and they will start talking. And this was very natural because at the beginning we didn't thought that this was going to happen. But you know, the first ones were kids that were starting to go in, and then the grown-ups start going in also. And in the center there was somebody that would start a dialogue. And that was the only way that they could start talking. You know, feeling that they were playing, that they got into a space that was completely different from the reality just by drawing a labyrinth with chalk. So we also have done a lot of these type of interventions, which like just drawing a line of chalk in a community, in a park. It was like people saying, we want a path. And also like hanging 360 meters of light with people was a way of them asking for light in that park. So these gestures of a line are inexpensive, needs little maintenance, and has a lasting effect. A single line can transform a barren ground into a public area. So never underestimate the power of a line to redefine space. This other idea of nothing is left over, so to prevent materials from becoming waste. So Anupama, I really like that we have a lot of things in common, as you will see. And so observation, as I said, it's really, really important. So from our observation of the wooden poles for another exhibition that we were inviting called Nada Sobra. So this is why exhibitions are so important for us, because they're a way that they invite us and we can experiment, we can imagine different realities, we can start playing with this fiction that becomes reality. So the exhibition was called Nothing is Left Over. So we thought that they ask you to think about a material that you see in the city and to ask a different type of artisan, a carpenter, to do the piece. So we thought, like, there's no money, there's very little time to do it, so we're not gonna ask somebody and we're not gonna pay for it. But why don't, of our observations of the construction site, we bring that to the exhibition? So what we did is that in Mexico, for the construction sites, they always use wooden poles. And wooden poles are used in every way you can imagine. They're displayed in beautiful ways to hang a tarp, to put railways, to put stairs. And you know, it's very easy just to nail them and re-nail them again and to transform it into something else. So what we did is that we decontextualize the wooden poles and we take them into the museum, and they were completely another thing. So these ephemeral structures that master builders used to support the building's construction now were put into the museum. And these construction poles are sophisticated as they are raw and honest. They're also inexpensive. They can be used many, many times, so they're recycled from one construction site to the next one. They are permanent as much as they are temporary. They craft the right balance of forces to support and balance the making of a building. So as I said before, we decontextualized the wooden poles from the site. We took them from their context and brought them to the museum as a ready-made. So with no budget and with only one material, we acknowledge leftovers as an essential component for project development, and we prevent them from becoming waste. An active gaze takes the side of things. It allows us to listen to the voice of objects, discover new possibilities within them, and resignify them. So another idea comes from something from nothing, a matter of perspective. So looking closer relates to the idea of having an active gaze that transforms reality, that has different points of view. This active gaze is being aware, finding content in the context, and seeing the potential of things that don't seem to have any value at first sight. So this is a site in Oaxaca, close to the ocean, and well, they suffer from a lot of natural disasters, from the earthquake, from floods, from winds. So they asked us to do a prototype with pro bono, with almost no money. So we did this, and we used the wooden poles again. So this idea came to now build this prototype for a house in San Mateo. So to me, the best way to understand architecture is to instill the practice of looking closely at the things we already have at hand. In other words, to acknowledge the versatile thing in so-called no thing. In this case, we resignify the wooden poles to use them as a construction material for the roof of 2 low-cost dwellings that were designed pro bono after the earthquake in 2017 in Mexico, creating from something that already existed with no budget and very little time, resignify local construction practices and adapted them to maximum budgetary constraints. So this other house for Reina, a single mother of 2 kids, who also in the earthquake had a lot of problems with her house, which almost was torn down, we did this also with the wooden poles. So how can we use these materials and rethink in something new? So although a small home, these prototypes make a feasible, replicable solution in the larger scale. So these devastating earthquakes provided an opportunity to recover a more different approach to materiality with a sensible approach to construction. And not only the leftovers of the wooden poles, but also how can we use and be prepared to do this very fast. So They also asked us to work with these blocks when the earthquake happened in Oquilan, which was a place that everybody had to go, and many architects went there and were helping doing houses. They also started doing this, no? New blocks from earth, which had to be done very fast, so the house used these blocks to be built. So traditional can be modern, vernacular can be innovative, local solutions also can be shown in a different way. But one of the most important things was Caleb, who is here, which before I think that it was good that the earthquake came, not in a good sense, because they used to have a house that flooded, that had no windows, no toilet. They lived in terrible, terrible conditions. And I think the major asset was that Caleb now tells and was telling us to take off our shoes to go into his house. He's really, really proud of his house. He lives in the he sleeps in the attic, he invites his friends. And here is when beauty comes in. Beauty dignifies the spaces where people live. And this has been the major lesson, seeing Caleb like understanding now what beauty is and what he expects, because first he was ashamed of where he used to live, but now he's really happy and he invites his friends. He has taken ownership of his space. He takes his shoes, he takes care of the house, he helps his mother clean. So Caleb is gonna grow with a different sensibility of what is to have a house. So this is the other idea that we go abundant scarcities. And how do we do more with less? Rather than understanding scarcity as a limitation, has been a source of inspiration and a creative tool, a way of going back to the essential. We have taught with Sana Farini, an architect, this theme in different schools about abundant scarcities. And how do we understand abundant scarcity? It's like looking closely and finding opportunity. My optimism relies in the alliance of scarcity and human imagination. Human imagination is infinite and it's unlimited too. So scarcity as a tool of design combines parsimony and creative thinking. Applied to architecture, it is a problem-solving principle that looks for very simple solutions. So in these projects, we have implemented scarcity not only as an approach to the production of space, but also as an attitude towards the way of the community thinks and how they have produced their spaces. So I'm going to pass really fast these 3 projects, but in this project that is called Common Unity, when we got here, everything was gated. As you can see here, every square meter was gated. But people didn't understand why they were gating even a small square. They knew they wanted to gate because they felt insecure, but now it was something that they were doing all the time. So they even gated the cars. And so what we did here was also with very, very little elements, with very few elements, with very low cost. We use this, we call it adocreto, which is a very simple material of concrete, that you use it in a way which, when you find it, it's not very nice, but just to resignify that material and just to turn it around and that it can be more permeable, it became a new material, just the way and how you see it. And so we started putting these spaces, which are almost like nothing, they're very, very light structures, that became like a multifunctional space, a flexible space for the community with these very few materials. And one of the things, and they said it before, that it's really important in architecture is to give more, much more than they ask for. Like people, when you ask people what do they want, they will say, well, we want our walls to be painted, we want something very basic, but we have to go more deeper to understand the different layers of what they are trying to say to give them more. So I think as architects, this is what we do. They ask for something, but we're giving them much more. We're reading the underlying parts that they don't see at the beginning. And so here, like, we gave them a roof, but we gave them more. They asked for a roof, but we gave them much more than a roof. We gave them a multifunctional space, which now it's a space that it's full of life, that people that did not, before they didn't knew themselves, now they play together, they sweep the floors, they are doing community, as you can see here. And this other massive production of houses in a terrible way, which this type of materiality or pattern that you can see in the cities that has been done in the last 30 years. This is not a Photoshop, this is reality also. And as you can see, like, nobody cares about public space, nobody cares about people, nobody, like the developers. So like, since 25 years ago, the developers have destroyed our country. They have been building these massive things, repetitive. They have given like the space for cars and no public space. So we have been trying to reverse that, not only me, but a lot of architects who are like thinking of how can we change these ideas of doing this. And we were given in another place the space of the court that you see back there. So this is in Veracruz. It's in the Gulf of Mexico. And it rains a lot. It's very hot weather. And the plants grow amazingly, like every day. And can you imagine a public space with no plants? That they grow like free, they're for free, and they don't have plants. They don't have any, like, a roof to cover, so they cannot use the court. So these are the things that are like very absurd, and I think that for me sustainability is about common sense. It's about just thinking that with common sense I would put a lot of plants and a roof, and then everybody could use it all day. But that doesn't happen very often. So we did this. We put a lot of plants, which today have grown really, really, really big. So now they have shade. And we put a roof that what the idea was to, in very thin columns, give more height, and in between the space, put program. So they asked us again for a roof, and we gave them almost a complete community center with very, very simple materials. Also, as you said, like, we had to use steel because it was the cheapest material, the one that we could get there, but also like the one that let us put all this program inside that, the columns. And this type of materiality, like also using all the time different type of lattices, using very simple materials, block. And in this other project, like again, no common sense, this is Fresnillo, Zacatecas. It's a housing unit of 102 buildings. So these housing units are very, very dense. In the second one, 25,000 inhabitants are going to live there. In the first one, there are like 8,000 inhabitants. And here, 102 buildings. Imagine how many people live there. And so with no common sense, this canal was blocked. And so in order to cross the canal, you had to go down and then go up. So imagine a stroller or a wheelchair was impossible. And if you wanted to go through, it was also impossible. So a bridge that blocks and doesn't allow you to pass. No? So, and what we did was change completely the idea of a bridge, give them more than a bridge. It's a bridge, but it has games. It gives shadow. You can cross completely, and you can cross with wheelchair strollers, but also with streetcars, which are very common on that. And just by seeing that we had the slopes and nothing was happening on the slopes, And when we went to the visit, I saw that this kid was trying to slide through a rain gutter, but he couldn't. So it was the perfect space to do a playground. It was obvious, no? It was there, already there. So it's also important to see what's there, to find content in context, to understand that we already have elements, that if we have this active gaze and we change our perception and our ideas, we can have it there. So we had the slopes, and we start putting games on the slopes. This is something that could not be built in Europe, obviously, with all the regulations. Imagine falling down a slide into the concrete. No? So, but this is one of the things that we have in Mexico, and it's this freedom, and this, in a way, like a freedom of regulations, which we can. What will happen to a kid? I was talking with a friend, and he was talking about serious play. And we're saying that if you play, you need to have this freedom of falling down. Nothing is going to happen to a kid if a kid slides there into concrete. And today, like, we have all this safety and all these regulations that makes like everything pristine. You cannot go out, you cannot do anything. The kid almost cannot play. So we need to change this idea of how kids play, to have more freedom. So these are stairs, imagine. Who will allow these stairs? But these stairs are more for playing, for giving light and shadow. So with very, very little cost and very few elements, we resignify this space, and now more than 100 kids are playing here. And they're really happy. So this is the most important thing. So another idea, resignify materials, which I have already said it, but by resignifying materials, we have discovered new possibilities and materialities. So I like to say that changing the ordinary into something extraordinary requires commitment. One must see the banal side of life with creativity and an active gaze. So as an architect, I seek to recover the tactile in the gaze. And this idea of haptics, we have also forgotten, how to see not only through our eyes, but also through our other senses, through tactile experience, through our body. So this is Iztapalapa. This is another place where we were working. It's very, very dense. It's one of the most dense neighborhoods in Mexico. It has over 2 million people in that neighborhood, so imagine how big it is. And also with very few public spaces. Our site, let me see if I can show you. Our site was this. This is under construction, so you already see, but this was an underused court. And it had this street market on Thursdays, which was really interesting for us as part of like something important to take into account for the realization of the project. And this doesn't seem very well, but, well, if I can see it here. Here, this is the context. I don't know why the lines don't show very well, but here you see the market, here. And I will show you. This was the space that we were given. So we were on a corner. We were lucky that we had some trees, which was really nice, because in this part there are not so many trees, because it's very, very dense. And there's almost no public spaces, but it was gated again. So we have been working with barriers to change them into open boundaries, to make them more permeable, to change the idea of the barrier. So this was a court. It was underused, but also it was gated. So one of the main ideas that you will see here, like in the drawing, was here's the market, And this was the gate that you saw there. So we opened the gate to generate this open plaza, to give it to the street, and also for the market that goes here, to be like, because they had this wall all the time, and to give access for them to relate with this building, which is a cultural center called Pilares. And I will put a video, but with no sound. I will turn down the sound so I can keep talking. Or I will put it very low. So here in this project, we try to use only 2 materials. Here is the market, as I said, and the open plaza there, so people can go in. Then it has to be closed because it's a very dangerous area, but inside it's really, really open. And so now you can hear the noise of birds, you can feel that you're like in an oasis, in a different space completely. And this urban project has an important social impact. The government of Mexico City has developed these pilares all around the city in vulnerable areas. And we try to create a sense of identity and belonging through materials. So now, like, people refer to this because of its materiality. They know it because of this material. There are more than 90 activities done each week in this, and we use this concrete striated block with a mauve color, and it starts like being closed, and it opens as a lattice depending on what it's needed. So we generated different textures and atmosphere in dialogue with the local context, using these 2 materials that I said before and bringing a play of light and shadows. Also for the floor, it's this prefab, also like the concrete prefab that they use, and it's very, very low cost, and we can do it in different shapes. So it allows a multi-layer reading of the space with this. And also with very, very few space, how can we give them more again? How can we use these structures on the upper level to do games, for sports, for different activities? So now the site is fully active, engaging people not as consumers of space, but as place makers. So we have transformed space into place, which is really important for us, because space is already there, it's more abstract, but place is where we create meaningful relationships. And for the idea of economy of natural resources and local materials, we have thought about materiality, not solely about form or function, but it's also approaching our daily habits in a meaningful way. Materiality can add texture to life when it promotes a meaningful relationship between landscape and social environment. The detailed care of materiality must be in congruence with the identity of a place. So this is El Pedregal, which is a site in Mexico where I used to live where I was a kid. Not in this house, but in this area, which a volcano exploded many, many years ago. And then all the area became a volcanic site with very, very big rocks. And, and I grew there, and also, like, memory is really important for this idea of materials, because when I was playing, when I was a kid, and I had to build a house, or I had to play, whenever you are a kid and you're building these tent houses, or you're doing this idea of playing with a roof. My roof was these rocks. And I used to hide under this type of rocks. So the idea of stone has been very important in all the projects that we use. And we have a lot of stone still in Mexico now. Also, like with all this memory of different layers from the pre-Hispanic to the modern, but like here is Annie Albers, going to these pre-Hispanic sites and seeing how they have used stone has been really important. And we finished this project with Claudia, which is here, and we have been collaborating in a lot of projects. We've been friends since university, and this is a civic center, also a public space. We just finished this, and we use the local stone that when they start digging for the foundations, we had this rock, and we use it for placing the basement of the buildings, which became really interesting and really nice to mix these two elements. As you can see here, it also became part of the gardens and how we use that. But it also has work for another type of houses and construction, that this is a mezcal stone, which it's founded in that place. And so we brought the stone to build also this house and build this patio. Also this, to start like the entrance of the houses, different platforms used as seats, and how we use this material also in the base of the house. So history and territory provide context for the content. We read local practices into vernacular construction techniques to act in consonance with the cultural landscape. The rescue of artisanal construction techniques keeps alive a legacy of memory and forges material alliances with the land. And I would like to finish with this idea of experimenting with new materials, transforming waste into matter. When giving materiality to a project, we experiment with building formats. Experimenting affordable and simple materials open new ways of inhabiting a territory. So this idea of experimenting with bamboo and with a polyaluminum material, which here you see, which is a recycled material for the ceiling, which works more for the isolation of the sun, and you don't hear so much as the tin, the noise of rain. And so in this case, it's a portico house, which, just to go back here, you can see it very simple as a house in the area. We saw that these houses were repeated in the area that we were working. It's in Morelos, Xochicalco, which is a really hot weather, and people sleep outside. They do everything outside in the portico. So as you can see, this looks like a portico house, but what we did is that we gave them one more level up. So just by turning this, we use, and we start experimenting with bamboo to do this. And this polyaluminum material, which is recycled, and we found that it was really interesting to start like experiment with these prototypes. Then we said, well, okay, so this, we bought the polyaluminum, but why don't we start experimenting doing our own materials? And so for this exhibition, this Biennale last year in Versailles, we were invited by Jana Rebedin and Marie-Hélène Comtal from the La Cité de l'Architecture, and they invited us to the Biennale, and they gave us this, the exhibition that they were curating was called Terre, Landing Site. And they wanted to bring local ideas. We were 3 invited, Boone from Thailand, Aman from Jordan, and me from Mexico. And our position, our stand, as I started this conversation that we have to take a stand, our stand was standing up for the seas. So on the dots, on the red spot was our place, the Écurie du Roi on Versailles. And so we were talking the other day about the global south and the global north. We're called global south, but we are not on the global south. We are up in the global north. And we're all connected. We are all connected, Mexico, France, Jordan, and Thailand. And today, we are connected by waste, very sadly. But we are all connected through the ocean, and as our exhibition was called Terre Landing Site, Christopher Columbus, when he arrived to Mexico, he arrived to America, he didn't know he was going to America, he was going to India, but he never knew that America was in between. And so when that happened, it was through boats that he came. And now, and that's how we got connected, but now we're connected by waste. And because the currents of the ocean are bringing waste to different parts of Mexican beaches and to all over the world. So these are some of the Mexican beaches. And there are two very important, Xcalac in Quintana Roo here, and Malarimo in Baja California, which specifically induce these two beaches. Because of the currents, all the waste come along from every part of the world. So you will find toothpastes from Thailand, you will find waste from all over the world, no? And it's like very significant that this is the way that we're connecting now. If you can see this island of waste, this is 5 times bigger than France. This is an island of waste that it's between Hawaii and California. There are 7 islands of waste that you can take days even to cross it. So we live in the age of plastics. And one of the biggest things that pollute the ocean are the fishing gear. Fishing gear are the biggest pollutant. Why? Because, and the fishing nets, mostly because there are many, many ghost nets that are thrown into the ocean. Oh, look, a bird came in. Sorry. A bird was flying. And so these ghost nets that are all around the world, like many illegal fishermen throw their nets because they don't want to be seen, and many because they get stuck, and it's much cheaper to leave them in the ocean than to recover them. And so this is what happens. Like many species get entangled, and this is one of the ways that more of the species die. Have you seen them? Died in the ocean. So our idea to take a stand on this, and why? Because in Mexico we are all covered, all around us is ocean. We have like the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, the Sea of Cortez, the Gulf of Mexico. So we are surrounded by ocean, and we're always thinking about landscape and about the territory, but what about the oceans? If we continue on this landscape, there's water. And we wanted to understand what was happening and how can you feel when you're caught in the net. If you imagine the scale of a boat with the scale of the fishing nets, many of the fishing nets sometimes are bigger than a football soccer court. So what we decided to do is bring all these ideas in this installation. So we recovered fishing nets, many of them from the Sea of Cortez, which the extinction of La vaquita marina, which is the species. It's already there. There are only 10 vaquitas marinas left because of all these fishing nets. And so we recover many of these fishing nets, and we put the scale of the boat with the help of Máscaras de Alambre, which are amazing artists that work with wire. And we decided to create an experiment with a new material. And we said, why don't we take all these fishing nets out of the ocean, and instead of leaving them there, we recycle them and we transform it into a resource, into a material. So we start grinding microplastics and macroplastics, which are the fishing nets, to do this material. And also there were a lot of cleanups on the ocean, and we brought these panels explaining what's happening with all these things that were picked up from the ocean. And the idea was that you would feel caught in the net, as the species feel caught in the net when you enter. So what we said is, let's not be caught in the nets, but be caught in the act of a resourceful cycle. And even like the steel is recycled, so everything is recycled, and it went also to be recycled again. And you can see here the floor that we invented. So it was really nice to see that it was an invention, that we were just experimenting, and that it became beautiful. It became that color, different colors. It looks like the scales of a fish. It looks like the ocean. So this was part of the floor, and the people to understand this idea of how can we transform waste into something useful and to an element that can do many things more. So our idea is that we can go and give to fishermen something very simple that they can use and grind their own nets if they are not using them anymore, and mix them and start building a new material. So after all these ideas, I conclude by saying that in this world where the age of plastic is a reality, we can take a stand and create a new history that could connect us all through resilient currents of thoughts instead of currents of waste. By weaving sharp ideas in alignment with the environment, we will build a more righteous place for the future. Thank you very much.
Request. Don't go. Don't go. Don't go. Don't let us alone in this valley of tears. Please stay. No, Nicola. But having said that, I know it's not very feasible at the moment, so we might as well try to make the most out of this conversation. So I should once again exercise restraint and leave commentaries, questions, exchanges to the public or to the participants.
Thank you both for beautiful presentations. I think the thing that struck me with both of your work is about prototyping and a sense of play in the ideas that came up. And I'm wondering what prototyping means, or what that, as a way of exploring ideas and new ways of working, what that means to you in your practice.
I think that I don't think there's any other way to work, because I think in the mass production habits of, I think it's very recent to not do architecture in that way. So what happens is, I've noticed that problems that could have been solved when you just go to the site one day, make a little corner, and go and adjust in your drawings or your concepts. This is what everybody used to do. Now what happens is they don't even make large-scale models anymore. They directly build concepts from 1:500 to 1:100, and then the building is like that, and you go to buildings, sorry to point, but often you feel that the different degrees of working out, as you know, we used to make models throughout, then you go to 1:50, then you make the gutters in 1:20, and then you go on working out at least models. So what is happening is the people in the architecture office, they are postponing the discovery of mistakes. And then they go to the site and they think it's the fault of the craftsman or the contractor or whoever. There are little right angles that they didn't get right, or they didn't plan in tolerances. So many things. I mean, I think it is already the way people are drawing things are based on less input from the ground realities, and then each one is stuck in their position, and then there are a lot of conflicts between the contractor, the thing. Who is responsible is what they fight about, rather than thinking that, hey, let's just make something on the ground and test it. Even fashion designers, every other person does it. They make the pattern in another cloth first, they check it out. At least we make models of one material and another material in tiny scales. I don't know, I think that's, for me, it's not some new thing. These words are new, only because we have oversimplified the production of architecture, which is actually a complex thing.
Well, for me, play is really important in my work, in every sense. I play all the time. That's what I do. I go to the office and all the time I say, we have to play, we have to bring fun into the office doing things. If not, I will close the office. When this happens, I close the office. And I think that through play, we learn a lot. And as you were saying, it's by experimenting and by giving chance to this experimentation. Because now, like, obviously, developers and many people, they don't want to take this chance because that's time and no money, but I think that it's the opposite, that it's the only way, and that's why biennales or these type of exhibitions are very, very important, because they give like some money and some time to experiment in these materials that then you can take them into something else, no? Or this prototyping, like once you build them and you try them, then maybe the developers start asking, oh, okay, what's this material?
I just want to also add that when I see the way practice works in Europe compared to my context, earlier we were taught, we are indoctrinated to feel that ours is inferior, you know? But after having spent so many years here, I honestly feel the inefficiencies are unbearable for me when I look in the developed countries and the processes. What they do is, without working out detailed prototypes, they already do their budgets and they go and as if, so everybody who's quoting, they don't know what it is about. You know, they're just saying whatever. And then when they come too late with the actual issues, then there come delays. Then they say, oh, we now have to do 3 more months to redraw the this and that. I think it's just, this is all the result of a kind of assumption that things are more standardized than they actually are. And those craftsmen and those, even here, if they are ready-made things, even still they go to a site, costs are different, things are different. And it's the complexity as if we are wishing it away, but they just catch up with us later. And as a result, more and more people are feeling impotent in the building industry. And the architects, sadly, are feeling impotent. But I agree with the idea of play, but I also feel that there is not a fear. I feel those people who feel they think we are taking a risk by trying something new. I think they are taking a bigger risk of wasting their life when they don't try and they're just not aware of the danger of they are oversimplified going on doing something and postponing the problem. And maybe they will never know there was a problem. And they'll pass the whole life feeling that that is the only way you can do a thing. Like how our supermarkets, I mean, how our malls and everything look, you know, the design details are all oversimplified and there's no opportunity.
And also the policies, for example, for bamboo. You cannot build with bamboo in Mexico because of public policies, because the materials, you cannot build with bamboo in social housing or in government, with government, no, if you're working with government. Because the material has to be proven, like it has to be proven that it lasts more than 20 years. No? Even though that we know that bamboo is a very good material, and in some places in Mexico it grows really fast, and it can, in Veracruz, for example, and that you can do it and you can use it. And so I think that we have to start changing from the government and from the public policies that you can use different materials, that you need to start working with different materials. But then it's a lot of layers that you have to break in and start, but it's a start. No? And so I have a friend who works all the time with bamboo, and she's starting to rewrite some of the public policies so we can work with different materials, because we are just very limited with the materials you can do when you are building more than just a house.
It's interesting that modern materials have constantly redefined the code. So every time there is a new polluting vehicle, they get it through the code. Or every time there is a new industrial material, why? Why are they getting it? These are again myths we are perpetuating. It's not true. Every day we change the law of not smoking. In Denmark, they have bicycles prioritized. Every day laws are changing in a good way and a bad way. But we are going on telling each other in the architectural community that as if it is written in stone. I believe there are only universal laws like physics, like gravity, and climatic laws. These are beyond us. These are laws. The rest is man-made bullshit. I mean, they are not really laws. We call them laws. Okay, so I feel I've seen in academic cultures that often people are doing renderings and models, making building stands where they don't even surrender to gravity. They don't accept the law of gravity and they don't accept the law of climate. But they absolutely surrender to the codes. I don't understand this. Coming from India, I just don't get it, that nobody's making a distinction between a natural law and a man-made habit. Man-made, all this, you're saying bamboo in the... ironically, all new materials, that today if I invent one new plastic or whatever, I will put in the work, I'll get it in the codes, I'll make new, you know, I'll allow it. Why are new things every day allowed? Every day a new food is allowed, a new preservative is allowed. Everywhere things are being allowed. So it's not true what we architects are repeating. It's a wrong indoctrination. It's true that all those buildings which have stood the test of time are being not allowed, we are saying. It's not allowed. There is a code for fire safety. You do your math, find a way. If you do the math, you can find out that if you don't like a bad insulation material, reach the U values. We don't want to, just because we are lazy. I'm sorry to be critical.
No, and it's taken a long time for that, no? That it should be shortened because it has to move more quickly.
Yeah, but I mean, people have to, I think there is a limiting belief in our own mind, as if there is some police who's not letting us do. Haven't you built those things? I built those things. They are standing, you know.
And we're building it because we are like, obviously, in this idea of I do it. And there were some prototypes that were accepted. But I mean, if you want to repeat it in social housing and building with this material in the big scale, there are many, many things that are stopping it on the way because of public.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy, but anyway, if we want to just think that life is easy, That, again, this definition, I don't come from a pampered country, so I do not have the belief that life has to be easy, some or the other insurance is going to cover me. I know that in the end, if an accident happens, the insurance will not replace the death or the leg or the whatever. It's just, there is this behavior to be too much in the comfort zone in some countries, and that's why the culture it's very difficult for the ones who are stepping out of the comfort zone. Everybody else comes like the tall poppy syndrome and want to pull them down. And we should not let, I feel. Sorry, I think we should allow more questions.
I'd like to respond to it. That's not, I don't think that's you didn't ask a question, that's an opinion. And I think, I struggle with this all the time because all of my work is public. I mean, I can't do anything without people saying it's okay. And so, but for me, to rationalize it, what I really think I have to understand is people's, and it can be one person, it can be a family that owns a house, it can be a community that wants to build a park, but what you have to understand is their appetite for risk. And yes, that is, in fact, I think that varies from place to place. An appetite for risk might be much different in, I don't know, wherever, in Mexico City than in India. Well, it is, obviously. And I think the important thing, though, is that you have people like the two of you that are willing to take the little steps that push, that make people more comfortable. Your community, your client, make them more comfortable with accepting risk. Because the flip side is this: if we don't take the risk, we don't make progress, ever. And so I'm agreeing with you, but I'm sort of disagreeing with about the way you say it. And it's funny because you both have these little projects that are so brilliant, and they may not look, the reason they got done is they didn't involve much risk. They didn't involve much money. Hey, nobody had to get really aboard. Rozana, yours was up for a few months. Yours didn't cost any money. I mean, so it's easy to build those. But what they do, the really good thing, is they point the way forward. Hey, this wasn't risky. Hey, this playground's fantastic. Hey, look, this material is great. So I think we have to, I think the important message is architects have to keep on taking those steps.
Yeah, I think...
Sorry, that wasn't a question.
I take your point, and I just want to, I think where we could probably agree is the part where I really meant is in the initial stage, when I'm talking limiting belief. I think it's the first day when you're sitting and drawing or making a model. Already that day you don't lose anything if you try something else. Or 1 week you've explored, the procrastination of making buildings with systems which we hate and still do. That takes us months because we just keep not liking what we produce. I look in the studio how much time is spent. But I am trying to address a limiting belief in we cannot change other people because we can't make others make it easy for us. I'm talking about empowering us by at least removing our own limiting belief, first of all. That if you remove that layer and you just try out what would you have fun with and what would you do if you didn't have the bylaws, and then you will already come to something that will help you to navigate the next step. I'm concerned when people, because of this myth that is circulating, we don't even try to do what we like. That's what I meant.
And, well, I think that, again, and thank you, Paolo, because I think that all the expositions here and all the ones that have been gathered here these 2 days, I think that we have the same idea of like going beyond those limits, starting to change these things, shifting perception and paradigms. So I think that every day we're more and more that want to make a different change in very simple ways. So
I was just going to add one comment too, which was not specifically about materials, but it was that comment, and that's why I liked this distinction between things like gravity and things like constructions of law, which are, yes, entirely constructed, so they could be reconstructed or changed. And I've found, especially in, for instance, discussions around heritage, we have these crazy defaults like setbacks of new stuff from old. Now why? What did this come about from? These things that we accept as givens, and you can actually challenge them, and you can use projects as a form to challenge and campaign for alternatives. Similarly, doing some work in the area of justice and courts. And it's this linked with, again, law, as if it is this unchallengeable thing. It's not. It just takes effort and commitment and so on to use projects to question and so forth. So yes, it's really a way to say, I support what you're saying about not accepting these things as defaults that can't be
One of the
questioned.
most positive examples I used to tell myself when I had difficult times in our I know when you do have to do so much extra work to do a thing that is apparently going to be not allowed and everybody's insecure, I used to tell myself that remember the time when I remember visiting Berlin some 30 years ago, and at that time people were not taking serious the ones who wanted to have eco food, organic food. I remember clearly every day people used to make fun of those. They say, oh, those eco people, they are looking ill, because they were saying we'd rather eat one meal that is organic. We are fighting for it. So while I totally agree, okay, that there are big policy matters that will need, but if these few people didn't keep on doing what they did, today we have this situation that we could say, okay, then the question started in the next decade, how do we mainstream this? At least people weren't saying it's impossible today to have organic food. Now, third decade, they are questioning if this is organic enough and if the criteria are good enough. But some people sat and did the actual, like they took away the limiting belief and they lived that way. And that's what I'm trying to say on every level.
I believe that we are doing it here, even with this weekend on what we have been talking about. We are doing it. And this is a change. No? It's like we're starting a change even with this conversation.
Well, I think on the basis of this comment, if there are no other pressing questions, there is one. Okay.
Actually, it's not a question, but more a comment. I just wanted to thank you all because this has been so empowering and so great. And I really feel it's like, the only way I can describe it is like it's a trauma. It's something it happens, you have a clear before and you have a clear after. And it changes you for your life. And so I really want to thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was saying, given that we have arrived at this point, I think we should take like 15 minutes and then reconvene here all together to spend an hour and a half trying to reflect, make sense of what these 2 days have been, and maybe also what these 2 days might have been. Okay? So we go for a coffee, we'll come back, I will put my professing hat on once again, and I would invite everyone here front stage. I will stand behind the lectern of EPFL. I will give you 5 minutes of my own take on this particular event, and then I will ask for your much more important and central contribution to the debate. Do we agree? Thank you very much for now, and thank you.
Thank you.
Me.
Sei tu, io
YouTube. Alors. But we are about to start, so no one comes.
Like, just here for a few minutes. You can leave your PowerPoints. What? Your Swiss PowerPoints. Of course, I didn't have.
Ah, yeah.
I have one.
Oh, Paolo played. Sorry, my
Not
brain.
Paolo. Yeah.
Okay, is that fine? Is it charging?
Okay.
Things. Articulate. Okay. Okay. Well, thanks for bearing with me for another 5-10 minutes, and eventually, reaching the culmination of these 2 days, there will be a group discussion, a little bit short, on what brought us all here. Sometimes you have the feeling that you have to justify yourself, you have to justify your actions. Maybe this is not the case, but it is good to actually articulate the reasons as to why one has chosen a particular path. So in a sort of symmetrical, reciprocal way, I'm going to explain myself, the what, the why, and the how. You already know. So why affirming actions? What does it come from? What is its origin? And its origin is in my teaching and the work that I've done over the last 30 years, and particularly one inclination of mine that has always been that of putting architecture and buildings out they made in relation to people. The people who decide what gets built, the people that build it, and the people that use it. So for many years, almost 20 years, I've been teaching on and off a class which is called Political Economy of Design. The objective of which is exactly this, to understand not only buildings, but why particular buildings are there, and who made decisions for their presence, and who made contributions to their construction. That's the reason why last year, 2 years ago, the first edition of Affirming Action, and in general, when I start my class, Political Economy of Design, I put that object to the right, the yellow hard hat, which, as Anupama will certainly know, is the hat that almost 6 million young women, younger than our architectural students, wear on construction sites when carrying loads on their heads. So this is the sign of modernity that turns fabric into a plastic hard hat to reproduce exactly the same functions. And it's interesting because this is something that is not frequently discussed. So the structure of labor and the social structure of labor across the building world. Now, within this class, I normally try and talk to the students about the structure of the construction industry and the place of architectural firms within it. And I normally use documentation that was produced 50 or 60 years ago. The one on the right is only one excerpt of that, which was produced in the United States around the 1970s, and which has been used since then to describe the structural practice. These particular people were the marketing consultant for Venturi Scott Brown before they got before Robin Venturi got the Pritzker Prize. Now, what is the structural practice that this documentation, which essentially been reproduced in innumerable forms in every book of architecture and construction practice, is that we can actually distinguish the way in which architects practice in 3 levels. 3 levels of 3 types of firms. Firms that define themselves by the originality of their work. Firms that define themselves by the experience embedded in their practice. And firms that define themselves primarily, of course, not either one or the other, by the efficiency of the work routines. And this is actually distinguished through, organized through size. So as you go from originality to efficiency, your size changes. And it also changes with time. Now, the categories are explained in a slightly different way. So there is a different terminology which has become very famous. Grey hair, brains, and procedures, or strong idea, strong service, and strong delivery. In my case, if one wants to use an economic framework, an economic approach to this, one would say that the first 2 types of firms are defined by comparative advantage. Comparative advantage in microeconomics is something that makes people choose you, not in relation to other, but in relation to what you know, what you offer, what you do. Competitive advantage is something else, which is not based on how good you are, but how cheap you are, or how competitive you are in relation to the same thing done by other people. So, comparative advantage, originality, and experience are at the bottom of the innovation curve. Competitive advantage and efficiency are at the top of the innovation curve. Once something, a product, has reached its maturity, and so a great portion of the market can actually produce it. Then there is 2 other categories. Those who work because architecture for them is a vocation, and those who practice architecture because it is a business. And once again, the time arrow works in the same way. You start with an idea, and mostly because you're interested in the vocation, and over time, this is supposed to be 25 years, you actually move to a larger size, but on the other side of the spectrum. Now, what's been happening over the last 50 or 60 years? These studies have been done on thousands and thousands of architectural and engineering firms, and this is part of the documentation. But when we talk about design technology, so how architects work, we tend to have a different distribution of firms over time. In the 1960s, great industrialization wave and economic boom, strong delivery was actually quite important. Strong service was also important, and strong idea firms bringing new products to the market were not as strong. If you actually go horizontally through the strong idea firms, you will see that over 20 years, the percentage of that type of firms has actually multiplied several times, whereas strong delivery, so how we do things officially, has gone down. So in my class, I produced an exercise, and I said, look, if these are the categories of practice, can anyone find me architectural firms that bring ideas and experience and knowledge together because they worked on that they are very small scale, because I understood that strong idea practices were getting better and more numerous over time, and that by doing that, they also get better at what they do, thereby more efficient, and thereby more powerful in the market. And the interesting thing is that out of this exercise came out half of the firms that you represent today. So without giving any indication about gender, about region, about type of architectural technology, what came back out of this exercise was a strong number of architectural firms led by women. Now, what I'm asking is this strange? Is this unusual? Should that be so if one applied big numbers statistics, big data? So I'm taking you to these 4 ratios, which I've actually left in a very sort of undistinguishable way by design. What is the first one? 1/5. Of course, could be a myriad of things. But it is the portion, the ratio of women CEO on corporations around the world. So 20% of corporations around the world are actually led by women. This is in particularly advanced part of the world from a socioeconomic point of view. There are a number of countries in Far East Asia where this ratio is actually higher, all the way down to 1/2. But in general, if you go down by an economic development index, you get to 1/20. So 5% in the most economically depressed part of the world, with the lower rates of urbanization, the number of firms led by women is 1 in 20. Then we go to the second column, the second category, 1 to 5 to the right. And that is, Carol Rospan is here, the number of registered women architects in the United States. Roughly is 17% at the moment, right? So let's say that 20 out of 100 architects in the United States are women. Why is that a particularly significant ratio? It is a very significant ratio because registration is a very laborious procedure in the United States. So students normally have to wait 7 years on average before sitting the exam. So it's something that requires you to go through a strenuous process in order to become a register. What is 150? So far, so good. So we have, essentially at the moment, we have half of the student population, which is made out of women. We have 1/5 of the architects population, registered architect population, which is made out of women in one of the countries which has a very professional, a very mature profession, and the rate of urbanization which has reached the normal threshold of 78–80%. What is 1 to 50? 1 to 50 is the percentage of women that lead architectural firms, that own architectural firms and lead them. So there was only one study done by a group of students I think in the Netherlands 10–15 years ago. So a lot of this information is unfortunately anecdotal. So for anyone really interested in the position of women in the architectural world should undertake a series of PhDs on these numbers. This is by far the most important series of ratios that one should try and understand also how they change through the world. Now, you understand that if I want to remain coherent, to have 150, which is a statistic that I know, and then having a lot of examples of a particular type of firm behavior that comes back with over half of those numbers residing with women-owned firm becomes an interesting issue from a reflection point of view. And so that's why I thought that it was important to do it. Now, the question that one would have is why? Why is there representation of women-related architectural concerns in that particular part of the architectural market? And I think, I put my industrial economics point of view, and can be from 2 reasons. We can say that the world is the same. And because the world as the same doesn't work well, there is a series of market failures. Market failures occur in a marketplace when there is a need which is identified. There are beneficiaries, but there are no buyers. There are people without resources to buy a product, a design service which is needed, And therefore, if there are not buyers, there are no suppliers. So, people who have not enough access to otherwise florid markets can actually use market failures as opportunities to get into the profession. Or we can say that the world is changing. And because the world is changing, markets are being formed that were not there before. And because they were not there before, have not as yet been colonized by the strongest components of professional practice. Now, I think this is an important distinction, because in the first case, in the case of market failures, one could say that most of the firms that we've realized that work in condition of dire economic limitations and so forth are simply shrewd players in that market. So they understand how to use market failures in order to introduce themselves, insert themselves. In the other case, if the market is forming and you're the first one that goes in there, you're a pioneer. So the question is that, are you pioneers or are you shrewd operators? And I think it's a double-edged sword, because one has to interpret that in relation to those numbers below. 2 to 90 and 40 to 80 represent you. And they represent you economically and from an urbanization point of view, because you come from countries that have $2,000 a year gross domestic product per capita to $90,000 gross domestic product per capita. So here there is a great variety of wealth which is embedded in our work. And there is also a great distinction in urbanization rates. So we have 40%, which is Bangladesh, and 80%, which is European countries and Anglo-American societies. Why am I saying this? Because I think that if you look at yourself and the work that you've done, it doesn't actually matter where you belong to in terms of the economic rationale of that. Because, for instance, Hannah Robertson may work in a country which has $80,000 GDP per capita per year and 80%, 78% of urbanization rate. But Hannah has actually decided to work in a place, the urbanization rate of which is what, 5%? And the GDP is not even calculated. And so it really depends. It doesn't solely depend on where you come from. 16,000. So it doesn't really depend where you come from, but what you choose to do. And so somehow I think that the ability to play on both lines of the equation, so the market failure and the forming market, some of you work in market failures, but most of you as well have understood that there are pressures that we've been subjected to that need to be addressed, that need to be responded. So it's not either one or the other, but I would still think that part of this symposium here is to actually understand whether these actions are done in order to affirm the need to do something, or also affirm the need of working oneself as an architect. And I would actually open this one up as a question, as a way of, in a sense, concluding this conversation, and perhaps thinking about whether or not these ideas have been passed on at the university level. So anyone who would like to participate in the discussion, please join us on the table. And I will switch and I will come to that side. Who are you? And why are you doing what you do? Come on. Huh? Sì. Allora, gli studenti prendi. I also have to say that we freed our simultaneous translators. So if we can cooperate with one another, to speak very slowly and eventually provide translation assistance. Okay, so first of all, I think one should ask whether you think that this particular way of looking at it and at the progressive densification of the architectural world in terms of the presence of female-led firms is something that can respond to this particular thesis or not. And if not, to what could be the reasons? Carol, do you want to start? No, okay.
I will say that I'm working on a project now. It's a big, gigantic project. We made a partnership, and when I went with Skidmore, Owings & Merrill to do an airport, and when I did it, I thought, wow, this is really weird. And now that we're in it for 2 years, I can tell you that it is totally strange. But the qualities that you pointed out in your chart between me and SOM, they're there in spades. So I can verify that part of it. The rest of it, I'm not sure about.
Can you repeat the question?
Well, the question is, are you doing the work that you've been doing for these years because you actually found market niches which are much less conventional in terms of the services provided by the architect to a client base? So they market failures because there's not enough providers and there's not enough buyers serving the common good. The common good in economic theory is always a case of market failure because the investment that the private makes is not returned in terms of, so there has to be a collective decision. A lot of you works with public entities as opposed to private ones, on public works, collective works, rather than individual ones. So the question is, how should one read the dynamics of that work? Is it part of the formation of new markets, or is it part of one's insertion into a market which is less problematic from an economic point of view?
Well, I think the world is changing. But not only the market, the world is changing. And all of us have this common awareness of we have to stop the negative change and to look in a positive way and to provoke a positive change. And so I think that we are pushing for change, and for that I think that we are pioneers, because we are trying to find ways of doing things, in a different direction. And it's something very hard, and I think that we have a big responsibility, all of us, and also a big responsibility to involve more people, because this is also a cultural change, necessary, radical, urgent cultural change, and I think that is not enough. I think that we have to go up to the following step to find this efficiency for doing this change that is not for the sake of earning money, but and it's not saving the planet as if the planet for sure will survive us. It's for the future generation and for those who have the plastic island, for all the people who is more devil, is more weak.
I can't help but think that when I think about your chart, it starts down at the bottom by connecting time into it. You started at the bottom, and that's the least experienced people, and so they can afford to be creative in a way. They don't have as many laws in place, to use a topic we were using a while ago. So they don't have as many laws in place, and as they acquire more laws and they acquire more credentials and they acquire more experience, they get to be more efficient, but they also become more conservative when it comes to the idea of making ideas. And I've seen those types of analyses a lot, and I agree with them when I look at just my life experience watching firms grow from small to large. That happens. And then they have to put things in place to make them creative. Like they'll introduce little workshops in a larger structure, which is trying to approximate that sort of lawless, less experienced person. I think what's interesting about women, and it's going away over years, but in fact, Gloria Steinem once said that the most dangerous woman was an old woman, because a young woman, because her value to society at that point was all in her youngness, in her youth, she was very, very powerful. But women, as they get older and they lose their youth, this is going to sound really weird. I'm sorry about it. You have to read the book to really understand it, because my paraphrase is probably really bad. But when you lose that power, you also lose the reserve. So you see a lot of women in later life starting careers and doing super creative things. I think that some of that might be true for women architects. You showed that in the US, and that is true, by the way, we don't know where they go. There was a project, I think it was at UCLA, that was like, it was called the 39%, because they get lost. They just disappear. They graduate from school, they never become registered architects. Anyway, I think what happens is because you're never powerful, you never reach that level of power, it's just not attainable with the current current restrictions that society puts on women. They're going away. I don't think you can be an architect without being an optimist, so please don't take this the wrong way. But I think that may be the reason why you find so many women in these studios, in these making ideas, is because they're comfortable there, but they're staying there because that's what's available to them now. I'm not complaining at all, because I agree with you that that's the cutting edge of practice. But I think that may be why you find more in that strata.
Well, by the way, that stratum is actually increasing historically, independent of gender. And so that increase is also a result of communication technology, of industrial economics, and the fact that you can actually start, communication costs are being cut down, and so you can start talking to other people.
Well, the good news is there's more market for that, and the other piece of your study is there's more market for the creative firm now than there was in the 60s. So that was very hopeful. So we all have a future now. It's good.
Okay.
Paolo, I think the acoustic quality when you are in the audience seat is good, but it's difficult here to get clear understanding of questions from audience seats.
I endured that for 2 days. Yes.
I want to quote the word from Elisa yesterday, that we are not doing big business, but we are doing big humanity. And I think that's really everyone's been working on. Everybody's really touching a field that was never done or explored before. And everybody is a pioneer in his profession. But what is untold during this 2 days conference, even though we could make a presentation for an hour long, but there's so many things that couldn't be, we cannot completely exchange the story, including the failure, the frustration, and everyone's work is taking on extra responsibility if this is out of the comfort zone of our profession, and we're also taking extra risks. So for the projects that we'll introduce in these 2 days, these are luckily these are the projects that are realized. But there are also many projects, many thinking, many tries, efforts that didn't happen into reality. To me, I think there's a lot of maybe, this is very pleasant atmosphere for these 2 days exchange. We learn a lot, but there should be also an exchange on the failure, the frustrations as well. And I would say everybody started when we, at the beginning of our tries, efforts, there wasn't such a big ambition or agenda, but you started one by one, little by little, eventually, and you also, failure becomes part of our experience and journey. And I think really that's the process that makes us here, and that's the process will push us to go further, to go beyond. Thank you.
I just want to follow up on that point from Tian Tian as well, that, and it comes back to Gloria Steinem too. Julia Gillard, who was our first female Prime Minister in Australia, has a fantastic podcast run through King's College London. I don't know if anyone else here has ever listened to it, but in one of the interviews that she had, they looked at CEOs of companies, not in architecture, but across the board, and when political powers would then go to female-led parliaments and so on. And it showed that it always happened at times when things were particularly, Kerstin obviously heard it too, were particularly volatile. And that it was when things were really risky and when there was a high rate of potential failure, which is why so many female prime ministers and female CEOs have very short periods of tenure in those roles. And I think it has a link to what we're talking about today. And I'm one of those percentages that's never registered for the very reason that I was doing other things that didn't fit the mould. But I don't know if shrewd player fits the term that I would... I know it's a provocation, and thank you, Paolo. But I think that in talking to everybody and hearing the way that they talk about their work, there seems to be an underlying ethic or value set that is what is driving people through doing what Tian Tian is saying about doing work that's testing the boundaries, that is risky because it requires something else to keep you going and pushing through it. And I wonder whether that links to why we keep doing it.
Thank you. So actually it's an opinion, so maybe I'm wrong, but I'd like to share it with you. I believe that maybe the corpus constitution was kind of biased and the factors used was maybe only subjective, in a sense that I think any architects' firms are created in order based on originality and experience. And there's not much architectural firms that has the objective of being efficient in the business and with financial aspect. And so I would say that what we've seen was like very interesting human doing architecture, and that could have been some male gender on that corpus with the same architectural posture.
You know, I want to answer that. I really want to answer that because I agree with you and I disagree with you. Both of them pretty passionately. The one thing that I agree with you, I think individually, architects believe that they have a vocation and that they have an altruistic role to play in society. I cannot think of one of my colleagues from architecture school to all the people who work for me now who are my contributors, associates. I can't think of one that doesn't think that didn't become an architect for that reason. However, come and work in my firm. I can show you firms that have become so efficient that the creativity has completely evaporated. And it isn't because these guys have lost it, guys and girls, there are girls in these firms. It's not that these guys have lost it. What's happened is they have families, they have other pieces of their life, and that model, the efficient model, makes money. That's the whole reason. And then you can support your family. You can do that. I think pretty much around the world, architecture is not a super lucrative business. Hey, it's comfortably middle class. You probably won't be living, in public housing or using food stamps. But I think that we're underpaid across the world. And so I think those pressures make for some architecture firms that, no, I don't even think this. I know this because I get all those projects I showed you that were super big, like the big railroad stations and stuff like that, the Riverwalk. I had an engineer, usually an EA, that's like big E, little a, partner, that was the efficiency engine. I always did. And I know they exist, and I actually kind of know what they're for, but I don't think you can deny the model.
I also wanted to counter that, actually, and I hope when I introduced my talk this morning about uncomfortable practice, it was to actually dispute exactly that. I actually think that design can be really fast and efficient, but it does require really well-constructed leadership. And so looking at Paolo's graph before, that one, it takes me a while to map things onto it, but I was thinking, I'd like to pull down efficiency beside originality, and that is exactly what we're trying to do. And in some ways, it might be something I talk about on Friday, actually, in that other seminar. What we've been trying to do is map out in our office ways of maintaining really high-level design thinking across all stages, empowering people in all parts of a project and stage to know what it is we're trying to do, to keep pursuing and pushing that it happens, but to structure it in a way that we're still meeting commercial deadlines. And that's partly because if we want to stay as a business, we have to be able to meet time and money deadlines. And I also know, we were saying this over lunch, that we are quite rightly finding our people wanting better conditions for their work, which requires more resources, a better financial model to keep people in the industry to do the good work. So this is where I do think we have to be much smarter at linking a financial business model as not exclusive to design quality and original thinking. But it does, I find, when we don't do it, when we find ourselves losing money on a project and all of that, and another project's got to pay for it, it can often be attributed to just not having the leadership, the design leadership in place to keep things on track. And I know during COVID it was especially hard when we were working remotely, but I feel sure that there is a way to do that. Otherwise, it's too depressing. And the last thing I'd say is that the shrewd player pioneer, I don't know, I always am a both person, but I hope that as the practice matures, I feel like we're doing better or more original work as we have more knowledge and experience. So I feel the experience and the growth is adding to the capacity for innovation and originality. But
yeah, and actually what we were talking about before, it was after the COVID. I heard on the radio, the French radio, is Welbeck. Do you know Welbeck, the French? Everybody knows him, he's really famous. And he was on the radio, and he said, yeah, now everybody says that everything will change after the COVID, but nothing will change. Nothing. Everything will just be the same. And that was so stupid, because of course the world is changing all the time. All the time. And even when people say, well, do you think that you can change the world? Yes, of course, because just by living, just by breathing, we are changing the world. So we just have, as I said, take the power back, like every day. And this thing was really what I thought it was when I got the Casper Salin Prize. So this will be a little bit presumptuous to say, but when the jury he was talking about, he said, somebody talked to him, so what is a good architect? I didn't know that I was going to win, so I was just sitting there, and it was against Bjarke Ingels, you know him as well, as Welbeck. And so the jury, he said, well, you know, good architect, it's the one who could answer your dreams. But a really good architect, it's the one that can answer dreams that you didn't know you had. And then I knew that it was me and not Bjarke Ingels who won. Because it was so obvious, because he answers your dreams, but he is never answering the dreams that you didn't know that you have. Because this is really the thing, what I was criticizing Rem Koolhaas for, this thing of saying, yeah, you just have to accept the market, otherwise you're such an utopian, completely stupid or whatever. But that's so stupid, because of course the market is not, as we were talking about, the market is not carved in stone. The market is what we are going to do with it. It's the same with the rules. They are not carved in the stone. We are going to change the rules. And I thought that maybe we can go together, all of us, and just starting erasing all the stupid rules that are just selling, just selling things. Because in France, we like 200,000 of different kinds of stupid rules that is just selling things. And it was one rule which was the most stupid, and they actually, I think it's the only rule that they erased, because we got rules since the 18th century, and we got still all of them, and just putting more and more and more. But one rule they took off. For a while, we were obliged to have 2 elevators in a collective house, because if one elevator is broken, then you have another one. So this was, of course, somebody selling elevators who invented these rules, of course. And we got like hundreds or 1,000 or I don't know, millions of rules like this. People, just selling elevators actually. So we could be really good to go together and just erasing and talking about these rules and just taking them out, because they are not carved in stone. That would be great.
To one sentence, I think the work is even easier than that. I noticed, because even now we are so many of us agreeing on so many topics, so already that, I think there is the aspiration becomes automatically more than just the 12 of us sitting here, because of that, when you combine the energy. But I think all that apart, even when you're alone, I noticed whenever I have obstacles, even like you said right now, I was thinking, you said we can do something and erase the rules. And I was saying it's so easy. You just make a website. You don't even have to do any erasing. You just write, here are the rules that we, 12 of us, find silly. That's all. It will already work. You don't have to do anything. I realized often you just have to put the light on the thing and put the words. It gets spoken into existence. You just have to recognize just only that. And that's what I meant. If you just do that already, because now we are all grumbling. I mean, it doesn't help when you whine. It helps when you, instead of just saying everything is like this, it's going, instead of that, you just say specifically, this rule of the 2 elevator is silly. Then the next thing, everybody just keep on adding things which we don't even know half the time whether it's a rule, a habit, or whatever. These are some silly things. Just that is a lot. Just want to say. It's a great idea. I feel like starting this website straight away.
Yeah, we do that. Yeah. Yes, but about the rules, in fact, I think that they are horrible in a way, and they are also a way to work with them. And for example, I would like to say that, in fact, architecture sometimes, by the strength of the project, it can transform a sort of rule in a sort of quality. For example, you know the project I've shown with the equal rooms. One room resolved the question of handicapped people. And in France, it's horrible. It's always the same problem with your project. You always get problem with it. So in one decision, you put this rule out of your mind, in fact, and it liberates the project. And I'm telling this because sometimes I'm dreaming about an ideal world where there is no rule, and I can choose the site, and I can choose my client and everything. And I think I would be scared because I don't have any things to battle with. And I think we have to choose what we want to work with in the project, and to be very efficient with the questions we had put on the table at the beginning. And rules or not, we are very strong architect here, and architecture is also a strong tool to battle and to transform those things. So.
I think, again, rules are taken as a limitation. The origin of bylaws and all that were to bring answerability and to take responsibility. So merely following the bylaws did not ensure any good cities. People can follow all the rules and check all the boxes, and still you don't arrive. That's the bare minimum we are sometimes expected to do. But if we can go to a situation where the architect anyway takes the responsibility for the handicapped, the example you gave. So sometimes the rule comes in the way of taking even more responsibility than the bare minimum. So I think the rule has to be seen together with the responsibility, which nobody wants to shrug. We want to fulfill it even more. But we want to do particularly, and not having generic expectations that no matter where you are, the handrail has to be 1 meter. Maybe not in my region, or maybe not in a certain situation. You know, the child can fall from the gap, maybe in some situation. So why not go, because the rule comes out of the fact that we think that the individual architects will not be responsible, and they won't have the knowledge. They will have to refer to some handbook instead of working out from themselves. And I think it comes from that. And that's what I have the problem with.
No, I wanted to get back to the question of Paolo and what you were saying about time and efficiency. And for sure, I think that efficiency is very important, even if it's a man-led practice or woman-led practice. But I think that, and I will speak in my case, but I think that I can speak after hearing all of you, that time is very important for us, and that we can give this time to think in a different way many of these ideas. And I was in a dinner, and we were all sitting on a table, men, women, and we were asked the question of, what would your dream project be? And they were asking. And all of the men said a high-rise, an airport, a commercial center, and all of the women were saying, a kindergarten, a garden, a plaza, public space, and just to say that at the end, the idea was that we are both, in very different ways, rethinking the city, maybe, and I think that in this acupuncture that you, Tian was saying, in this acupuncture of like doing these very small projects, but maybe like gathering more and more that have this intention of doing this project, we are transforming the city in a very big way, an effective way, that maybe just as a high rise, how would that do it? No, just to put the question of what are the interests, and I'm not talking generic, but that this was the dinner and we were like 20 people and that was the answer. And it was really impressive to see how these different ways of acting and going, thinking about architecture can make a change in both ways, but different, no, in that sense.
But how did you interpret the gender division of building typologies at the table?
I interpreted that we are having more time and maybe, yes, less money, but in a way, and I agree, it's caring, it's about looking for different ways of changing the world, as Elisa was saying.
But because I really think that this thing to, when we're talking about to do, because architecture, when some people were saying that architecture is not political, that was like in the 90s. There were lots of people saying that, and that's so political to say that architecture shouldn't be political, because of course it is. And architecture is putting you in a place. It's decide who's going into a building, who's not going into a building, who can pass through a road, for example. We could just take out a red light and somebody can't go into on the other space. And we're not talking about this enough. And I think that if you're not, if you think that this thing that you don't want to be put in place, you also want to do an architect and do architecture and do cities that is liberating you, that is not putting you in place, to make a world that is more possible, to make more possibilities. And I think that is so important. And I think that even in this dinner, that all the men who said that, yeah, I want to do skyscraper or super big, and you say, why? Maybe you just want to do a garden because you're a little bit afraid to do a skyscraper, maybe. But actually it's different, because what you want to do is something that nobody has done before. You're really going to innovate something that nobody has done. Because if you're doing a skyscraper that people always have done, and you will do it in the same way. So doing what we are doing, that all of you have been talking about this today, is doing things that nobody has done. And that needs a lot of courage, because of course you will fail. And I always say that to my students, so that you're not failing once. Don't be afraid to fail, because you're going to fail so many times. You know, this, when you're jumping very high, you will just fall down so many times. That's so important. So to dare to innovate, that you need courage. And it's so beautiful, because you know courage, where it comes from? It's come from cœur, from the heart. It's Latin, core, encore. And so this is the thing. So if you're working, if you do work, not just with your brain and your hand, and if you're working with your heart, then you got courage. And then you really go into the unknown, and then you will find new ways of living and doing, and do something that nobody, even you, didn't dream about, because you're working in a group. So this is what I felt that I saw, because we said that together, all of us. I said that, but Claudia, you already had my conference. And then when Elisa said, but you're just repeating my conference. So we really felt that, wow, it's so incredible that we meet here, that you feel that we have been talking like together all the time. It's incredible.
Other side of the table.
With the heart.
Lauren.
Yeah.
Thank you. And yeah, I just wanted to share the story of that I've listened in a podcast, and it was a young father. He has a baby since a few months, and he was saying that the first days he was with his baby in his hands, and one day he was saying to the people, yeah, it's a girl, and everybody was like, oh, she's so sweet, so nice, so beautiful, and the day after he was saying, yeah, it's a boy, and so the people were boxing him, like, oh, so nice, yeah, he's so strong, and he has this reflection that every day he was changing and realizing that since the beginning, since you're a baby, we also place you directly in this position of, I don't think that this influences everybody or all the world. I mean, we see it today, no? But I think that sometimes also, I don't know, the women can vote since 50 years in some countries, or still cannot vote. I mean, I think here it's yeah. So the power to the women, it's the generation also that we can start to make stuff and to do it. And I don't know, for example, when I give my workshops, many times that I have men that participate to the construction site, and it's always, oh, I can carry this big board, and they carry like always, like I'm strong, I can do it fast and fast and fast, and they are breaking it, or not breaking always, but we ask them to be strong, and we ask them to be powerful, and I think it's also a fact of the society that we from the children, since they are kids, that okay, you need to make studies, and you will do this, and I don't think it's some boundaries for us. I just think that it's something that influences the women. Sometimes we will think more about the social part or the communities, because we were forced of having more sensibility, and it's very beautiful that we can do it with the sensibility that we gain, and now we can, yeah. And there is also this, it was in Sweden a few years ago, I think. Maybe you can talk more about this, I don't know, about the skate parks. And there were, I've heard that it was in Malmö, in the city in Sweden, that they opened the skate park every one day each week for only women. Because they realized that since the beginning there was only men on the skate parks. And since they started to invite the women to come every Monday in the skate park, the women started to understand how to do skateboard, and they could take the time to learn. And after a few time, they realized that all the skate parks were more mixed, and then it was for both, for women and men. And this having space to experiment and to do it, we can do it for sure. And it's just that we need to have this space to, I don't know.
But yeah, is that a chicken and an egg story, though? That women are more sensitive? Are they more sensitive because they're women, or is that are they more sensitive because that's their role in society? I'm gonna argue with Rozana here too. My friend Jeannie Gang always wanted to build a big building, high-rise. She always wanted to. She's very good at it. She's challenged by it, and she always wanted to do it. I teach at IIT. It's also the home of the Council on Tall Buildings. I can't tell you how many of my women students want to do high-rise buildings. I just think that the opportunity hasn't been there for women to do those types of buildings. And chicken and egg, we can't do it, or we're not allowed. We could probably debate that for hours.
I think there was something else I wanted to say too on that, and I'm wanting to qualify efficiency and why I think it's important for this discussion. What does worry me is that if we can't link with doing good, innovative work with fair payment for what we do, we can't resource a project properly. So we end up having staff who, and ourselves, overloaded and underpaid and exhausted by caring for the world, by donating their time. And so they end up carrying a load, and I have seen them leave because they're burnt out. And so this is one of the things I worry about when we don't carefully think through what it means to not be properly paid for our time and our people's time because of what that impact is. So I just want to link what I mean by efficiency. It's not, I can choose to work 60 hours a week, but it's not fair to assume that everyone in the office shares my love of my vocation. And that's where it has been a really serious effort to try and make it work. And the other thing I wanted to say is, while on the one hand, we do conventional projects in conventional timelines and so on, we work with them when we have to because we're committed to doing these sorts of projects that typically demand that. But it's not to say we don't use that as a chance to also try and advocate for better and more time to do the sort of slow thinking that needs to happen. But there's still this disconnect, and it's how we work with that.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that while I understand the qualities mentioned, of certain qualities associated to being male or others to being female, I'm a little bit often uncomfortable to imagine in this kind of discussions of gender I don't know if we perpetuate the problem by feeling that that now we have to fall in the temptation of putting all the men and their qualities in one box and the women in another. For example, I know equally good, sensitive male architects and women architects. I know many women, including myself, who wants to do a high-rise. And I know men also who want to do parks. And I understand what you said, okay, but I'm just also adding the dimension. I think a lot of what we find depends on what you're looking for. When it comes to examples, you can find any. Suppose we are given the opposite problem, we will find that also. I think the problem of gender discussion is only interesting when it comes to discrimination. And all those things you mentioned about if there are social habits that are discriminating, not if there are. Similarly, if it is for other diverse groups, or whenever discrimination comes, if we just focus on addressing the discrimination, then it would be perhaps so liberated that even if there are genuine differences in the nature of the women and men, because nature created that complementary way to work together, we will not have to put people in boxes, because fluidly people can be more or less courageous, more or less vulnerable. I mean, is a courageous person not vulnerable? Or, the question is, all of those are all there, but I am concerned sometimes if we overanalyze, then we might perpetuate those pigeonholing of ourselves.
But actually, for 2 days, we haven't at all been talking about gender. It just happens that we are women here. So we have just been talking what we are doing here. And it's not include that it happens that we are women. I just mean that's what I think have been so interesting, actually, with these 2 days.
Exactly that,
Yeah, absolutely. We're talking about what we're doing. And then I just wanted to add about the efficiency, because I think it's really important, of course, because you are also really interested in this. So that, for example, how we are working, because I was talking about that they take so much time when you're doing a renovation. And I say that really, so when you renovate buildings, to do it really good and really less expensive, you have to be really specific, and you can't just reproduce it. It's impossible, because if you want to do something good, it's every time, all the time, own place and you have to be there a really long time. And actually, this is something that we started to explain, and that they understand that, of course, our time, it doesn't cost as much at all that we can gain in the building when we're really earning the economy and the qualities that we can find and the possibilities in this. So actually, our office, we really tell them that we need double time of the double, at least the double, all the time. So that's really
okay. Gender question.
No, it's not a gender question.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I. Yeah, no. Ask. We don't. We have. Sorry, but it's not a gender. I'm sorry. That's it. Yeah.
Salima.
Yes, please. The question is how to resist. How to resist changing, but resist. Work with the rules or against the rules. Transform the rules, yes. But when the market is corrupt, what can I do? Well, when the competition is corrupt, what can I do? What's the honorary? Comment on dit les honoraires?
The fee.
Salary. It's very, you know, not the problem of balance, problem of late, you know, 3 years, 4 years, I don't know. 5 years, maybe. What could you do? What could you do? And I can't speak about Morocco. And actually, it's a war against architects by power with engineers, of course, men. And these engineers speak about security. Speak about oh my God, what can you do with earth and stones? What's that? The modernity, it's concrete. The question of concrete, it's interesting when it's innovative, but when it's just for the corruption. In Morocco, it's just for the corruption for me, because the biggest of market, it's very interesting with concrete, not with earth, for example. And I have invented, and I continue to invent, like you, and thank you for share, thank you for the last, and c'était magnifique. Because the creation or the art, and I don't know what it's the good word, can changing world. Et on refuse de gâcher sa vie. Comment vous dites ça en anglais? Le refus de gâcher sa vie. I don't want to be a waste, or my life or my work, because it's the risk we are usually. So I can speak about social innovation. Maybe it's social innovation, and in fact, the resource in the spirit, and the capacity to resist in spirit and culture. That's why when in some assembly, I'm the woman, the alone woman, usually the alone. And when they come some woman, it's like a potiche, like a flower, you know, in a vase. So for me, it's not a woman, it's other thing. And I want to ask you, oui, il en existe aussi. For me, a woman, it's a resistance. If you haven't any resistance, you are not a completely woman. I want to ask you, dear Paolo, et je vous remercie tellement, c'était tellement ressourçant, justement. Comment vous nous avez choisi, choice? The first casting and the second? Because it's a question, very interesting question.
So you mean in 2022 and 2023? Yes. Well, as I said, So there is a question, there is curiosity at the base of this. And it's not about being a woman architect, but it's about being a representative of a firm that worked in a particular way. So in a sense, I'm interested, I was curious and interested, first of all, in the practices that were isolated, because one of the parameters that I had introduced, I said, can you actually find me architectural firms of a very small size that punch very high, or much higher than their height? So the 90% of architectural firms are very, very small, but because they only do single-family residential work, which is the bread and butter of the profession historically. So there is a structural reason for their size. Whereas in these particular cases, what we have here is a panoramic of architectural firms that, even though remain very small, they do work which has a great impact. And even the fact that Tian call it acupuncture. Acupuncture is not a neutral term. It means that there is a pathology in the urban body. Otherwise, you wouldn't be doing acupuncture. And that's why I was wondering whether, in fact, it is a preventive or preemptive acupuncture that comes from understanding that the world is changing and new problems will arise, or it is a critical reflective acupuncture that comes from criticizing the current form of the city. So I'm not asking you this because you're women, but because you are working on that. And if you're working on that, my next question is that, is this a model of future architectural practice, or towards the evolution of architectural practice, regardless of whether you want to do high-rise buildings, station, public parks, but how does one do it? Because your firms have shown that growth, internal growth for the firm, is not a necessity. And this is a model that has been staying with us through the 20th century, in fact, from the end of the 19th century onwards. So I wonder, as a personal curiosity, whether in fact by limiting the size of the firm, and we can actually go into the microeconomics as well, one would actually gain time, have the freedom to choose particular projects, make networks with other people, and try to, in a sense, achieve the knowledge base required to tackle very, very particular problems, but by using a sociology of practice which makes, that represents a major departure from the conventional figure of the architect as we know it today. And how, as we teach about it in school, even today. That's, I don't know if I responded completely, possibly not, but... So if I can sort of force you into one last thing, how did, given that I talked about school and indirectly, how did what you went through school shaped, or the sort of school, the university education that you received, shaped who you are today as an architect? Anna, do you want to start?
It didn't. It was life. It was life. And I don't know, I cannot answer this for anybody else, but for me it was life. And it was getting outside of the university that shaped what I now do. In between my bachelor degree and my master's degree, I went and did 3 months volunteering up in Cape York and saw homelands for the first time and heard about self-building, and that's the direction it then took. And it was a step-by-step process. I talked to Anupama before about how I had spent time in Oroville as well, and that was where I got hands-on experience of playing with different materials that I now work with and learning from other people and other places. I happen to have benefited a lot from being able to be at university and connect with others through university. So I'm not dismissing the academy fully, and I benefit from it now because it enables me to do my work. But I think the genesis of it came from outside the university for me.
I agree with you totally. And I think we value too much of the education, but actually our profession is a lifetime learning process. And to me personally, I feel, because I'm not working in the mainstream of architecture in the countryside, in the rural villages, I feel like I learned the most from this context, which is, this is not included in our university education system. We have architecture, but not teaching students the way how we used to build our houses, make our buildings. And we have urban design, we have city planning programs, but nothing touched upon rural. And I've been learning the most from the people in the countryside, in the rural villages, whom I've never been educated in college or even in high school. So I think we value too much. I mean, this is in the university context, so we wanted to put it up, but I guess many people would agree with you here.
Well, I agree, absolutely. I was very influenced by one professor that he's called Oscar Hagerman, and his workshops were really going to some rural communities where he was working and just be there with him and look at the way he related to people and to land. And for me, the school was so very detached from life and from practical issues that it was really not so interesting and not so motivating. So real life and being involved with the architecture, but seen as from other points of view, from people that had never even went to school, and also then working with biologists and looking at how they perceived architecture. That really opened my eyes to stop seeing it as a product, as an object, but really as a connection to things that are alive.
Well, I agree with all you say, but I am in the university, and I think that the future, if we want to change the world, the future, if we want to achieve this more, also with cordiality, coming from heart, corazón, cordialidad, this friendship, all this architecture, all of you are working. I think the future architects need models, people who share their dreams as you. And then I think that university needs all of you, because the problems, if we say, okay, university, if the only models we have in architecture is that to be an architect is to be in the star system, and if these are the only models of architect they have, maybe they will finish tired. But if they think that it's not just building conventional things and destroying the planet, but doing something else, working in a positive way, dreaming that is, these young people are the really ones who can do the change. And I think that for that, I know most of you are at the university also, but please, if some of you are not, I will ask you to think that maybe what we can do is 3, 10, 100 buildings, but all of these students, I've been a long time at university, and sometimes I find some politics who has been a student of me. And I know them changing the laws, changing the rules. And somebody in the heritage, no sé cuánto, telling me, I am architect because of you. And that's why, and I am changing things, and I am very proud. But I think that they need models as you, because I think this our little gota de agua, drop, will go very far with our drop, but it's necessary also to share what we have, this approach we have to the way of doing things.
I think that things have changed, for sure. When we, Claudia and I, studied architecture, because we studied together, like, I never heard about social projects, just the one with Oscar Hagerman that I never could go in because it was full and there were only like 10 spaces every time. And so that was the only one, really. And so in the whole university, I never learned about social projects. We were completely detached about environmental things. It was like we studied nothing. There was one subject which they talk about wind, sun, but just like in a text, you didn't even understand. We never, in structures, we never went to a site and learned how to do it. So it was really detached from what we have been talking today, what we have been seeing today. So I think that it has changed, and even in the university that I studied, that this didn't happen. Today, it is happening in a different way. I think that, because there used to be a lot of professors that have never done anything, and we're talking about these themes. So for me, it was when I went to do my master to Barcelona, and it was not, it was Barcelona, yes, but it was going away and seeing things with different eyes and different perspective, and just trying to, not trying, I was surprised every day of what I was living in a different country, in a different place, that gave me a lot of learning. It was not the university only, but it was living there, living new things. And I agree with Elisa that I think that teaching is very important, because there's a way of communicating all these ideas. And this is why it has been a missed opportunity this weekend.
Yeah, just on this question, first of all, I want to say that I learned more in these 2 days of conference than in 2 years of lectures and courses. And I'm working in the university. So I feel very privileged. I want to thank you to have traveled to come here. And I was thinking I learned so much because all the presentations were really based on a very clear and strong practice. And on this question of teaching and the role of university, I have the feeling that university is also a place where architects escape from the reality, escape from, and I know that we learn the trade when we outside of the school. Of course, the school never teach you the real métier, but I'm very happy to hear that you continue to stay at the university, because I think it's, I have the feeling that more and more, I don't know how it was in the past, more and more, the university become a place where we dream and we start to teach lie to the students, because it's totally out of the reality. But what I really appreciate from the presentation is how it's really rooted in a strong practice. And thank you for this.
Perhaps.
Quick, everyone.
Yes, I was thinking about teaching when you were asking the question about the studies we've done. Because for me, my school is the way I managed my life in the projects and the way the ideas were. In fact, I discovered myself after the school by the experience of the project of architecture and by the fact that I was teaching. And in fact, teaching for me is, if I stop, I think it's as if I lose one of my two legs. Because I began to teach very young, I don't know, I was 30 years old. At the same time that I was beginning my own practice, and it's like a couple, in fact, and you can't detach one part. And I teach, of course, to share my experience now, but also I'm learning from my students, because we exchange. It's a real experimentation that I propose, but where sometimes it's so surprising and so incredible to meet on architecture, not only on ideas, but by the political way the architecture can be. And so I'm a bit in question about the fact that we are all together say that we are trying to change the world. Of course, we are trying to change the world, but we are also architects, so it's our tool, it's our mean, in fact. And I always ask to myself the way that that the architecture can be sort of a tool to defend ideas. And I don't have any idea of the world I would like to change, but in each project I know what I want to change. And they compose a sort of line together. And what is fantastic, I think, with architecture is that architecture builds ourselves, and teaching also. So by the architecture we can discover the world. So I think that by discovering the world and accepting this position, we can transform it and change it by this way.
There are any other things quickly, then we give Sean as a student. We can start with Sean and then we'll have Sean.
Okay. First of all, thank you for everything. I learned more in 3 days than 1 semester here. And my question is linked to that. If you have one advice to give at this big institution, EPFL, to train the future architect, what would it be? If you have one advice to give at their institution, EPFL, what would it be to train their future architects?
I have a proposition. Yes, because I went out of universities. I finished my studies 7-8 years ago, so I think I'm pretty close to the studies vibe that is today. And since then, I have a lot of emails from architecture students that send me emails that they are like completely lost. And I think I'm also organizing since 3 years post-graduation in Portugal with an association, and we have many of the people are young architects that are starting to work in the architecture office, and they all need to have more practice on the field and touching materials and going on construction site, and they all feel, I mean, most of the people I have contact with is this, so if this is an opportunity to talk to the main EPFL structure, I think giving a course on site and touching materials and going with the builders and knowing what is this, and I think it gives you a lot of answers on your design after, and knowing the materials that you give for the workers that are building, and knowing what you design and how it's designed, and it gives you more feelings. Okay, I pass.
Yes, please.
So I would say this in general. I don't know your school so well, but in general, all the across schools where I found a very practical suggestion would be to not focus on only the concept stage every studio. Your semester after semester concept rendering next semester concept rendering. And then you get into more and more into tracks, and you don't even know what was not working in your design. So I would say that like doctors and like fashion designers, you have to do all stages of all the Leistungsphasen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 till 8 in your education. And then the attitude is, the school can teach you some of the technical things, but it is your own job to educate yourself, to have values, ethics. This is a personal thing. It should not be imposed because it becomes religious. Everybody's own job is to treat life as a university and to do things like I taught. The reason I did all this, again, I agree with all of you, it's not because only of the school, which I'm grateful to for teaching me those things, those hard, cold things. But the fact that I used to simply do things, I've done so many jobs only because it ought to be done, not because it's some fancy project. And not to feel that a project is to be belittled because it's not chic enough, you know, as a topic or whatever. So the school should melt into the environment, find real problems that the students feel empowered to resolve.
I think I was a bit glib with my previous answer, and I also want to acknowledge that Paolo was my PhD supervisor and taught me a lot and connected me with a lot of people, which was a real learning experience, including 5 months spent here at the EPFL. But I think in terms of teaching, what we can offer is actually another way of doing things, a bit like what we all do. And there's a chance to show, when students can choose your subjects, how another way of working can occur. And one of the things that I think is really important is valuing different ways of knowing. And that means valuing community ways of knowing, people who don't have an architecture background, as well as different disciplinary ways of knowing, because to solve real-world problems cannot be solved by one person. It's a necessary task that it involves a lot of different ways of thinking and collective input, and the power of those voices is going to create a better outcome, I believe. So I think as in a teaching opportunity, there's an opportunity to connect with the different disciplines that exist across a university, as well as a chance to reach out beyond the university to real problems and real communities and people, and then connect with them and in response to those worlds. So it carries on from what Anupama said.
I think that you have to take a stand as a student, politically, ethically, ecologically, whatever, as I said it before, and take a stand and not follow everyone just because somebody said something and then you start. So to take a stand, I think that this is very important since you're young, because this is not being taught, but I think that it has to be like really since the beginning there.
You know, it's funny, when you ask the question about when I left school, I thought they taught me nothing. But the older I got, the more I realized I actually had learned quite a bit. But it wasn't what I expected. I didn't know how to do anything after I got out of school. So I think the answer to your question, that the one thing I think that is unique about architecture school is teaching design thinking. And there are two components that I think are really important that I try to teach. One is establishing things that you believe in, so values and goals, and then being able to critically create and evaluate alternatives based on those. I think then it doesn't matter what you're interested in. If you want to do 3D rendering or whatever for the rest of your life, you'll be able to do it. You have the tools, and that's the singular thing that I think you have to teach. I will caveat that by saying it's getting harder and harder to teach it. It's harder and harder to create a studio culture. So I think it's just our current society with so much data, so much information, so much noise. It's really hard to teach that.
Well, I guess we have one last.
Okay.
One last statement, please.
I'll try to make it short then. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for showing us that we don't have to choose between making an impact now by working and making an impact for tomorrow by teaching. So that's sometimes a great question. And I was wondering what we should share now to not feel empty and lonely tomorrow when we are not together anymore. If you have anything that you would like to add.
They'll be coming back. They'll be coming back another time.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
We didn't understand. We didn't.
Yeah, we didn't.
You didn't. They did not hear it properly. Do you want to?
Clear. Clear.
Go there and ask him. Okay.
Sorry, it's very impressive. Yeah, I was wondering what we should share now to not feel empty and lonely tomorrow when we are not together anymore. If you have anything else to add, or maybe to us, on our system.
And we're gonna keep connected, for sure.
There's a website incoming, apparently.
Anupama.
Well, I think that on this testimony of collegiality and common interest, we should put an end to these 2 days of discussion, and hence we all have to thank you from the university, from the Lassis Foundation, myself personally, for, in a sense, having had the goodwill of coming here and facing as well adverse circumstances, and also having been able to turn them into something even better and even stronger than what we thought it would have been at the beginning. So for this, thank you very much, and hope we'll have another.
The taxi is here. And they are waiting for us in the restaurant, so please.